Hello and welcome back to Saudi Arabia. Welcome back to Riyadh and Funky Friday indeed. Myself and Rory Delaghi. I'm Callum Helliwell. This is Rory Delaghi. This is the Jcsa live YouTube coverage and we are looking forward to bringing you 12 races as per usual. But Rory, what are 12 races we've got to look forward to today? I was saying to you off camera, the best we've seen in a while.
And I was saying yesterday, it's quite nice to have a reasonably easy card to ease yourself back into things here after our break. But today is a big step up, isn't it, in terms of both the field sizes. We had a few small fields yesterday, but also the quality of the racing and the competitiveness of the racing. Two nearly impossible handicaps in there, but big fields for other events. A couple of really smashing contests to finish off. And a potential superstar, I hope we see in the penultimate race as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a very nice horse taking on a couple of other very nice horses. But I'm going to look at three horses now who we're really looking forward to seeing over the course of today. The first one is Rossmore Nation. He was set to take on Taj Neom in race 2, but unfortunately Taj Neom has been a late withdrawal, so Rossmore Nation looks to make it 3 wins on the spin, a sprinter to watch out for. After that race, we've got Jalmon, who is going to be running in our first Arabian contest. And Jalmon was very impressive last time out. He took a big drop in class, though. And you'd be slightly concerned that he steps back up in class today, and he's already been found out once before. And then you've got to wait and hold on to your horses until race 11, because Kaflahom, a horse who was mightily impressive on debut in Taif, is going to make his second race course appearance. He's big, he's strong, he's powerful, and he won in a canter last time out, so I can't wait to see how he gets on. Rory, he's definitely my highlight. Is there anything that could possibly beat him in that race? I know the's some unexposed types in there.
There's a lot of horses who've made recent debuts here who are stepping up quickly. A lot of promising sorts. You don't know exactly what their ceiling might be. But this fella could be an absolute superstar. He won 15 1/4 lengths, well, I wouldn't say easing down, but very much in hand. We've seen a lot of impressive winners in those colours. 1 or 2 who haven't gone well. We see one on the card tonight who bolted up on in a maiden and then has shown nothing since. But he was different. He didn't just blaze to the front and then sort of coast home. He just looked like he could have gone another 10 lengths faster if he wanted to. And speaking to Camilo Espino afterwards.
That was exciting.
It's always interesting to see a jockey's reaction, and Camilo's normally very measured, you know, he's a nice horse, yeah, and he did this when I asked him, and he's okay, he'd be okay. This horse he got really excited about, you know. He tried to keep a lid on it, but you could see that he was excited about it. We asked him, could this possibly be a Saudi Derby horse? And a little smile crept across his face. This is his next step up on the way to a potential crack at the Saudi Derby, and he looks something very exciting indeed.
Someone else who is very exciting is the third member of our team, our man in the sky, our voice from above. It's Mr. Gareth Topham.
Yeah, hi Callum, hi Rory, hi everybody, and there is the menu for this fabulous Friday, and there we are. We start in just a few minutes time with our opening contest, a Fillies Maiden, then we move on to an open contest. 25-minute intervals we are throughout the course of the day. We have the Arabian Horses Handicap coming up as race 3, then a maiden at 4:35 as race 4, a locally bred Horses Maiden as race 5, that's at 5 o'clock, and then a locally bred Horses Open race at 5:30. Fillies Arabian horse race for those who have won either not at all or one race, that comes up as a 6 o'clock race, then a handicap 0 to 80 at 6:30. And working through to the closing stages of the card at 7 o'clock, we have a 0 to 85 handicap. Then at 7:25, a race for horses who have won between 1 and 3 races. The Jcsa award race at 7:50, and we close at 8:15 with the Africa Cup, all live on this channel. So let's have a little look at the runners and riders for our opening race. It is a Fillies Maiden contest to be run over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is a non-runner, so number 2 is Anfal, the man of F. Peralta. Number 3, Al-Sharek, Hamza Saad. Number 4 is Alamia, the man of Adel Al-Faradi. Number 5 is Modahima, with Wigberto Ramos in the plate. 6 is Deem Al-Hijaz, with Sultan Al-Mamoni. Number 7 is Perlit, the mount of Ayad Al-Tarisi. 8, Bidawa, Jimmy Carrion. Number 9 is Tameda, the mount of Camilo Ospina. Over the page to number 10, Jaman Al Kir, Rayon Al Torsh with number 11, Shibraya, F. Al Frady taking the ride. Number 12 is Shiblat Admiral with Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 13 is Adamat Al Amir with A. Al Shra. 14, Wake Eddie Castro. 15 is Mustaqua, the mount of Arj Jose, with number 16, Larin, Alexis Mourinho. 17 is Moscow, the mount of M. Saeed. And then over the page to number 18, Aventurine Al Arab with Mohammed Aldaham taking the ride. And we have number 19 sneaking in here as a runner. This is Sanovic with Adel Al Fayrouz going to be taking the ride. So take out numbers 1, 20 and 21 for our first race, but still a big field.
Yes, thank you, Gareth, and it is a big field indeed, and I can't wait to get stuck into it. Just a quick note, if you're looking to be supporting Alamia, a horse we will talk in more detail about, that horse is running in all green, so those colours are now all green, no red sleeves on that runner today.
Yeah, with pointing out, you'll notice how quickly they're from running, but heads up never goes astray. An interesting mix of horses in this, some quite impressive lookers, typically Tamida, as you expect from one from the white stable, catches the eye from what we've seen just looking out the window here to the paddock, but one or two who look less than ready to race.
There was a really nice moment where the Alex Moreno, who's riding Larin here, horse number 16, in those really nice Prince Sal bin Salman Abdelaziz colours, the white and blue, he just looked at this white stable runner that came by and just saw him look at his trainer and just shake his head, because it's just like, oh, here's another one we've got to try and beat. And they just seem to have this string of absolute superstar looking animals. Whether they could all do it on the track is yet to be seen, but a lot of them can do it first time up. And Tamida, who's by Twirling Candy, out of a mare who's got a great name, Nathan's mum Becky, who's got one, I think she's got one horse who's run here in Saudi Arabia so far, and hopefully Tamida can be just as good, if not better.
Yeah, Tamida certainly looks good. She's half-sister to 3 winners, including a useful 4-time winner called Megan's Clara in the United States, and another 2 have won multiple times. 2 4-time winners and a 2-time winner there among her siblings. So she does look very interesting on paper, and she should be hard to beat. Another one who very much caught my eye was Shibria, number 11 in the parade ring. Again, she's not an easy one to get a handle on, but a daughter of American Pharaoh out of a mare called Betsy Ross.
Yeah, let's have a look at horse number 4, Alamia, as you can see in the all green colours rather than the green and red sleeves that you may see on your race cards. Rated 88, and this horse has just been the definition of unlucky. Some of the 3 horses that have beaten her are all very good performers.
Yeah, she was second to Mostak Mela over 7 furlongs at Taif last time out. 8 lengths in front of Ayat Al Mohammedia, who came out and won by half the track here last night. So that form's been very well franked. As we said yesterday, I think Ayat Al Mohammedia improved markedly in what she'd shown in Taif to win yesterday, but it still looks decent form. We knew that Mostak Mela was a decent performer anyway, and Alamia is going to be pretty hard to beat here. I would have thought. Well, I say that in form terms, it sets a good standard. So we'll need to be a decent newcomer that will come along and beat her.
She's an interesting one because of that rating of 88. She achieved a really high rating. I think she may have been even higher off the back of that run in meeting 19 when she ran in meeting 50 and was, I wouldn't say slightly disappointed because she was beaten by a good horse, but your slight concern is that has she got seconditis? As we can see here, she's in front and she just gets reeled in. She had to go for home early on this day.
Yeah, she's been ridden quite aggressively here, and she gets picked up by Mostak Mela on the inside in the white stable colours. And the horse with the white face and the nose band in behind in the white with the green cap is yesterday's winner, Ayat Al Mohammedia. So this form looks good. I mean, I don't think you can knock this. She's gone hard in front. She's gone marginally too hard and got picked up by something else. But she does hang on to the coattails of the winner and pushes her pretty close to be beaten less than 2 lengths. And they're pretty well strung out in behind as well. So I think it's good form. As you said, different colours today, emerald green with white epaulets and a green cap as well. So it will be easy to spot and should be handy from the off with a good stall there in stall 4. That should ensure that Alamia gets a good position.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see how she gets on and just the way she's going to run this race, because Tamedia is going to be a horse that I imagine is going to try and take that early speed as well with Camille on board, white stable runner. It wouldn't be a surprise to see her make the early running.
No, it's never when you've got Camilo Espina riding in these colours. They do tend to go forward. They don't have to lead, obviously, and when you've got a horse like Alamia in there who's shown the ability to lead at a strong pace, then I think all Camilo will necessarily want to do is keep out of trouble, and that's the main reason for going forward on these horses. You want to avoid getting stuck in traffic around tight bends, particularly at Taif. But here you've got a bit more time in the straight to come with your effort. So I would have thought he won't be desperately trying to get to the front of this newcomer. He'll just be allowing her to find her stride. But as you said, plenty of them know the job well enough to lead anyway.
Horse number 13 is a Damat Al-Alami, who goes for Jimmy Jerkins, who is flying at the moment. Had a winner yesterday on a horse that you gave a very strong mention to, making a first appearance after a long time off the track. This horse's first time up. What do you make of this runner? And Jimmy Jerkins, we don't particularly know how he's handling his 2-year-olds because we haven't seen too many of them.
No, we haven't, and he's not. He clearly isn't the trainer to rush his horses. From what we've seen, he's a very patient man. You know, he's always keen to tell us that every day something can go wrong, and you always have to keep an eye on the horses and make sure that everything is just so. So he has a very patient approach. So I'm not sure whether Damat Alamir is going to be ready for this. And interestingly, he's got a very turf-oriented pedigree. Both parents trained by Dermot Weld, by Free Eagle out of a mare called Titanium Sky, who was listed place in the Corrib Stakes for Dermot. She didn't have much racing. Basically, she was looking for a black time and then off to stud. So it's quite a nice pedigree, but it's more of a turf pedigree, and it'd be interesting to see if she is ready to go for this, or whether she's essentially getting warmed up for the possibility of going on turf later. But you know, we don't know whether these horses will go on the dirt until they're tried in the first place. So we've seen quite a few surprises on the dirt. You know, horses with what we would call turf pedigrees in the UK, really improving for the surface here.
I think it's key to mention as well that we have an awful lot of horses here that are bred to go on turf but just have limited turf opportunities. We've arrived here and the turf course isn't even green yet, so there's a long way off until they're able to run on turf, so they've got to run sometime, and unfortunately, no matter how patient you are, you've got to get them on the track.
We'll be back home again before they're running on turf.
Who do you like in this one? I'm going to stick with the form. I'm going to go Alamia. I'm hoping that she can finally get ahead in front on a more galloping track.
Yeah, it should suit her. I do respect the two newcomers, Shabria and Tomeda, and I will go for Tomeda here against Alamia, but it's quite a tight one.
No problem at all. So that's horse number 4, Alamia for me, and horse number 9, Tomeda for Rory. Gareth Topham, are you with us or are you against us?
Yeah, interesting opening race, isn't it? And yeah, I'll probably just go with Tomeda as well, with Camilo Espina on board as we see Anfal load up. Anfal heading into stall 2 will be right along the inside. Perlit is in, Bidawa is in as well. Quite a few of them are, as we see number 19 Sanabig head forward, and this one slotting into the inside stall there, taking the position of Manair Al-Khair, who of course is a non-runner. There's number 4 going in, that's Alamia, who the guys were talking about pretty favourably a few moments ago. And this is horse number 3, Al-Sharek, Hamza Saad on board in the white with the blue sash. So we're down to the final few to head forward for this opening race on the card. And 1,200 metres the journey ahead of them. All fillies here, and it's a maiden contest, so races for those that have not yet managed to register a success in their careers so far. But in fairness to them, a lot of them haven't even tried yet, and of those who have, it's only been a wee while since they've got their careers underway. So the final couple heading in, Tomeda heads in, and it just looks like one more to slot forward here, which I think is Deem Al-Hijaz into the 6 box, and then we will just about be ready to go for this opening race of the day, the first of 12. What's certainly a busy day of sport, but looking forward to it, as the guys were touching on some real quality, some real class perhaps later on in the card, as the last of the runners is about to head forward, and then we'll be set to go for this opening race. All of those who are in are behaving well, and still we just wait for Deem Al-Hijaz to head forward, which he's now done, and for race 1 we're lined up and ready. and off they go. They're racing, and getting a pretty good start out in the middle was Juman Al-Kir in a yellow-coloured jacket. Is one of the first ones to show, with Adamat Alamir in red colours up around the outside. Shibraya is close to the pace as well with Tameda, and as they head towards the first turn, Alamir is also smartly into stride, and as they head left-handed, it is Tameda and Alamir who are now the first two. Anfal chasing them closely over towards the inside running rails, with Al Sharek not too far away. Shibraya is a little bit wider out. Next in running is Adamat Alamir. The others with a bit of work to do from where they are, headed off by Larin, who's towards the wide outside. But straightening up with, from here, a couple of furlongs left to go. Tameda up towards the outside of Alamir, and these two are hooking up in a good duel down the home run. They are 3 to 4 lengths away from Anfal in third, and then picking up is Larin down the outside. Into the closing stages they head, and it is Alamir who has got the advantage here. Still finishing off the race strongly in behind is Larin. Larin has moved into second place and is cutting back Alamir. Tameda has dropped to a one-pace third, going close home. Alamir is all out. Larin pressing over towards the inside. Larin might well have got there from Alamir. It will go to the judge. Tameda left behind, back in third. So a really close finish in our first race. Larin has a sustained strong run over towards the inside. Looks as though Larin has got there to make a winning debut in the hands of Alexis Mourinho, and just denying Alamir in the closing stages. Alamir, who had that good battle throughout with Tameda, and given where Alamir's finished compared to Tameda, I think Alamir does emerge with plenty of credit. But the fact that she was left quite a long way ahead when Tameda started to fall back, it may have just been long enough in front for one so inexperienced, and that has handed Larin the opportunity to whiz on by in the closing stages. And as we can see, first number 16 Larin, second number 4 Alamir, third number 9 Tameda, and fourth home was number 11 at Shibraya. The winner's time 1 minute 14.03 seconds, and the distance between the first and second is ahead. A thrilling conclusion to our first race. There's the result on the screen, and it's number 16 Larin home in front in our opening contest.
Alex, well done, Alex. Good race. Well, مبروك to Saul bin Salman, Stable, Abu Hisham, all of them, and you know, she's surprising. She's amazing feeling, man. And you know, مبروك to everyone. Thank you.
Moreno is the winner of the race yesterday and our first race today. And Laren, mighty impressive, Alex. How good was she to ride?
Well, she surprised me too, you know. She don't have that. She got the good in the foot. You saw her last 200 meters. She just flying, you know. She will be a nice filly, I think so.
Now, she was wide on the bend throughout, but you dived down the rail. Was that intentional?
Well, she tried to go inside. I don't want to take her her pace out, you know. So I just let her go inside because somebody else was inside. So after she got the rail, she just...
And she's beaten a very good filly here. How good do you think she can be?
Well, I think she can be a nice filly, a future filly. That's what I think.
And she's got some really good breeding. Do you know anything about the pedigree on the dam side?
Well, I don't know about the pedigree about her, you know, I don't search about it. But how she looking, how she was walking, she really doing well.
Well, it doesn't matter about the pedigree if you can keep riding these winners. Well done.
Yeah, sure, man.
Yes, we're going to see this impressive victory again. This looked a good race on paper, and very quickly out of the stalls, we saw, as expected, Alamia in the green colours with the white epaulets from stall 4 go to the front. And despite a poorish break, Tameda moves up within 150 metres to go alongside the expected pace setter. And what we have now is a guaranteed strong pace, because we know Alamia goes hard in the first place, but Tameda up on her outside with a neck lead at this stage is pushing that pace along. And it looks briefly that this pair just might dominate. They've got away from the others to a degree, but if you look back to about 7th place on the outside of the field, you will see the winner being pushed into a prominent position there by Alex Moreno, and Lauren now moved up to 6th place, just behind another of the newcomers in Shibria. And from here, she's just struggling to get past into clear space at this stage, because she wants to hang a little bit left. But once Camilo gets her into 3rd place, then she ducks towards the inside. That's what she wanted to do, and as we heard Camilo said, he didn't want to spoil her pace by keeping her wide on the track. Just let her run. That's exactly what he let her do, and that's probably been the difference between winning and losing, because she's only got her head in front 5 yards from the post to win by a head. Really likeable performance from a filly who seemed to run her race, the 88 rated Alamia, in 2nd, with that very interesting newcomer, Tameda, back in 3rd place, and what looked at an above average maiden on paper, and produced a good time of 1:14.03 seconds. So this looks a solid performance, and if the winner has run to her, the runner-up has run to a rating of 88, then you can only imagine how good this winner might be to have been so far behind in the early stages and stuck wide when she wanted to come towards the rail. To have picked up the way she has to be a stakes filly, I would have thought. So she's clearly slightly surprised Alex Moreno with the way she has picked up here, but she's clearly a nice filly at home, expected to come on for this run. But to win is a massive bonus for them, and she's one to look forward to. I think she's clearly the type who's capable of stepping up from this maiden company. We see a lot of races that are not particularly well contested at this level, but this looked a very warm race of its type, based on the pedigree of those who were involved, based on the form of one or two, Alamia in particular, who were racing in it, and I think it's form that will pay to follow. Callum, are you ready to give us your verdict on that? Very nearly.
I am right now. Yes, I am right now ready to give you my verdict. I'm gutted, absolutely gutted for Alamia. I thought she ran a creditable race like she does every time, but she's found one too good for her there. We said at the top of the straight that she's got a real battle on her hands with Tameda, and she won that battle. And I think it was all set for her to win her first race, and then she's got pipped by Laren, who has just come absolutely flying from right on the outside to dive down the rail. As the two have challenged and drifted out onto the middle of the course, she's taken advantage of that and gone clear. We can see you guys on YouTube. A lot of us were on a horse number 4 as well, weren't we, Alamia? Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. David Boulogne, or Boulogne, and Elite Power. Now, Elite Power won the Saudi Sprint Dirt race last season, so if that horse has hooves and can type, it's great to see. And great to see you guys getting involved on the YouTube channel, and keep the comments coming in, because we've got plenty more races to get our heads back in front, and we were unfortunate enough there to just be nabbed on the line. But Rory, I thought not a bad performance from the second, but now you have to be concerned about second.
I could not disagree more. Literally, absolutely. I mean, you've seen what she's done through the race. She's gotten involved in a real scrap from an early stage. Camila Ospina was desperately keen to throw down the challenge, asking the question about whether this filly would buckle under pressure, and she didn't. She's battled away to get the better of clearly a highly rated newcomer there, and she's just been blindsided in the final strides. It's not like she didn't show any signs of pulling up in front. She didn't put her head in the air. She did absolutely nothing wrong. She has just been unfortunate to run into well above average opponents on several occasions. You can't always blame the horse for the form figures.
Now, you can't always blame the horse, but would you have her next time out in a similar contest to this?
Yes.
I'd be taking her on all day of the week now.
But on what basis?
Because on the basis that there are going to be better horses coming out.
Well,
we're going to see better horses.
Well,
and she keeps running into the good ones. And if she keeps running into these good horses, it's not only
hold on a second. She's eligible for weaker races than this. It's bad luck that she's run into good horses. She could be declared to run in a maiden that ends up being really uncompetitive and wins easily. It's been terribly bad luck for her that the maidens that she has been in have ended up also attracting top quality opposition. That's just the luck of the draw.
Is that because trainers are seeing that she's in and know
No,
that
of course
she's
not. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, I'm saying some of the maidens we've had
most-
earlier on are of smaller fields as well. We see smaller field maidens.
We have, yes, but
previously.
we don't. But people don't know what size the fields are going to be in the maiden until they enter the horses in them.
Yeah,
So
but that's the thing, isn't it? So why would you try and keep running her in these highly competitive maidens on the Fridays and Saturdays? Why not run her on a Thursday? That would be my only suggestion.
No, but as I said, what I'm saying is, Connections can find a weaker race for her. You say, will I be with her next time? It depends what field she's in. She might run in a cup race next time, and I might not want to be with her. She can win. She can run in a non-winners of one, non-winners of two rather, which might end up being weaker than a maiden. She can run in an open race that'll be weaker than some of the maidens, than that maiden particularly, because I reckon the first 3 or 4 home are probably 80+ horses.
Yes, certainly plenty to look forward to with Alamia, and I'm sure we'll be battling away with her next time she appears. But Larid is certainly a horse to keep on the right side of. Gareth Topham, what a thrilling start to race 1. What have we got for race 2?
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, it was a really thrilling conclusion. I hate to say it, Callum. I think I'm with Rory on the winner and the runner-up in particular there. But yeah, thrilling conclusion to race 1. How about race 2? It's an open race over 1,400 metres, and number 1, Taj Neon. This is a late scratching, so take out the 1 horse. Number 2, Rossmore Nation, Adela Alpha Rady. Number 3, Tipperary Tiger, Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 4 is Stob, the mount of Ali Al Mutib. Number 5, Msaya, Mohammed Al Daham, with number 6, Smeaton's Light, Sultan Al Dahani. Number 7 is Third Kingdom, Al Shra. 8, Adjudicator, Fawaz Wanas, with number 9, Tisalat, with M. Saeed. Number 10 is I Am Magic, Wigberto Ramos. 11 is Al-Tabi, ridden here by Abdullah Al-Hussein. Number 12, Fast Start, A. Al-Tayar, with 13, Atomic Impact, A. Al-Musa. 14 is Pagan, Abdullah Al-Lofi. 15 is Amarillo Gold with Camilo Ospina. Number 16 is Rovniemi with Ricardo Ferreira taking the ride. 17, Quantico, Naif Al-Nazi on board. 18 is Bashawat, the mount of F. Peralta, and 19 Princeville with V. Gutierrez taking the ride. Another big field here. A reminder once again that number 1, Taj Neom, is a late scratching for this, our second race.
Yes, thank you very much, Gareth. And yeah, it's a bit of a shame that Taj Neom doesn't go, but Rossmore Nation is going and just looks an absolute star in the paddock. He's a son of Sioux Nation. We've already seen what Sioux Nations are doing out here in Saudi Arabia. They look dangerous, and I think this could be one of his better sons out here right now.
Yeah, he's a really likeable horse, Rossmore Nation, and he won the Type Sprint Championship last time out. It was a great finish. He beat Taj Neom by a neck. Taj Neom headed, battled back. Really a real grandstand finish for what was the final race of the night. You also had Msaya running on into third in that contest. He's better off with Rossmore Nation. Taj Neom would have been 6 kilos better off for a neck with Rossmore Nation had he made the field here, and the step up the 1,400 metres would have been a big plus as well. That's the question we need to ask here with Rossmore Nation. Does he want this trip? He's looked a 6 furlong horse through and through thus far, and he was just hanging on at the end with Taj Neom fighting back. So I'm not sure the step up to this trip will suit. Stall 2 now with nothing on his inside is a plus. for Rossmore Nation, who want to go forward. But this is a tougher race for him because he's penalised for all 4 of his wins, even though 2 of those were in fairly moderate company in the UK. And he's got to give, he's receiving half a kilo from an absolutely top-class horse in Third Kingdom, a cup winner in this time. And that's a big question for Rossmore Nation now. He won a non-winners of 3 2 starts ago, then won that the sprint championship, clearly going from strength to strength. This is the big question now, because he's meeting horses who are a fair bit better than that here. In fairness, he was last time as well, but this is now, with the extra weight on his back, he wasn't penalised for his wins in that sprint championship last time out, but he is in this race, so it does ask much more of a question.
Yeah, I think Third Kingdom's a great mention here. I think this is an incredible race placing. To be honest, I think the drop to 1400 metres is a bit of a drop in trip for what we're used to seeing in run over. However, in a race where we're talking about the top horse, the likely favourite here being a horse that's stepping up into the unknown, facing a horse that we know has got the quality and ability and the class dropping down, I think I'd be more tempted to go with Third Kingdom in this race. If you had to just pick between the 2, I think I'm going to go in a completely different direction, but I think if you have to pick between the 2,
good.
Yeah.
Well, I will be going with Third Kingdom.
You're going with Third
race.
Kingdom.
And I don't think the drop and trip is going to be a worry for him. Obviously, he's got a pedigree that suggests he stays further. He had form over further in the UK. But he blitzed them over a mile at Taif last time out, winning by 8 lengths, and he'd have won that at this distance as well.
Oh yeah, so he was clear.
He had no trouble. He doesn't need to dominate to win his races. He can come from off the pace as well. So he's unlikely to lead Rossmore Nation, I would say here, with him taking a drop and trip. But I think he should be well positioned, and he will come home stronger than I'd imagine Rossmore Nation would. Obviously, when you're stepping horse up and trip, they can prove that they've got the stamina that you didn't see before, so there's a possibility that he can do that. But we know Third Kingdom stays further, so he should be very, very strong in the straight. And again, in a handicap, he would be giving 7 kilos away. He's given half a kilo away here. So that gives him a really big chance on paper. And this guy that we're looking at here, Jimmy Jerkins, has really impressed with his professionalism, with how thorough he is about everything here, and he's having a very good season. I think Third Kingdom can add to that.
I'll tell you what, someone in the parade room needs to give poor Jimmy a new race card. That one looks absolutely drenched.
It's well worn. Because
well worn indeed. Shirley in the comments, as per usual, is saying, come on, Third Kingdom. I'm sure the whole team was bouncing after yesterday's success, but this is Third Kingdom in shot now, and it was mightily impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there's some half-decent horses in behind him this day as well. Some familiar faces from the Taif scene, but Third Kingdom kicked on off the bend and soon had all of them in trouble, and he ends up winning this by 8 lengths. So an absolutely dominant performance. It really was a case of Third Kingdom first, the rest nowhere. This was a big step up on what he'd been doing. He'd been second in his previous 2 races. They were pretty respectable runs, but he
was a real stable star, wasn't he, for the team?
Yeah, again, you've got to bear in mind with Jimmy Jerkins' runners at Taif, he took it very slowly with him. He didn't want to just turn up and start firing horses out there. He wanted to get to know all his horses individually and make sure that they were in the right spots.
Let's have a look at I Am Magic here. This is the win 2 starts ago. Disappointed last time out, but there was a change in trip here today. If this race does fall apart in front and a horse like Rossmore Nation becomes a little bit leg weary in front, I Am Magic is the type of horse that's going to go absolutely rattling by him.
Yeah, I mean, this was quite a good performance in a competitive race. The non-winners of 4 again over 7 furlongs at Taif. He's won pretty closely. He got a good run through this race. The things panned out pretty well for him. Not that he was, he might be flattered slightly by the margin. He wasn't flattered by victory. But the worry is that he came here and he ran a pretty poor race. In a strong race. It was a Jcsa award race last time out, and that's a worry for him.
Here's Rossmore Nation cantering down to start, looking magnificent. He's just got such a strong back end, and Sioux Nation was such a good-looking racehorse himself. And we can just see Rossmore Nation coming on the outside. You see Taj Neom on the inside here. He's going to run a great race. The Gallant Grey on the inside. Obviously, Taj Neom not running today, but don't take anything away from Rossmore Nation, who has actually had to battle here, because Taj Neom at one point looks like he's going to get up. And don't forget Messiah in the all-green colours, the white flashy head here, second from left, who's going to come rattling on for third too. He's an interesting runner, stepping up in trip.
Yeah, I like the way these two settled down to duke it out in front. There was a strong contested pace, but the pair of them kept going really well to the line. A bit of a bunch for third, but Messiah was off the bridle a fair way out and ran on well to be third. That's our worry with Messiah in that contest was whether the 6 furlongs would be too sharp for him. It was on the night. Stepping up to 7 furlongs here at Riyadh makes him a player. And strictly speaking, at the weights, he's weighted to turn this form around with Rossmore Nation. On balance of form, if this was 6 furlongs, you'd probably just favour Rossmore Nation again. But there's a 2 kilo turnaround in the weights, and on historic form, particularly form at 7 furlongs, Jcsa may well have the beating of Rossmore Nation. And if Rossmore Nation is able to beat him here, it just shows that he's still progressing.
Interesting indeed. Couple of shouts from the YouTube comments as well. Obviously, Shirley going for Third Kingdom. No surprises there, Shirley. And Elite Power going for horse number 2, Rossmore Nation, looking to go one place better than we both did last time. For me, I'm going to go in a very, very different direction. I am going for a horse that I absolutely adore, which is always the worst thing you can possibly do when making selections. But I think Pagan is a bit of a steal here. Ignore the last run, he got posted wide throughout, he hated every second of it, was always wide and still ran a very nice race before, again, just getting eased down towards the end and finishing in 13th. But you can draw a line through that. It was actually behind Amarillo Gold, who I thought ran a cracker on that day, horse number 15. Now, he rattled up a treble in Riyadh last season. He absolutely loves it round here. He ended his Thai season on this beautiful steady incline and ended up winning on penultimate start really impressively. I think if he manages to just get a little bit more of a positive pathway through this race, he's certainly going to be the selection for me. We had a very good day yesterday with plenty of quite easy to find winners, but I'm going for someone from a slightly different angle here, but I can totally understand why Third Kingdom would be the selection for you and Shirley in the YouTube comments.
Yeah, listen, Pagan clearly would have a chance on the form he showed in his final start. He caught the eye, went fourth. 3 starts back, or 2 starts back rather, in Taif, and then won towards the end of the season there, and looked like he was really running into form. I wasn't as taken by his run last time as you were, and again he's trapped wide here, so yes, that's a concern, but he does have the class to go well. Absolutely.
So just to go through selections one more time, Rory and Shirley are with Third Kingdom, horse number 7. Elite Power in the YouTube comments is with Rossmore Nation, and I'm foraging my own path with Pagan, horse number 14. Gareth Topham, are you with us or are you against us?
Yeah, open looking contest, isn't it, Callum, as runners have gathered down at the start. There is Adjudicator in shot, and yeah, interesting there that Callum siding with Pagan, horse that's had 25 races, but a fair strike rate, that's for sure, and was a winner not so long ago. Was in shot there, number 15, Amarillo Gold. Just heading round, and this one in shot is Rovniemi, who's a lightly raced individual. Ricardo Ferreira taking the ride. I think Rovniemi, named after the town or city in Finnish Lapland, I think, isn't it? Rovniemi, the home of Santa Claus. There's 17, Quantico, Naif Alanazi taking the ride. Naif, who had such a good time of things throughout the Taif season, which has, of course, recently come to its conclusion, and the field very shortly will be heading behind. Quantico's had the 2 runs so far, but has yet to taste success. I thought Smeaton's Light might go quite well here. A horse that has won a couple of times, as we see I Am Magic in shot with Wigberto Ramos in the saddle. So they're heading forward, and 1,400 metres the journey ahead of the runners and riders this time. So 7 furlongs and 47,500 Saudi Reals on offer to the winner here. And as they head on in, this race open to 3-year-olds plus, and they're racing, as I say, from the start of the back straight. They'll leave the back straight with less than half a mile of their journey remaining. So pretty nice starting point here. Even those that are drawn wide, they've got certainly time to try and adopt a position or tuck in, whichever may suit best given where they are. Here is Rovniemi in shot. Behind that one, Quantico. And next to head forward here, Smeaton's Light in that orange-coloured jacket. As the field continue to load up. And if you are just tuning in, a reminder that the 1-horse Taj Neon was a late scratching, which was a little bit of a shame, really. Was Alexis Marino's intended mount. Alexis, who rode our first race winner here today. I Am Magic, then, will shortly be heading forward into stall 10. Once again, with this Not being a handicap race, their race card number indicates what stall they go into as well. So Smeaton's Light, horse number 6, slots forward into stall 6, will be next door to Third Kingdom, who the guys were giving a positive mention to a few moments ago. And there aren't too many more. Looks like Rovaniemi will be one of the last to slot forward. And then we'll be set to go for this, our second race on the card. They're lined up, and out they come. And Smeaton's Light has got a fairly good beginning. Third Kingdom likewise, and through along their inside, Jcsa is another showing good early toe with Tipperary Tiger. And over towards the rails is Rossmore Nation. Crossing over from a little bit wider out is Amarillo Gold, who's in headgear. That one is in company with Rovaniemi. Quantico is out wider on the track, and deeper still to Princeville. They're being followed through by Fast Start, who didn't really get one. And that one races in company with Alotabi as they leave the far straight behind them. Quite competitive up front. Third Kingdom in the red colours, Smeaton's Light in the orange and blue. Amarillo Gold a little wider out of those, and to the rails is Rossmore Nation. Rovaniemi is racing next in the striped jacket of blue and white, and then out deeper on the course is Quantico as they're making the journey back towards the entrance to the home run at around about 59 kilometres an hour, and Third Kingdom goes well. Third Kingdom straightens up and is going to be narrowly in front of Rossmore Nation as they start their run down the home straight. They've paired off from in third place, battling away Amarillo Gold. Racing into the closing stages, Rossmore Nation along the inside running rails at the moment, just struggling to get to Third Kingdom, who responds well all the way to the line and ridden out towards the line. It is Third Kingdom proving too strong. Third Kingdom will win going away by 3 to 4 lengths. Second place across the line, Rossmore Nation, and it was tight for the miners back in behind. Those will leave it to the judge for third and fourth. But Rory Delagi in the studio was quite keen on Third Kingdom, and Third Kingdom it is, coming home nicely clear, pulled away in the final furlong of the contest and scoring in a time of 1 minute 26.25 seconds, getting the better of Rossmore Nation in second place. And the judge not wasting any time with calling third and fourth. Jcsa it was who got third, and Alotabi in fourth place. That's the provisional result. So first number 7, Third Kingdom. Second number 2, Rossmore Nation. Third number 5, Jcsa. Third Kingdom, as we see, crossing the line in pretty glorious isolation, and has won by a good small handful of lengths, getting the better of Rossmore Nation, who put up a fight for a little while, but ultimately couldn't quite get back on terms with the winner. So Third Kingdom it is, taking our second race and taking it in really good style.
شكرا.
And here we have the replay of the race again, and we see a little bit of a cheap speed early on before Rossmore Nation goes to take it up. But Third Kingdom always handy. He was dropping in trip here. That was a little bit of a question for 1 or 2, but you'll see Rossmore Nation from the inside stall there, moving forward. In fairness, he didn't get an absolutely fabulous break. He had to push his way through on the inside, getting on the inside of Smeaton's Light. In between horses there, but Third Kingdom's got his head in front at this stage, and it soon boils down to a battle between the two. Third Kingdom with the winning form over a mile last time out at Taif, and Rossmore Nation, who'd won over 6 furlongs in that sprint championship. And the question was whether speed or stamina was going to win out at this stage. The pair of them really go head to head for the last 400 metres of this race, pulling further and further clear of the rest of the field. You just see Jcsa in the dark green colours moving into third place, which you just hold on to there. And it's only inside the last 150 metres that Third Kingdom wins that battle with Rossmore Nation, who was stepping up to 7 furlongs here for the first time. But the runner-up has run an absolute cracker. I thought he would be vulnerable here in this race, and I was right with the winner. The winner's won cosily enough in the end, but Rossmore Nation has only cracked very, very late in the day, and he's probably improved again to have run as well as he has with 61 kilos on his back. Third Kingdom carrying that little bit more weight, but he's a cup winner in his time, so he's fully entitled to be carrying that 61.5 kilos here, and he's proved the class apart from his rivals. The winning time, 1 minute 26.25 for the 1400 metre journey, and another winner for Jimmy Jerkins. Now we'll hope to get Jimmy and Callum shortly, but again, we were talking about how well the stable has done this season, and when Jimmy Jerkins came out here, his fortunes in the States had sort of fallen away a little bit, and he'd gone down the sort of the leaders board in New York in the last decade, but he's always been an absolutely top-class trainer, and I wondered how well he would adapt to training horses in Saudi Arabia, because it's a bit of a culture shock. Obviously, the climate's completely different, the language is different, the types of horses you're getting are different, but he's really impressed me with how he has adapted himself to the job. He didn't go gung-ho into it. He wanted to find out all about his horses first. Every time we speak to him, he's very considered in what he says. He talks about what issues his horses have had. He talks about what he has to think about and the planning he goes into in terms of getting them onto the course and winning races. And that's really paid off. He was very quiet for the first month or so of that Taif season when he arrived. But gradually, his horses have hit top gear. He finished Taif in very good form. He was also at pains to move his horses out to Riyadh a little bit earlier, so all his horses missed the last season in Taif, even though some of them would have been fairly easy spots to win races. He shipped them all out here a week early, made sure that they were all acclimatized to the slightly different track and the slightly different conditions here in Riyadh, and unsurprisingly, the stable has really hit the ground running, and you're just going to see Jimmy Jerkins gradually climbing up that leading trainers board. He doesn't have anything like the biggest stable of horses out here, but they're beginning to win metronomically. And Third Kingdom, a high-class horse, cup winner here in the past, is right back to his very best to win this open contest over the 1400 metres in impressive style. As I said, hopefully we'll hear from Jimmy shortly about that. And hopefully here he is now.
Here with Jimmy seconds after a success with Third Kingdom in that contest. Now, you said you were worried about the drop in trip. Well, no concerns there. He's done a really good job.
Yeah, he did. I thought the race, they had two similar races. The horse of mine that ran last week, Honky Tonk Man, it's the exact same condition this race today, and it did look a little easier overall than last week. And I don't think the Third Kingdom is quite as good as Honky Tonk going 1400. But so I was a little concerned about cutting back. He's been going a mile steady. He ran 4 times going a mile in Taif, and relaxed off the lead, and I thought they might run away from him a little bit today, but I guess he was fresh, and the speed wasn't as sharp as I thought it was, and he laid up close without much effort, it looked like.
He ran plenty of time at Taif, and you talked about how cuppy the surface was there. What are you feeling like the ground is here?
It's much faster. Horses. The horse. It must feel like heaven to the horses running over. Must be like us trying to run on the beach and then running on a track and field. But I couldn't have been any happier at how Ahmed rode him, and he settled nice for him, and he couldn't have. And that the inside horse gave him a little tussle turning for home, but I felt confident he was going to get the better of him.
I'm not sure whether you know, but the messages from home, from America, the UK, and all over the place in support of you and what you're doing here has been unbelievable. Every time you have a runner, our viewership spikes. So could you keep having runners, please?
Yeah, we will. We're gonna keep at it as long as we can. We have some good fresh horses coming up. So looks like there's a lot of spots to run most of the horses. So I can't expect to go on a run like we've been going on through the whole thing, of course. But they'll probably run. All the winners will run back in tougher races. So that usually works the other opposite. As long as they're getting checks and then build from that. It's a process. The whole thing is always a process. When you win races in bunches, that's sometimes there's a little lull right afterwards. But we do have some fresh shooters to follow up. So hopefully we can keep it going at a consistent clip.
Well, best of luck with the rest of the card today, and best of luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Now, Gareth is our man in the sky, and he's going to give us our runners and riders for the next.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, our third race of the day. Again, to be run over 1,400 metres. This is a handicap for the Arabian horses, rated between 60 and 75. Number 1 is Umbab with Nafal and Nazi. Number 2 is a non-runner. So number 3 we move on to, and that's Jara Al-Khaladia, Alexis Marino. Number 4 is Agab Al-Khaladia, Abdullah Alofi. Number 5, Batash Al-Khaladia, N. Al-Mudiani. Number 6, Jalmod A. Al-Saidi with number 7, Shamek Al-Khaladia, A. Al-Kridis. Number 8 is Jazem Athbar with A. Al-Faradi. Number 9 is Alpha Mega, Eddie Castro. Over the page to number 10, Hammurabi with Ali Al-Mamoni. Number 11, Kara Al-Khaladia, Abdullah Al-Hussein. Number 12 is Tai Al-Mashnar with K. Al-Rushid taking the ride. 13 is Fleur Sauvage with A. Al-Yesh. 14 is Mutahid Al-Khaladia, R. Al-Feroz. 15 is Al-Hassos, the mount of Y. Al-Bakawi. 16 is Sadiq Camilo Ospina. At number 17, Bahar Zakir with A. Al-Said taking the ride. And over the page to number 18, Satam M. Al-Sharimar on board. A reminder once again, we scratched number 2, Ibn Anwar. That leaves us with a field of 17.
Okay, that's our field for race number 3. I'll get on to that shortly as Callum comes back to me. Just wanted to point out one thing. Jimmy Jurgens was talking about how Honky Tonk Man, his winner last week, would be a better horse at this 7 furlong trip compared to Third Kingdom. Just an interesting comparison on the race times. Honky Tonk Man put up an exceptional time when he won over the same trip last week, 1 minute 25.38 seconds. And just to point out that the winning time for Third Kingdom was a little bit slower, 126.25. Backing up Mr. Jurgens' assertion that at this particular trip, Honky Tonk Man is probably the better of the two horses. But the pair of them are very good. I'm really looking forward to see Honky Tonk Man next time, because I thought he was very, very impressive last week. And again, more to look forward to from the Jurgens stable. But we move on now to the 1,400 metre Arabian handicap. Really tight a race there, as you'd expect. Top rated Umbab on 75, Ibn Amwar a non-runner, and we've got them pretty tightly handicapped in behind that. We'll start to look at them individually in a second. And the interesting one we saw earlier on was Jalmud, who's a multiple winner in Qatar. He finally got his head in front here, winning a 0-65 handicap last week by 4.5 lengths from Al Hassas, who opposes again. He's gone up £7 for that, and he's up in class. But there's every chance that now he's clicked here, he will actually go on again. Callum, you're not so keen on him, I don't think.
I'm not so keen on him, Rory, although I was not so keen on the top two in the last race, so I'm not sure how my eye's doing today, but not very well. I'm going to go against him here. I think Shamak Al-Khalid is absolutely stunner of a horse. He was doing it all the way through time. Finally got that win on the board in a very, very weak maiden contest, and then eventually, and then was well soundly beaten next time out. But for me, I think Agat Al-Khaladia, we talk about Arabian races and talk about how to find a straightforward horse. Agab Al-Khaladia is very straightforward, although he's very, very slow. So that's my only concern over this trip, whether he just gets a bit outpaced early on. But if he does manage to keep all his pace going and he does manage to stay in a prime position, I can imagine him just outstaying a lot of these.
Yeah, he was, as you said, just behind Jara Al-Khaladia last time out. That was in a 0-80 handicap over this course and distance. As far as I can tell, Agab Al-Khaladia is very much like half a kilo better off at the weights. So strictly speaking, they should finish together here. He's getting 1 kilo now. He was only getting half a kilo last week. But that's a solid piece of form. The winner of that race, Fertil de Croat, looks an interesting runner in these sort of races. This is no stronger. This contest is actually a slightly weaker contest on paper. So you'd expect Jara Al-Khaladia and Agab Al-Khaladia both to be competitive. Agab Al-Khaladia with a slightly closer draw to the rail, going to post there quite nicely as well, as I see out the window behind me. Definite players here. I must say I was quite taken with Jalmud last week. I know this is a more difficult assignment. When these horses step up in class, it can catch them out, and particularly those who want to dominate. But it's not his form last season was nothing special, Jalmud, and that's why he dropped down to a mark of 64. But he was a multiple winner in Qatar, and sometimes it just takes him a little time to find their feet. I thought that was quite impressive last week, and I'm going to take a chance on him to prove that he's worth his place in this higher grade race. But I found it typically for a purebred Arabian handicap, I found it an absolute nightmare trying to be really confident about how the race is going to be run.
I looked at Umbat, the top horse, the French runner here, rated 75, right at the top of the handicap here, but beat Jalmud last time out when finishing second. I thought ran quite a nice race there, finishing second on that occasion. Has been given a little bit more time than maybe Jalmud has, and possibly hard to see Jalmud turning the table. Are you looking at weight of the reason to see where Jalmud can probably get the better?
Not so much. It's the fact that Jalmud came forward from his reappearance run. The win last time out was clearly better than his fifth. The fifth was his first run back from a break. The interesting thing I thought with Umbab was that he might just be the type who goes best fresh.
Yeah.
And he's been tried at a range of trips, pretty much all trips from 6 furlongs to a mile and a half. His best recent effort, best effort in quite a long time, was finishing second to Jcsa over 6 furlongs here last time out. But I had a slight question mark as to whether he would back that up given his overall record. If he does, then clearly he's got the beating of Jalmud, because the step up and trip is not a worry for Umbab given he's got form at all trips. He's a bit tripless, is what I thought about him.
And we also know that Jade de Val's form might not be the strongest either, because Jade de Val was a pretty average horse in the type season and seems to have just found a nice race on this occasion. This is Jalmud winning and, like you said, dictating and doing it quite nicely. There's a flash of the tail, but if
there is, but yeah,
an Arabian horse is flashing the table, who cares?
We don't count flashes of the tail here. Yeah, the question is whether he's able to do that against a better class of opposition and whether he can get away. And he might not be able to, but I thought this was visually pretty impressive. And again, I thought he's galloped really well to the line. I thought given how hard he went, if you ask for big effort from a lot of these sort of middle of the road Arabian breds, they will go with you, but they won't necessarily sustain that run.
Here is Umbap just coming on the outside here and just making a very nice run between the two grey horses. He just gets past and beaten by one, but I think he sticks on quite nicely here when he could have. A lot of Arabian horses in this situation tend to stick the tail between the legs and pull back, but this horse kept finding more and more.
He's kept finding, and he's finished second, and as you said, you can see Jalmod just fading out of fourth place close to the line. So given that Jalmod's gone up £7 for his win last time out, he's actually worse off at the weight. So it's easy to look at this race and go, well, there's no reason why I should turn that around. I just take the view that Jalmod actually improved a fair chunk when winning last time out. As that sort of the handicapper, and he's gone up £7.
You can just see Jara Al-Khaldir in shot here as well, just going down to post really nicely under Alexis Moreno, who'll be looking for a second win of the day and a third win of the weekend. And this is Jara Al-Khaldir just running a very nice race, and Agap Al-Khaldir is going to be picking off horses and just staying on. Doesn't look like he's going to be involved much here, but just the way he just comes through while changing course here, he just picks up again, and I quite liked it. It was eye-catching.
Yeah, the winner comes through on the outside. That's Fertile to Kowat, who's won it quite nicely in the end. But I thought Jara Al-Khaldir has won a decent race. And as you said, although Agab Al-Khaldir never really looked like getting seriously involved in the race, was actually going on quite nicely at the finish. You'd like to see that one stepping up and trip a little bit, I think. But that was still a nice run. And with a slight turnaround at the waist, it has got a chance of turning around the placings there with Jara Al-Khaldir. Although Jara Al-Khaldir, the one with the more natural pace, he should get track position as well.
And a quick shout out to Al Hassas, horse number 15, who chased home Jalmod last time out. Selection time. Rory, who do you want in this one?
I'm tempted by Jara Al-Khaldir, but I've decided that I will go with Jalmod to back up that good run last time out.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to go with Agap Al-Khaldir. So just to remind you of selections, horse number 4, Agap Al-Khaldir for me, and horse number 6, Jalmod for Rory. Now, Gareth Topham, over to you.
Yeah, it'll be Jara Al-Khaldir for me as well, with Alexis Moreno in such good form, having, of course, rode our first race winner. And a capable individual in this sort of grade is Jara Al-Khaldir, who's still one of those out of line. And Jara Al-Khaldir will be nice and easy to spot. He's almost white grey horse. He's heading forward now into stall 12. A reminder here, of course, that with this being a handicap, the horses are drawn all over the place. The number of the horse doesn't necessarily indicate where he or she may be drawn. As they try a game with Jara Al-Khaldir, in the end slots in nicely. This is Batash Al-Khaldir. Plenty of Al-Khaldirs in this race, as you may well expect. And Agap Al-Khaldir will be the next forward. It could be an all Al-Khaldir finish, couldn't it, quite easily here, with so many of them, and plenty of the leading lights in this race on form as well. This is Jalmod heading in. Rory gave this one a positive mention beforehand, and we're just about ready. 1,400 metres the journey in front of them. Off and racing. Breaking away with Batash Al-Khaldir beginning fairly well. And Jazam Athbar not too far away either as they race through the opening furlong or so, and Jalmod edges over towards the inside rails to show in front. So Jalmod it is, with now up towards the outside and racing prominently as well, Mutahed Al-Khaldir to narrowly strike the front, and Jara Al-Khaldir in the red colours is not too far behind them. They're being followed by Jazam Athbar, and then wider out is Umbab as they prepare to turn out of the back straight. Alpha Mega is heading the others off, is racing in advance of Agap Al-Khaldir as they're on the home turn, racing left-handed, and as they do so, up front it is Jalmod over towards the inside, with prominent as well towards the outer Jara Al-Khaldir. They are the leaders, with Sedik now making some eye-catching progress around them. Mutahed Al-Khaldir drops to fourth, and then looking to stay on is Jazam Athbar from a long way back. So turning back towards the entrance to the home straight, and as they do so, Sedik has moved through to take over and boots away by around about a length and a half to Jalmod in second. Jara Al-Khaldir is in behind those as they race on down the home straight and well into the concluding stages, and Sedik is coming away. Sedik by the best part of 4 or 5 lengths. Some good late headway from Al Hassas down the outside, and as they race into the closing stages, Tayal Mashnar also staying on strongly, but Sedik is going to come home by around about 4 or 5 lengths in the end. Sedik is the winner. Tayal Mashnar in a close run thing for second. Flying through as well might well have been Baltash Al-Khaldir over towards the inside. We'll need the judge to confirm for second and third, but no doubt about the winner. It is Sedik who has come home clearly Sedek has run right away from his rivals in the closing stages. Camilo Ospina on board, and in the end of that contest was just able to coast across the line, had the race sewn up from a fairway out, having made that move on the home turn. Sedek, horse at number 16, is the winner, returns in a time of 1 minute 37.20. Sedek then, as we can see, crosses the line clearly. Batash Al-Khaladiya in a close run thing for second with Ty Al-Mashnar. That is taking the judge a little while to decide, and no surprises, it was very close as we see a few of the stragglers cross the line, but it wasn't to be an all Al-Khaladiya finish, that's for sure. There's Jara Al-Khaladiya crossing the line in the end, well beaten. Sedek is confirmed as the winner though, beating Ty Al-Mashnar, we're hearing, getting through to finish in second place. And back in third, number 5, Batash Al-Khaladiya. The distance between the second and third was a nose. It was very, very close for second and third. Al-Hassas was fourth, but it is horse number 16, Sedek, who goes on to win our third race of the day and has done it in terrific style.
Ayad Al-Taresh, late jockey change. A substitution jockey comes in and guides Sedek to victory. And as you said off camera, Rory, just boosting that form of Jalnod, third behind him last time.
Yeah, Jalnod just had to work to get to the front. He was stuck in third position earlier on. They went a little too hard here. He's pushed his way through to get to the lead, going past your selection into the bend, but that didn't leave him with an awful lot for the finish. But interestingly, I mean, Sedek was beaten 6 lengths by Jalnod last time out. In that contest, was £7 better off for it, but that was his first run after break. I said Jalnod improved for his first run after break to win last time out. We see the start of the race again, and you see one of the Khaladiya horses
That's
going forward on the outside,
Jared
Al-Khaladiya, and Jalnod is on the inside, but there's speed in between them from. It wasn't Batash Al-Khaladiya in the first place, was it?
I think it was Batash Al-Khaladiya.
Yeah, he's held on pretty well then to finish third. But yeah, the speed from the three of them, and Jalmot basically has to wait to get a gap on the inside, but it's gone a little bit harder than ideal in order to make sure that door didn't close on him. He gets past Batash Al-Khaladia and Jara Al-Khaladia on the bend.
I'm just going to correct us there. I actually reckon that's Mutahed Al-Khaladia there, who had to break from stall 11, came across. So he was horse number 14, but broke from stall 11, came across.
In the same
and
colours, yeah, and he fades out of it, yes.
Colours,
So
yeah.
that makes more sense to me because he did a lot of work earlier on, and you see that.
And he's also grey.
Jara Al-Khaladia, that's a fair point. Jara Al-Khaladia also, despite having run well recently, has faded out of it because of that strong early pace. But in fairness, Ascetic wasn't that far behind them, was stalking that pace and looked very strong, moving up on the outside of the leading trio off the bend. And now you see the bay. Batash Al-Khaladia, actually Chestnut. Dark Chestnut comes through to dispute second place close home, but just loses out in the nod in a very close photo to Tajan Masna, who gets the second place. Which I have to say, looking at the overhead shots, you wouldn't say so. The runner-up has dived away to his right just as he's crossed the line, so that a yard after it looks like he's well beaten for second. But a good performance from the winner, who's clearly come forward for that good run last week. You can see he looks physically in very good condition. He also looks like the type who would benefit from a run, quite a barrel-chested horse, and obviously a little bit harder to get fit than one or two of these. So the run he had last time out has put him absolutely spot on for this. He's turned the tables with last week's winner. And he's won by a decent margin. So he's right at the bottom of the handicap here, but he's won at a nice style. So although Cetic he's going up maybe 6 or 7 pounds for this win.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe something silly like 10, because they do like
10 might be a little bit
yeah.
over the top for this. But given he was winning this off a mark of 63 in the first place, and he's a horse who's only had, this was only his 7th run in Saudi Arabia since moving from Qatar. There might be a little bit more to come from him, and even if he's up to 70 odd, still be eligible
he can
for
still
not the
qualify for
70
races like
handicap.
this, though, yeah.
And he might be able to pay his way. It's never easy finding horses in this sort of grade who will, continue to win races. They tend to win very much in their turn. And when you've got a very classy one, then they're able to run up a sequence. But the sort of not to 70, not to 75 handicappers, once they've got a win and they've got a bit more weight from the back, it becomes a little bit harder to find opportunities for them. But this horse, what's he won by 4 lengths in the end? I don't think he's going to go up. I think 6 or 7 pounds he might go up, and that keeps him in the sort of not to 70 bracket, and he might be able to do some damage on that.
Yes, just a quick line on selections there. Jal Mod, like you mentioned, had to try and really race up there. I think his race was kind of run as they swung in for home. He looked a tired horse.
He's done best of the 3 who went forward. He's done by far the best in finishing 4th. So
and the form of his races worked out.
I say 4th. He was actually 5th in the end. So.
And then you've also got my selection, who was Agap Al-Khaladir, was diving in and out all over the place, was on the rails for a long way, and then ended up coming right around the outside and just plugs on nicely as well. So certainly not a bad performance from either of those two, but Jalmod certainly gets the nod of appreciation from me, because I think you were totally correct in thinking that horse would build on confidence from that last run, and also the form of that race has clearly worked out strong.
Yes, yeah, it was obviously a step up in class, but a step up in class for the winner as well, and proved that wasn't really an issue. So I'll give myself half a point for spotting the race, but not the right winner.
Yeah, but no problems at all. And Elite Power in the comments saying, sorry, I didn't have enough information about the Arabian horses, but we're going to keep trying to build up everyone's information about the purebred Arabians. Totally understandable if it is all a bit alien to you. But what's great is we get 2 purebred Arabian races every single race day here in Riyadh. So that's great. King Abdulaziz Racecourse will always be hosting these contests, so we'll be able to get to know these purebred Arabians, and there's plenty of talented ones as well. Eventually, we'll see Fu Pine on Saturday, which will be very exciting. He's one of the sort of flashy young speed kings of the purebred Arabian scene. And then we'll get to see Afsan Al-Khaladia, who might possibly be the best dirt Arabian in the world, making his reappearance later on, probably sooner rather than later. I imagine they've got plans of maybe attacking Maidan as well with him if the opportunities aren't available.
I guess
here.
the question with him then is, if they are thinking of going to Maidan with him, do they want to give him a sort of a mid-season break, because he's been kept pretty busy in Taif this summer. So if you're going to keep pushing through, you might need to sort of let him down and then build him back up again. So we'll find out when he's due to come out,
Yes.
hopefully soon enough.
Exactly, and he's an exciting horse nonetheless. So plenty of races like this, but plenty of very talented, flashy Arabians to come as well. Gareth Topham, we're already on race 4. Could you take us through the runners and the riders?
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, another big field here. It's a 2-year-old maiden contest at this time, open to fillies and colts. Number 1 is Al-Wakad, ridden by Ricardo Ferreira. Number 2, a Randast with Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 3 is Damis, the mount of A. Al-Rashid. Number 4 is Molawi, the mount of Osama Al-Sharani. Number 5 is Al-Sahim with Ahmed Al-Tayar. 7, Ala Karim, Camilo Ospina. 8, Sayek Al-Kir with Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 9 is Uneza, the mount of Adel Al-Faradi. Over the page, horse number 10 is Kila Stife, the mount of Ayad Al-Tarisi. Number 11 is Moshakila with Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. Number 12 is Farhoud, Turkey Alofi. Horse number 13, Misk, Eddie Castro. 14, Salfar, ridden by O. Al-Humidiani, with number 15, High Zoom, Alexis Marino. 16 is Murdered, partnered by Fahed Al-Faradi. Number 17 is Karam Al-Anaya, with Abdullah Al-Firuz on board. 18 is Mayarish with Hamza Saad. Number 19, Abu Nada, Salman Al-Rashid. And number 20, Cat and the Fiddle, Victor Tires on board. And there's an additional runner here, 21, Ramadan, partnered by Fawaz Wanas.
Thank you very much, Gareth, for taking us through the runners and riders for our most recent contest. This is race number 4. We go over the mile, and for me, Rory, there's a couple of horses here who I'm really grateful we've got video form for, because I think the video speaks a lot louder than the form figures do.
Yeah, do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to expand that. Ala Karim, who goes from the white stable, Camilo Ospina on board, missed out on a winner in the last race, possibly because he was going to be putting up too much weight. So interesting to see how he'll be bouncing back here on Ala Karim. I thought this horse was hugely impressive last time out in the ability where he looked in trouble. He looked quite green coming out the stalls, but was then pulled out for a challenge and absolutely rattled home. And he ate up the ground. It's just the way he covered the ground was so exciting. But there was also another horse in here in the shape of High Zoom, who is horse number 15 on your race cards, in the same ownership colours and the same jockey that we saw winning our opening contest. This horse is an absolute beast. I can't wait to see him in the parade ring. I'm hoping to get a good spot of him behind us because he's built like a 2-ton truck, and I'm looking forward to seeing him hit the race course again. He's got this real big strapping ability, but he's got pace. And one of the things that I saw in his debut there was pace. He's just walking in front of your screen now, horse number 15. He really does cover the ground well, and he's an exciting horse if he can build on that debut.
Yeah, and he showed plenty when feeling second to Hakil in a course and distance maiden last week. Your only worry is the fairly quick turnaround, but we've seen plenty of horses turned out quickly here at Riyadh so far, and not many adverse reactions, to be perfectly honest. Plenty of them coming on for a run. So he looks very promising, as you said. He's a black colt. You don't see too many of them described as black these days. Often the horses that you would describe as black are being described as bay or brown. And for a lot of people in the industry, black used to be considered an unlucky colour if you had a horse. I think that maybe that kind of superstition is dying out a little bit. But yeah, that's part of the reason why you don't see too many horses called black.
I tell you what, if you are the breeder of High Zoom, you would have seen a little black foal and thought, well, this isn't unlucky at all because he's turned into an absolute monster. He's just walking around behind us, and I'm glad he fits the real life eye test as I hoped he would. He is a real star of a horse. He's absolutely gorgeous, and I think he's got plenty more growing to do as well. He still looks a little bit weak as well, so there's plenty of improvement still in him, and I'm excited to see how he gets on the track. I think Ala Karim, as well, the video form, I can't wait to have a look at that because it's just so striking the way this horse picks up when he looks dead and buried at the top of the straight.
Yeah, and it'll be worth watching that back. He was clear of the rest that day, beaten a length by Yusuf in a 7-furlong maiden a fortnight ago. You would have thought the step up to a mile would very much suit this son of Blame. Indeed, he's bred for a little bit further still, so the longer trip will suit him. That pair look very interesting. There's a few debutants in the race. There's a few with bits and pieces of form as well, but I think the two that you've mentioned are the two who really stand out on paper. And I haven't seen Ala Karim yet, but I'd have thought he's given the stable he comes from, I thought he looks very
He's
well.
just
as well.
coming round here now. He's got Camille already on board. You can just see him on shot in front of you. Camille in the green cap and white colours already on board. You can just see how high he's sitting compared to some of the other jockeys. They just tend to keep him nice and big out of that team.
Indeed, they do. Yeah, he looks. I'm waiting for him to come right past me here, but he looks very good from a distance.
You just see him in shot right there. He looks lovely as well.
Damas is a nice colt as well. He doesn't look at all bad, but we've got our theories about Damas.
Damas
touch
is
on.
a gorgeous colt, but why on earth is he running over a mile?
He doesn't. I mean, he's not bred to be a mile. He's related to absolutely loads of 5 furlong winners, and he hasn't looked to be getting home in races over shorter trips. So stepping up to a mile today doesn't seem the obvious answer, but he still is a colt that we think will actually do stuff on the race course. He just needs to find his niche.
Watch him get a nice low 55 rating and rock up in a handicap
Perhaps.
over 1,200 metres and absolutely blitz him. That's what I'm hoping for him, because I cannot see him doing
Of course,
anything.
and no 5 furlong races here either.
Yeah.
As I said, he's a half brother to loads of winners. I mean, maybe 7 or 8 different winners of 5 furlongs.
I think it's a very deep family, but they're all speed, and
all
none of them
speed.
have showed a lick of
And
stamina.
of course, there are no opportunities for him at the minimum trip here. So we've hatched a plan really. We'll wait until he gets that mark of 55, and then import him back to the UK.
That's the UK, and then start jotting up at Wolverhampton. That's the key, isn't it, in one of those handicaps? But he'd certainly be a horse to keep an eye on as well. Horse number 2 on the race, because I thought he was an interesting runner, just considering how green he was, and he still ran on nicely for 3rd on debut. He's horse number 2.
Yeah, he doesn't, not quite the same level of form as he beat 8 3/4 lengths in the end, when 3rd to Alpshire in that 6 furlong maiden 2 weeks ago. But he, as you said, he was in need of the experience, and he should benefit from a step up and trip. I'm afraid to say Damas is going not at all easily to post. He's looking a bit like a bucking bronco. On the other hand, you'd be delighted with Ala Kareem, who's going as smooth as silk to post. A couple of them getting a little bit, when they come out on the course here, they do tend to want to get on with things, and the jockeys often kick their feet out of the stirrups and just try to hack them down. But some are less keen than others to go down smoothly. But the way Ala Kareem went down was very positive. Plenty of them taking a little bit of a grip.
It's such a big expanse of space, though. They sort of come from this tight, packed parade ring, and they turn out and suddenly they just see all this space in front of them, and, they work at home.
It's what I would do. Yeah.
They just go running off into the space. You just see High Zoom just making his way out here, and it would be a little bit green, but I'm excited to see how he gets on. Here he is in shot. He's an absolutely gorgeous horse, and he's one of those that really just captured my imagination when I saw him on debut. He broke well, he was prominent all the way out, and then didn't sort of throw the towel in when he looked to have his race run. So that was positive for me. I'm looking forward to see him, and he's got a jockey on board who's in red hot form right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Alex Moreno riding on a high at the moment, he will be looking to add to his tally today. Not enormously impressed by Mayarage going to post, but then again, her form suggests that she's beginning to tail off anyway. She didn't look anything special going down there. A couple of them catching the eye, it has to be said, on the way to post. Misk looked okay.
Yeah, I would go with Aneza as the horse who looked good going out of the post. Just see the grade, just about to drop out of shot now, horse number 9. He's got very, very warm in the preliminaries, but his form last time was really interesting, where he sort of missed the kick and then ran on quite strongly throughout the race. Ended up finishing 4th. I didn't think that was a bad run. I think it was a fair bit off the eventual winner. Yeah. But I thought it was an eye-catching run for a debut. I imagine he'll come on for that. But again, like a lot of these quick turnarounds.
Exactly. He's beaten 13.5 lengths, or she rather was beaten 13.5 lengths, the daughter of Gervin, behind Takfik in a 7 furlong maiden 2 weeks ago. You'd like to think the experience won't be lost in her, and the step up and trip will help as well.
Yes, we can see horse number 7 now in action, and it's all about what Ala Kareem does when the switch is made. He's just lugging in towards the rail, but then the jockey pulls out, and just watch the way this horse eats up the ground. I was fascinated by this effort.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to, maybe grab second place, but be beaten a fair way. But he's actually taken off once he's really found out what it's all about in the last 200 metres. Just, he was galloping up in the air a little bit. He was showing plenty of ability, but not really getting the message until very late in the day, but he finished quickly in the last 150, 200 metres. He looks terrific here. All I've seen of him, I thought he looked okay in the parade ring. I love the way he went down, and I like how collected he is at the post as well.
This is High Zoom, was front ranked all the way through here, but knuckles down nicely when under pressure by the eventual winner, the grey horse on the outside.
Yeah, he's on the inside and gets a couple of reminders there, but he battles on very well to be a 3-length second to Hakit, who looks like an above-average performer in front. You can see that he's maintaining his distance over the horses behind him as well. He goes to the line, which is a good sign. He should come on for the run. He wasn't unfit this day as such, but however fit you get them at home, they should benefit from the experience. And he proved that he stayed the trip that day as well, which is important. A lot of these stepping up a trip, and you're hoping they might be suited by him, but we know that he's proven it with a trip already, so that's a positive for me. But of the pair
He'll
of
get
them,
a lot further over time as well, won't he? He shapes like a horse who's going to be really enjoying 2,000 metres plus.
He should do, yeah. I don't know an awful lot about Yoshida, the sire, but High Zoom definitely looks like he will stay a little bit further. The question with him is whether this comes a little bit too quickly for a horse of his build.
Yes.
They often just need a little bit of time between races, to recover. So
we
the
did
quick turnaround is
see Roger Kerr yesterday.
Yes.
He made a quick turnaround. He was a big strapping type. He handled the quick turnaround too. But again, they're a lot more precocious, the white stable runners, than maybe High Zoom is.
Yes, and I still think you should get a good run from him today. I'm going to put my cards on the table and say that I'm going to go for Ala Kareem here. But the pair of them look certainly above average. They're the type who should improve for stepping up to a mile and beyond. Both of them in terms of the pedigree. But Ala Kareem just looks absolutely ready for today. Seems to come on an awful lot for that debut. And that's the difference between them on the day for me.
He's by Blame, and I think he's quite interesting because he's much more short coupled than a lot of the typical white stable horses that we see.
Yeah.
He looks very put
Blame
together.
was pretty much in that mould himself. Obviously, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, who's getting quite a lot of runners in Europe at the moment.
Yeah, they seem to be doing quite all right, don't they? I think everyone sort of remembers him in really hushed tones because he beat Zenyatta, but he must be quite a tough stallion to market, I always feel. Like, how do you market the horse that broke everybody's heart?
Yeah, it's like the guy who shot Bambi's mother. But yeah, he was, and of course, I talk about him being in that sort of mould because next to Zenyatta, he looked very ordinary. But I'm sure he was perfectly proportioned, but she was just a goddess of a racehorse, wasn't she?
I think it's the same. So who beat Enable in the Arc at the final strides? The name has completely slipped my mind. And it's just that trying to advertise a stallion like that. Oh yeah, he broke all your hearts, but please send your there. But for me, I'm going to go against you here. I love High Zoom, and I'm just really intrigued to see how he runs. But I'd be absolutely kicking myself if he was to win and I wasn't with him. So High Zoom, number 15 for myself. Rory, Ala Kareem for you, I imagine.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So number 7, Ala Kareem for Rory, and great to see everyone staying involved in the YouTube comments. Still, the congratulations pour in for Jimmy Jerkins as well, which is great to see. So let us know who you're with in this race, and now we'll hand over to Gareth Topham.
Thanks, guys. Runners are heading behind for our 4th race of the day, and still plenty of them are out of line, but the loading up process is taking place. Dam is heading in, due to go forward into stall 3. So once again, a maiden contest here. This is a race for the non-winners, but for one of them today, that is about to change. In shot there is Sayek Al-Kir with Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride, and this one will be coming out of stall number 8. In shot there, Abu Nada, and also Damis, horse number 3. Lovely silks those, aren't they? The dark green with the gold braid as they continue to head into the stalls. You can see there that the gap in the stalls is between stalls 14 and 15, so from High Zoom onwards down the race card, they're going to be running a fair bit wider, aren't they, as the field continue to head into line. And I'd say around about 6 or 7 of them still left to go forward, including Al Wakad, and also out of line is High Zoom, Arandus as well, and also Ala Kareem, who was given a positive mention in the studio a moment or so ago by Rory as the field continued to head forward. Damis slots into line. Arandus is heading forward as well. Also out of line is High Zoom. And it won't be too much longer before we are underway for this fourth race on the card here at Riyadh today. And final few heading into line. 1,600 metres then, once again, the journey. And Al Wakad about to head in. Is it Valdgeist, the horse who beat Enable in the Arc a few years ago, I wonder? Wonder if Callum's listening. I think it was Valdgeist. Final couple then heading in. And it's not going to be too much longer. Farhood about to slot forward. Will complete the lineup. Set to go then, a 2-year-old maiden race. Will be fast and furious here, 1,600 metres. Long hold. Appear to stand pretty well. The starter hasn't yet let them go. So maybe he's seeing something that I'm not. Big field here of juveniles. Real learning curve for them as well. But now the starter's happy and he pushes the button. Damis is away sharply here in a dark green coloured jacket, with Ala Karim also racing closer for Onazar, a grey horse not too far off the pace now, just tucking in behind Killer Stife, who's also one of the front runners. Farhood is a little wider out, and that one racing in company with High Zoom. Al Wakad is right down along the inside and is racing just in front of Arandus as they cover early ground and run towards the end of the back straight. High Zoom has picked up the lead and moves away by around about a length or so to Ala Karim, who now runs in second spot. Killer Stife is deeper out on the track in company with Farhood, and then Al Wakad over towards the rails. Damis, who begun well, is now back into around about 6th or 7th place as they head left-handed around the home turn. Onazar is racing with that one, and the others being headed off by Moded up around the outside, and a couple of lengths break back to Karamal Anea and the others, but this leader goes well. Turning in then with around about 350 metres left ahead of them, and it is High Zoom zooming along by the best part of 3 to 4 lengths. Al Wakad down along the inside of Ala Karima, scrapping out second and third at the moment. That said, they're now closing as High Zoom, for the first time in the race, showing small signs of anxiety and is taken with less than 200 to run. Al Wakad, the dark jacket, over to the far side of Ala Karim. These are now the two battling out the finish. Al Wakad, the far side, is half a length in front to Ala Karim in second and is drawing a little further away near the line. Al Wakad beats Ala Karim, and the two of them pulling clear of High Zoom, who gave it a good shot back in third. That's how they've come home, and it's a winner for the Athbar Racing Stables as Al Wakad, in the hands of Ricardo Ferreira, goes on to win and has battled on bravely in the closing stages to get the better of Ala Karim, and the two of them pulling nicely clear. Good performance from Al Wakad, given that this was his debut run, and he's beaten more experienced Ala Karim in second place, and there might well be a bit more to come from both of them. I always think when two horses pull clear in a race, the form can be worth following, and I think that this winner, Al Wakad, who's done it in a time of 1 minute 40.12 seconds, I think there'll be a lot more to come from him, given how he's got the better of a more experienced rival in Ala Karim today. High Zoom, who looked the possible winner a couple of furlongs from home, faded into third place but has run well, and in turn was well clear of Karam Alanea back in fourth. So there's the full result on the screen. First, number 1, Al Wakad. Second was number 7, Ala Karim. And third was number 15, High Zoom. Al Wakad it is, taking our fourth race on the card and scoring on debut.
I'm here with Ricardo Ferreira and his translator Andre, who will be doing all the hard work in this interview. But firstly, well, Ricardo, congratulations. How good a horse have we just seen?
Ele está a dizer felicitações e está-te a perguntar a qualidade do cavalo. Se é um cavalo muito bom ou...
Yes, I think good horse. You know, first time win. I think, you know, next time better, but sometimes it's horse. Nice race. I have a good jump. I stay behind pace and wait, you know, wait the last 200 for very good form. I know this horse in the morning, and I'm very happy, and thank you the team.
They went really fast early on. Were you always confident you'd pull them back?
Ele disse que foram ritmo super rápido de início. Estavas confiante que eles que no fim iam voltar?
Bom, o treinador disse para sair bem e que a corrida normalmente se ia correr rápido. E eu mantive sempre, eu montei para o cavalo, não é? Eu montei para ele estar bem no seu passo e tentar guardar-lo ao máximo para o final. Ganhamos, mas podia fazer também uma boa corrida estando terceiro.
Yeah, so he said, you know, he felt comfortable throughout the race. The trainer did say, you know, they were going to go a good speed from start. So just lay up with the pace. But he said he was always comfortable in knowing the horse was going to get a place. Whether he was going to win or not was another question. But he stuck his neck out all the way to the end, and he did well. Yeah.
And we haven't seen Ricardo at Taif. Firstly, where has he been? Where has he come from? And how much is he enjoying Riyadh? I'm sure he's been here before, if we know our numbers correctly.
Yeah, so he's a champion jockey in Spain, and he rides between Spain and France and the Parisian tracks and also sort of Dax and all that area. But predominantly Spain is where he's based, and this is his third season in Riyadh. So throughout the summer, he'll be more based in Europe, and that's why you don't see him in Taif. But Riyadh is usually then his winter spot.
That is fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ricardo. I'm sure this is much more fun than the Test de Bouche, but enjoy it, and congratulations and well done for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Right, we're going to try and grab Lucas. At the moment, he's just in conversation with the Arabic channel, but stay with me for the time being, and we'll grab him as soon as that interview is finished. What I made of that performance, High Zoom, your eventual third place horse, travelled so strongly out front early on. He had to use a lot of his early speed to get across from a wide draw, but once he got across from that wide draw, was able to settle on the rail and looked really, really comfortable in second. The White Stable runner ran a mighty race. I saw, again, a very quick turnaround running against a horse who's not had a run behind his name. Very impressive, but our eventual winner is another horse to look forward to as well. So do not be surprised to see the 1, 2 and the 3 all going on to bigger and better things in Riyadh later on in the season. Still doing the interview behind me, so I'll hold on a little bit further. Looking forward to the rest of the card though, Kaflahom. Make sure you stick with us until race 11 and then obviously beyond till race 12, because if you're stuck there for so long, you may as well stay with us for a little bit longer. But Kaflahom is a very, very exciting runner. We're seeing him. He was so mightily impressive on debut last time. They've given him some time. It was interesting to see that he didn't run so early on in the Taif season. He missed out on all those big cup races for 2-year-olds in Taif, but I think we're seeing a serious Saudi Derby contender, and I know there's a lot of people here who have come purely today just to see Kaflahom run. And again, it's a lovely crowd here today. We don't get to see so much of it now we're in our comfortable air-conditioned studio, but there's a good crowd here today. Friday racing in Saudi Arabia, always something for everybody to do, fun for all the family. And now we can just grab Lucas, who's just running away. I'm going to make sure he doesn't get on the phone. So Lucas, before you jump on the phone first, I've got to stop you. What a performance on debut there. Really nice horse.
Yeah, great horse. In the mornings, he's very easy to train. All the jockeys were telling me, and what I see in the mornings, he needs distance. He's by good magic. They usually get better at 3, super pedigree. But well, super tough race before, like 3-4 horses that were second on debut. It was his first time out. I was a bit afraid of that, but he overcome everything, so he's very good.
Now, my producer's in my ear telling me you're on an unbelievably hot streak right now. Have you had 3 winners from your last 3 runners?
Yeah, the 2 hours from last week, today this horse. Let's hope we can continue tomorrow.
Absolutely. Best of luck tomorrow. Who have you got tomorrow? Who have you got running tomorrow?
Well, we have just Adva and Food de Pinet.
Food de Pine, isn't it? Yeah. One of my favourite Arabians. I can't believe that. Everyone's laughing at me now because I've forgotten. How is Food de Pine? How's the prep been for this race?
Well, 2 horses are great. We'll see tomorrow. It's a tough the race, but when they are good, as I tell you, they can overcome everything. Inshallah, tomorrow he can win again.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us, and well done, and best of luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we're going to get a chance to see this race again, and as you heard from Callum, this looked a pretty hot race, and it went fairly much to plan. You see that Ricardo Ferreira gets out from stall 1 pretty handily, but he knows there's pace around him, and he wants to make sure that he's not stopped in his run by anything that's going to drop back in the field. So he comes into the first bend right on the inside, but in about 5th place. The speed at this stage is now coming from High Zoom, who's come from a wide drop and got across to the lead, and he gets clear by about 2 or 3 lengths from Ala Karim, but Camilo Ospino and Ala Karim is very keen to throw down a reasonably early challenge to the leader, not to make sure that he doesn't get an easy lead. But all the time you see on the reel, creeping away, is Al Wakad. This jockey said at this stage he was confident he'd be placed. He wasn't sure if he'd be good enough to win on debut, and he clearly wasn't going to give the horse a particularly punishing run, because this is a horse who's bred to get better with time and distance, as is the case with the front two. But at this stage, the leader has gone very hard, and the question is whether he's going to be able to see it out. Briefly, it looked like the race was won for High Zoom because he's built up a 4-length lead. The second and third are off the bridle, but he's done a lot of work from the very start to get across the field and get to the front, and he just gets a little bit tired from this stage, and you can see now under pressure he's being closed down on the outside by Ala Karim, and in the middle by Al Wakad. He gets a lovely split between the two of them. Ala Karim looks like he's getting closer with every stride, but to be fair to the winner, Al Wakad, he got himself half a length in front and he stayed there, and actually in the final 50 metres he's just pulling out a little bit more to win by about a length and a half as they hit the line. In a good time, 1:40.12. That's a better than average time for a race like this over the mile trip. That was helped set up by the strong pace that High Zoom set. You'd say he's a little bit better than the bare result, given that he never had a chance to get a breather. His rider kept asking him here.
Yeah, he got a real tough ask from it from the front there, and we mentioned straight at the start, he's had to come a long way across. You know, he's got that extra stall space as well because of the way the stalls are set up. He's one extra horse wide, and I think he paid for it in the final furlong there, and he was quite lucky to actually hold on for third, but he's just such an exciting horse for me. I think that he's got something that a lot of big horses don't have. He's got speed, but take nothing away from our race winner here. Lucas is absolutely flying. Al Wakad doing the business, and it won't be a surprise to see Fou de Pine be really strongly fancied tomorrow.
Fou de Pine.
Fou de Pine, I should apologise.
Really, really good to hear from both horse and jockey there, by the way.
Thank you, man.
Jockey and trainer, even.
Sure, jockey and trainer. Unfortunately, I didn't get a word from the horse. Gareth can take us through the runners and riders for our next contest.
Thanks, guys. Race 5 coming up. 1,600 metres once again is the journey ahead of them. This is a locally bred horses maiden, and they are 3 years old. Fillies and colts here. Number 1 is Farea Alanea, the mount of A. Al Rashid. Number 2 is Karteeb, partnered by Fawaz Wanas. Number 3, Cyber, with Ali Al Mamoni. Number 4, Mabdana, Camilo Ospina. 5 is Sakar, the mount of Jimmy Carrion. 6 is Kadir, the mount of double-seeking Rayon Al Torsh, with number 7, Salam Al Ayers. Alexis Marino also looking for a second winner here today. Number 8 is Leo Yunra Khan with Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 9 is Moe Doho, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 10, Lamine Tariq Al Hassan. 11, Nayat Al Bari, Ayad Al Tarisi on board. Number 12 is Riyadh Al Wasil with Hamza Saad. Number 13 is Webbi with Mohammed Al Shurimar taking the ride. Number 14 is Gala Shahar, Thurba Al Timyat with 15 Samu Abdul Rahman. Khalid Al Mamoni takes the ride. 16 is Izdaha with Abdullah Al Lofi. Number 17 over the page to find Safi, the mount of A. Al Said. 18, Akko Noof, Yusuf Al Husin. 19, Bint Always, Abdulaziz Al Yesh. And number 20, Kamikazel, the mount of Abdulaziz of Ali Al Butib. The other 3 don't run, 21, 22, 23, scratch those. Still leaves us with a big field for this 5th race on the card. Good luck.
Yes, good luck to everyone involved. Obviously, Farah Alanaya walking around the parade ring here. First start of the season with the meter 56, came second. Surely one of those we've got to keep an eye on here?
Yeah, I mean, he's been tried up to Group 1 level in the past. He's pretty highly tried. Back to form when seconds in a course and distance maiden 2 weeks ago. You'd like to think he can build on that, yeah.
4 seconds from 9 career starts. We've seen a horse already do that, but I think it's very different to Al Medan.
Yeah, and interestingly, when he's been on place, he's been in tougher races. He hasn't always raced in maiden company, so this is an easier task for Riyadh Al-Anaya, and we'll see whether he can get it done. There is the possibility that he's a little bit of a,
Cheeky monkey.
that he's capable of running to a reasonable level in higher company without being able to win a maiden. You do get horses like that.
Have you got
We'll find out today.
the interesting thing about it is he's got that low draw. If he's able to get out and dictate, as we can just see number 8 taking, that's Le Oyun Rakan, who's just taking a bit of a keen hold down while being ponied down, which is something you very rarely
Never
see.
a great sign, but to be honest, this is a horse who could probably do with a break. His form has gone backwards, and he's just a little too keen. I'd be surprised if he takes a prominent role today, given his behaviour without the waiting post.
One of the other horses we didn't quite get a chance to talk about was Cyber, horse number 3. I thought it was a very good run, second place last time, hit the line hard on that day. Did the race sort of fall apart in front of him?
No, I think the key is what kind of race it was. It was not a 55 handicap last time out, and it was a good run for the grade.
Yeah.
He's been raised by the handicap a little bit for that, but this is, racing off a rating of 57 in a maiden like this. This maybe isn't as strong as the last couple of races we've seen, but I think he'll struggle in this company.
What sort of rating do you think the winner has to run to win here in a contest like this?
This is a tricky one because you get quite a lot of horses. See, Faria Al-Anaya is rated 82, but a lot of that form comes from running in better company than this. Probably didn't run to 82 to be placed in that maiden last time out, but should be running to about 70 at the very least. So that's the sort of level you are looking at for most of these. Is the Jars rated 74? A lot of horses. Kamikazel's rated 74. He's an interesting one, isn't he? We've seen a little bit of him at Taif. But a lot of horses maybe not quite running to their marks, and a lot of horses who are really only rated in the 50s in this, which shouldn't be good enough to win a Riyadh maiden at this stage of the season.
Yeah, Kamikaze. Let's talk about that horse because we'll see him shortly on screen in front of you as we look at horse number 18, Aku Noof, who's making seasonal reappearance. But Kamikaze, the one that's definitely caught your eye.
Yeah, well, we saw him run very well when second to Roland. A real favourite of yours in a mile maiden at Taif back at meeting 25. He was then 5th to No next time out.
They're good horses though. No and Roland are above average animals.
He probably ran to the same sort of level in a tougher race last time out, went 5th. He was 4th prior to that, so he'd been there or thereabouts. The question is, he's been off now since sort of the middle of the Taif season, so he's had a little bit of a break. The question is whether he's going to be ready to go for this, or whether he's one of those who's going to be refreshed by the break. But he didn't have a heavy season in Taif. He only had the 3 runs. So if he's running to his best, he's got a good chance here. But he is drawn in stall 20, so he's going to need to be fairly sharp. You can get across. We've seen it often enough, but if you're not sharp from the stalls, from stall 20, then that can make life difficult for you.
Now we know the Red Stable are flying at the moment. They've got Is the Jar, who is making a first return after a little bit of time off the track, has only had the 2 runs, and they were both very promising. I'm telling you now, this is my selection, horse number 16. I think he's criminally unexposed here.
Yeah, I'd love to see him in a handicap of 74, to be perfectly honest. We're talking about what level you need to run to here. Kamikazel's rated 74. We're about to see Faria Al-Anaya here in front at this stage, gets run down late in the day behind Al-Khwarizmi in this course and distance maiden 2 weeks ago. Al-Khwarizmi on the far side is just getting up late to beat Faria Al-Anaya, who's just got tired late on, just shifting out a little bit and flattening out in his run, just about holds on for second place in the end. He gives the impression from that he'll come on for that fitness-wise, and he does have the best form in this race in terms of his back catalogue. But I do agree with you, this Red Stable runner Is the Jar. Is capable of a fair bit better. We see him here finishing second, building on debut promise when beating 3 3/4 lengths here behind Motafared in a course and distance maiden. This is going back to January. The 3rd horse there is Hawajis.
Yeah, who we've seen, and the winner ran in the Sprint 2000 Championship as well. So that was a good race.
We saw Hawajis run here yesterday in a decent contest and ran a cracker of a race after a break.
Did.
So I think
he was stepping up in trip, wasn't he, as well, Howard?
He was up to a mile, having won a 6 furlong maiden at Taif. So I think that form is beginning to work out, and I think you'd rate it higher now than you would at the time. Does he look hard fit to you?
He doesn't look hard fit.
He looks big and well, but big and well often means you might come on for the run here.
But you know, I'm a
So-
sucker for big and well-looking horses.
Yeah,
You know, that's
just-
my problem. I see a big and well-looking animal, and I'm like, oh yes.
I think he might be the best prospect in this race, but I'm not convinced from those pictures that he is. I mean, he might win a show class, but he might not
Look at him,
be.
look at his dressage trot as well. Of course he'll win a show class.
He looks like a bull,
Yeah.
which is I think is a good thing going forward. But whether having that physique and coming off a long break since January means that he's ready to do this, I'm not entirely sure.
Well, let's talk about selection now, unless there's anyone else you need to bring up, but I know we'll want to get to Gareth in plenty of time here, so who do you like in this?
Well, I did like Izdajar. I know you're still going to go for him, but I'm slightly put off by what might be a lack of fitness.
The eye test.
So I'll go with the class with Farea Alanea. Stall 1 should be ideal for a horse that likes to go forward. A little bit of deadwood in here. He should have no excuses, is the bottom line with him.
This is an ideal opportunity for him,
Yeah.
isn't it? Especially with the draw position as well. So Rory will be going for Farea Alanea. I will be going for oh my goodness,
nearly.
Izdajar. There we go. It's the sneaky Z in there that always gets me. Izdajar is the horse I'm going for, horse number 16. Everybody at home, it's great to see so many people in the comments. We've had a really active comment section, which is wonderful to see. I know someone was asking for Tom in the comments, which was like, I'm only going to disappoint them because Rebecca and Tom aren't here. So I feel like it's been a massive letdown to somebody at home who is purely tuned in to see the two better broadcasters, and now they've been left with us.
Have you not considered putting Tom's phone number up there? I think you just ring him at home.
We've got to be very careful about what we do next with that number. But yeah, so it's Rory and Callum here instead of Rebecca and Tom, but hopefully they'll be back soon. They won't be away for too long. But Gareth Topham will always be here, and he's going to take us through this cracking little contest. Our 5th race on the card, Gareth. Exciting.
Yeah, good race, isn't it, guys? And runners are circling at the start. Let's have a look at a few of these close-ups. Mu Abdul Rahman just went through shot, and Cyber as well under Ali Al-Mamoni. There's number 12, Raid Al-Wasil, Hamza Saad on board. And now the loading up process about to get underway. Kateb, who's on debut, heading forward into stall 2. As the sun begins to set on Riyadh, and this race under the lights, about to get underway in the next couple of minutes or so. Once again, a sizable field here, and as they load up, heading forward, Qadir, horse number 6, and much wider out Bint always. Abdulaziz Al Yesh heading forward into stall 90. Once again here, maiden contest, so they're drawn what their race card number is, which makes it nice and easy. Likely to get a head-on shot as they break away, so it'll give you a bit of an idea over who's where. And Mabdana, this is heading in. Camilo Ospina taking the ride on this one. So still a fair few of them out of line. There's the white-faced Gala Shahar, Turbal Timiat on board. Nice looking individual. And number 9 is Moe Doho with Abdulaziz Al Musa heading forward into stall 9 with those yellow bandages on. So we're getting there. Final few slotting forward. Looks like Farea Alanea is still out of line. Lamine is out of line as well, along with Webby and also Izdajar, who Callum was fairly keen on beforehand. They'll be heading forward there in that green and white colour jacket. Stall 13 for Webby. And it won't be too much longer now before we're underway for our latest race, race 5, getting on for the halfway point of the card here in Riyadh. Final couple heading in, 12 Raid Al Wasil, that will leave 10 Lamine to head in, and then we'll be ready to go. 1600 metres, once again the journey ahead of the field, and they're lined up, set to go, and starter lets them go, and Farea Alanea flies out of stall 1 and shows up prominently with Mabdana in a red coloured jacket, red headgear, also well to the fore. Kadir is a little bit wider out, and deeper still to Moe Doho, who's not too far away, and Izdajar gaining a good early position as well, also in red colours. That one keeps company with Akko Noof. Further down then to Kamikaze as they settle themselves down, and it is Farai Alanea who shows narrowly in front over Izdajar, who's now moved up into second position. Akko Noof is a bit wider out at running in at third, and they're being followed by Bint Always, who's just parked a little bit wider out as they head towards the turn. Kadir, in contrast, is over towards the inside, and Samu Abdul Rahman is with these. Over towards the inside, racing next is Salam Al Ayez as they're making the left-handed run back towards home. And Farai Alanea showing really good early speed here, got that really clean start and brings them back inside their final 600 metres with a 1.5 length lead. Izdajar is in second place, looks quite menacing. They are a few lengths away from Akko Noof, who's going to straighten up in at third as they now make the journey into the home straight. Samu Abdul Rahman is running on fairly well back in behind them, and very quickly Izdajar takes control. Just over a furlong to go. Izdajar, Abdullah Alofi shoot the best part of 5 or 6 lengths away, just hanging a little bit under pressure in second place. Farai Alanea, who looks to be getting tired, but with every stride this leader comes further and further away. Izdajar in the end is going to run out a most impressive winner. The only horse in the picture, Izdajar first, the rest nowhere. Izdajar is the winner. Might well have been Salam Al Ayez coming through up the inside to grab the second. We'll leave it to the judge for the minors in behind. What an impressive winner. It's gone the way of Izdajar in the hands of Abdullah Al-Lofi, and this one coming right away in the concluding stages, and has finished in a splendid isolation. Could be getting on for double digits in terms of lengths there, how far Izdajar has prevailed by. Izdajar for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Al-Aziz has come home well clear, and in a time of 1 minute 41.15 seconds as well. And it is Izdajar home a long way ahead. Coming home, Salam Al Ayez for the second spot, and Akko Noof it is who's got third from the tiring Farai Alanea, who helped push the pace along, having broken very alertly indeed, but couldn't quite see out the final 200 metres or so, in particular against this winner Izdajar, who has come home a clear-cut victor. 7 lengths, not quite double digits, but 7 it was. I think it could have perhaps been a little bit more as well, if the jockey would have wanted it to be. Izdajar is the winner, number 16. There's the result on the screen. 7 Salam Al Ayez was second, 18 Akko Noof in third. I doubt, guys, if we're going to get a winner quite as impressive as that for the rest of the day. Keep the name in the notebook, Izdajar.
Well, I think we've seen a very good horse here in the shape of Jcsa, who has won here first time up after a bit of a break in quite impressive style, Rory, and he looked like he might be in trouble as they were about to turn in for home, and we thought maybe he's blowing up a bit soon, but he seemed to find plenty more in the straight when he was asked.
You stitched me up like a kipper on this one. Without seeing him just before the start, I was convinced this is the best prospect on the race. The form of his last runs worked out really well with Howard's winning since and running really well last night. It's just the sight of him thinking, well, he looks, as I said, big and well. The big and well is always kind of code for not fit, and he looks to be carrying plenty of condition, doesn't he?
He certainly does.
There's no hint of a poverty line with this horse at all, which he's often talking about in horses who are really hard fit. And I thought, well, he won't be fit enough to win this, but he's won it really nicely. But in fairness, on the fitness side, he's blowing really hard post-race, so he must be a really good horse to be able to win as he has, when clearly he's taken a fair bit out of himself, and he's see the mouth open when he's got the race won. His mouth is gaping open in the last 100 metres. That's a sign that he's sort of gasping for air there.
So he has wind up sign written all over him there.
Well, he's not stopping at all. It's just that if you're carrying that extra burden and you're not aerobically fit coming into this, and obviously he gives the impression that he's got a lot of talent, but his physical appearance suggests that he's maybe hasn't been worked overly hard. This is pure talent that's won him the race. So he is gasping for air a little bit, and you can see from his demeanour post-race, he's blowing very hard. He's trying to get that air back into his lungs again. So this is, you wouldn't want to see him turned out a week after this.
No.
You'd have to say you'd want to give him a bit of a break on the back of it. But I think it's a really good performance to win as he has when clearly not 100% wound up. And time may prove that he's the type of horse to go well fresh. But, you don't see, most of those horses who go well fresh are the lean types who tend to run up light after a run, rather than the ones who appear to be carrying lots of condition. Every now and again you get one in that mould, but maybe he's just one of them. But I think he will improve a lot for the run.
Yeah, he improved last season. He was third on debut and then second next time out. A couple of bits of postscript from there. Fareya Alanaya, who you can just see in front here, he absolutely attacked the stalls before they jumped off, and I think he got himself a bit wound up from there. And I think he's probably running more on fear than he is on ability. Stopped very quickly there. And the top three, all three of them, none of them ran in type. And I think that might be a theme that we'll see throughout the racing here at Riyadh, is the Riyadh form is clearly stronger than the type form. And as Jimmy Jerkin said, the track is different, the racing is different, and the quality is just that little bit higher.
Yeah, I mean, you still see type horses winning here, and you'll see horses who maybe couldn't win in type who actually will win in Riyadh. But you're right, there are a lot of horses, a lot of trainers, a lot of owners who will basically say, no, I want my horse to run specifically at Riyadh, and the horse will be suited by the big galloping track and the faster dirt surface. If you look at the times of races, you know that this is a stiffer track, so the times should be slightly slower, if you like. A sharp track should produce faster times, but it's a slower surface at Thai fundamentally. This surface produces quicker times on the whole. You're looking at 2 or 3 seconds for 6 furlongs in terms of the times that you're getting in regular races. Independent of ability. He
bounced out really well as well. Look at him, he leapt from 16.
He could break his way out of the stalls, frankly, a horse with his size and weight. But yeah, this is very likeable. Lovely shot again of them coming away from the stalls. But look at him, he's twice the size as some of the horses on his inside. As you said, it was definitely a help to him that Fareya Alanaya went hard in front. I mean, that was, as I said, my selection of the race, because worried about the fitness of the winner and thought in stall 1 he should be able to get to the front and dictate the pace. He didn't really dictate the pace. He was
running away.
He was going as fast as he could, really. And as you said, that's possibly because he sort of crashed into the stalls before the start and was overly keen to get away. And then once you do that, that sets the adrenaline off, and he was running on adrenaline rather than being able to be rated by his jockey through the race. He's better than that. It's an unusual sign from him, because he's got more experience than a few of these as well. So you wouldn't expect that kind of behaviour. But he's shown up well for a long way. But as you said, not giving him a chance to breathe through the race because he's virtually panicking means that you can put a line through the run.
Talking about things we shouldn't really be panicking about, our viewership is from all over. Just checking out the YouTube comments again. Jose Antonio Jimeno Torres said, Que grande, Ricardo, which is a celebration of Ricardo, who won our previous contest. Great to see you guys getting involved in the comments. We know we have a large South American viewership, big Camillo Ospino fans, and plenty of other Panamanian jockeys here too. And then we've got Ed Arfield as well, coming in all the way from New York. He's saying well done to the Red Stable. Obviously, Jimmy Jerkins a part of the Red Stable, and Ed Arfield doing all the social media work for the Jimmy Jerkins yard. So plenty of viewers from all four corners of the globe.
Yeah, and listen, I thought I like what happened in the last race as well. We're sort of pushing boundaries as well. We've got a winning jockey who's based in Spain and France through this summer. The winning trainer, Lucas Gaitan, is Argentinian by birth. And you're getting that sort of the wider feel of what's going on here. We tend to Thai feels. I really enjoyed Thai, but it does feel like a local meeting quite a lot of the time. We feel that there's a little bit more of an international flavour already to Riyadh,
and
it's
we've
going
got
to
a
build
long
through the
way to
season
go
as well.
to. We get to Saudi Cup now, and I think it's one of the true international race meetings where we have runners from all four corners of the globe. Interesting point there on this Red Stable form. We know that these colours have done well previously. They've been champion owners for a very long time. They've got an awful lot to do to catch the White Stable.
Yeah,
However,
I don't think that's going to happen this season in terms of number of winners.
It's going to be very hard, isn't it? But they're clearly coming on for Riyadh, and it'll be very interesting to see the two of them side by side with just Riyadh form, rather than the Thai form included, because the Red Stable clearly wasn't trying, wasn't sending out a lot of horses in Thai compared to what the White Stable was doing. But now here in Riyadh, they are absolutely flying in the winners.
Yes, I think you're right. I think a comparison between the 2 yards through the Riyadh season was very interesting because it's not so much like one set of owners target Thai and one set targets Riyadh. The White Stable are going to be very strongly represented here through the Riyadh season, and the perennial champions, the Red Stable, also with lots of runners here, which they didn't really have at times. So yeah, the head-to-head will be very interesting for the next couple of months.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how, just sort of a little bit of a postscript from all of this, is how it all turns out. And I know the White Stable have been buying very, very heavily in England and France, in both the horses in training sales and the yearling sales. So there's plenty more firepower coming into that yard, and I'm sure the Red Stable are doing exactly the same thing.
Indeed, yeah. Anyway, we've got to move on. We talked a lot about that, so let's...
Yes, race 6, halfway through the card. Gareth Topham, give us the runners and the riders.
1600 metres, once again the journey ahead of the locally bred horses open race here. This is for 3-year-olds, and number 1 is Al Freyni, the mount of Victor Gutierrez. Number 2 is Nazrat Kir with Eddie Castro on board. 3 is Al Sharid, Fahed Al Faredi. Number 4, Wafi Al Ayaz, Abdulaziz Al Musa. 5 is Ayadat with Abdullah Al Fairuz. 6 is Azal Mawi with Sanid Al Dehani on board. Number 7 is Mandub Al Riyad, Alexis Marino. Number 8, Inze, the mount of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Over the page to number 10, Rawajeh with Mohammed Al Daham. Now 11, Mostafi, I'm hearing this one is out. Number 12 is Nakra Al Said with Turkey Alofi. 13, San Remo Rayan Al Torsh. 14 is Nabe Al-Sad, Sultan Al-Mamoni. Take out number 9, Awa Shah, 11, Mostafi, and 15, Warad Al-Jud. That leaves a field of 12 by my calculations.
Quick math from Gareth Topham there, well done that man. And yes, a field that's been taken apart by some non-runners, but take nothing away from those who are clearly still taking their chance. And I think they've all got a lot to do to beat Adat, who comes here on seasonal reappearance. 3 wins from 5 stars, rated 100. Could be a little bit special, Rory.
Yeah, I mean, she's got very, very strong form, Adat, winning the King Fahd Cup over course and distance in January, and she has got a huge chance, the daughter of Premier Tap, if she's back to that sort of form after an absence. Also a winner of the King Abdulaziz Cup as well. So yeah, a couple of big cup wins on her record already.
Oh, she finished 10th in the King
Oh, sorry, I take it back. That was sorry, I take that back. That was the last. That was the last run. That was because she was So that was the one Nephew. I think it was just the end of quite a heavy season for her. So that was her last appearance. But yeah, prior to that, she'd won the King Fahd Cup, which is a decent contest over this course and distance as well. So everything seems to be in her favour. Her main rival's a non-runner, so it does seem set up for her to win. a real mix of abilities in against her in this open contest, and she's a little bit better than this sort of grade, isn't she?
Yeah, and we've just seen Inze coming through shot, who was a regular type performer, Mandub Al Riyadh with another one who was a regular type performer, and we're now seeing Rawajay, who is also a regular type performer.
Yeah, exactly. And as you were saying for the previous race, you know, the regular type performers who've been running sort of respectively all season there are
They look vulnerable here,
they
don't
look
they?
very vulnerable in similar grades of races that just have a deeper level of ability in them. So it'd be interesting to see which of the type horses are able to raise their game and which ones sort of fall away a little bit.
Naka Al Said was looking very jig-joggy in there. And we've also got San Remo, we can see in shot, who looks lovely in the parade ring, just walking out, not put off by the horse in front, jig-jogging
Yeah,
around.
looks fine, but he's out of form and really out of his grade here, San Remo, so not easy to fancy. Again, Nabe Al Sad also a little bit on his toes, but he's struggling for his best form at the moment. His form sort of fell away in the second half of the Type season. Ironically, I think a lot of those Type horses who lost their form might be the ones who end up doing better for the switch. Because I think some of them become jaded by the same routine.
And then it's hard going as well with that soft ground too.
Yeah, exactly. I was speaking to some of the jockeys there as well. About halfway through the season, they're all going, "Oh, I can't wait to go to Riyadh." And I think some of the horses are a little bit like that as well. So some of those who sort of lost their form are interesting. But at this level, even if the likes of Nabe Al Sad or San Remo come back to the best form they were showing early last season, that's probably not good enough to win a race of this nature. But it'd be nice to see them come back to something like their form after a couple of disappointing efforts.
Al Sharid, for me, number 3, is probably one of the interesting runners here. We see some group photos taking place on screen right now as everyone pose for the picture. Al Sharid, though, hopefully they'll be looking at Al Sharid here because this horse was 6th in the Sprint Championship and then followed that up by relishing the step up to a mile and winning quite comfortably. This is a big step up in class again, though, isn't it?
It is, but I thought it was a likely performance last night when winning a non-winner of 3 over course and distance. Again, showing that that he could match and even better his time form here at Riyadh, beating Al-Qaimani by a length and a quarter last time out. An official rating of 82 compared to a rate of 100 for Adat, and giving that filly a kilo as well shows that he's got a really tough task if she runs to her form. But if she doesn't, then I think he's the one to take advantage. Or indeed, you know, if you're looking for something to run into the frame and give you a good run for your money, I think you'll get that from Al Sharid.
Al Franey as well, horse number 1. I thought took advantage of some of those weaker early season Tyve contests and then suddenly found himself in a bit of trouble later on in the season when he had to run against some proper animals.
Yes, I mean his
In
best
shot now.
Yeah, his best efforts came over 2,000 metres. I think the mile is a little bit too sharp, and he was disappointing over a mile at Taif last time out. So needs to bounce back. But I think he will when stepping back up and trip to a mile and a quarter or a mile and a half later in the season.
A lot of people like looking at races where they take away the number 1 horse in field. So if we went without Adat, who would be sort of the horse that you'd look for to kind of pick up the pieces?
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking of Al Sharid. You know, I think Al Sharid is just going past us now.
Oh, there's Adat.
Will look pretty well. Yeah, Adat doesn't look short of a run. This is her winning the King Fahad Cup over course and distance in January. You'll see another in the red stable colours running her down late on, but she's strong at the finish. She gets herself to the front here, has to pull wide to get there. I thought she was going to be vulnerable in the last 200 metres, but she keeps pulling it out, finding a little bit more, and she's very game in front to get the job done. Clearly, track and trip are no problem for her. She was disappointing next time out. She had a hard race here, and I think she bounced a little bit from that.
And she was still
when
lightly
running
raced beforehand.
And of course,
She
the
was
King
good.
Abdulaziz Cup is a Group 1.
Yeah.
So that was a really tough task for her anyway, but I think she recoiled a little bit from a big effort there. But she had 2 good wins last season, particularly that effort over this course and distance, and none of the rest of the runners in this race have ever matched that kind of form. So she just needs to find it again, and she is pretty much guaranteed to get her head in front.
She looks very light there and racy, doesn't she? I'm surprised because we just saw a race of our previous race winner. Completely different build here. She's very effeminate, very light, and she's a lovely looking filly. But I imagine she's ready to go. She doesn't look like she's got much on her.
Yeah, she does have the muscle definition you'd look for a horse that's hard fit and done a lot of work. So she does very much look ready to go. You wouldn't be absolutely certain about that on paper because there'd be bigger races for her through the season. But there's no doubt in my eye that she's certainly fit enough. Whether she's well enough in herself to win the race, we'll find out when it's run. But I'd be disappointed if a filly of her ability, even if she wasn't, absolutely a concert pitch. I'd expect her to win this anyway, and there's no sign that she's badly in need of the run fitness-wise. If anything, she looks remarkably well forward.
Any red flags for her? Are there any reasons why we should be wary if she's the horse we're selecting?
I think you're always slightly wary of horses who've got loads in hand, because the question is, well, the trainer could have won a better race on paper.
How has she ended up here?
If they're running them, if trainers are running the horses in the weakest race they can run, and you sometimes have to ask, why would that be? And sometimes it's a sign of a lack of confidence. I don't really get the vibes with her here, and it's not really like Connections to look for easy opportunities, but it's the start of the season and there's plenty to come, so no reason why they can't throw her in here and she can still win good races down the line. It'll give her a bit of confidence.
A Riyadh under the lights looking absolutely spectacular, and you can see we've obviously got 2 courses there. Hopefully in the near future that inner course will be luminous green, and it's one of the true sights of racing when you can see both courses under the lights. It looks absolutely stunning, and there's just so few turf opportunities here, and you just will wish there were more probably. I feel that we see a lot more horses have better opportunities if there were more turf options available to them, but conditions dictate, don't they?
Yeah, and of course the nature of the turf track here should get it's not easy getting American turf horses to come across for international meetings, I suppose, but it should suit US, Canadian, that type of turf performer, because you've got the tighter inner oval. It's not as tight as some US tracks though. Obviously the turf course always ends up in the inside of the dirt track, the main track as they say. But at some tracks, there's only 7 furlongs round, the turf course, which is too tight for a lot of sort of UK turf performers. But this is a pretty fair turf track at this course. Obviously, slightly tighter than the turf course, but the dirt course is an exceptional dirt track.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing.
Big, wide, fair, lovely bends.
Surface.
When we saw it in the first race, it's just slightly banked as well, isn't it?
Yes, it
is.
So
it's easier for them to come around those bends than it is at a track like Taif. It's top notch, and the turf course, I'm looking forward to seeing that betting in.
And the dirt course as well, the surface is something that was so highly praised by connections from all over the world. There were Japanese horses running on it, there were European horses running on it, there were Americans going for it. So clearly there's options for everybody, as we can see them circling down at the start. Horses getting their tack adjusted in the middle look to be horse number 7, which is Mandub Al Riyadh, and horse number 3, Al Sharid, who is certainly your co-selection in this race, so maybe the 1-2 if you were looking for the 1-2.
If you had to make the puzzle slightly trickier, then yes. But I think it's hard enough finding winners.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we're both going on the same horse here with Adat, aren't we? In this race here, rated 100, hard to see her getting beaten.
Yeah, as I said, she just needs to run to her best form, and she should win this race. I don't think there's nothing lurking in the race. Everything in it is exposed. Some of them are useful enough performers in their own right, but none of them are up to cup standard, and she very much is.
So Rory and I are going to select horse number 5, Adat, as we see them circling down at the start. I think now is a very good time to hand over to our man in the sky, our voice from above, Mr. Gareth Topham. Are you with us, or are you against us?
Cheers. Yeah, I quite like Adat's claims as well. Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board, and this horse has got a pretty decent strike rate, hasn't she, so far? So we shall see. Always respect horses running in these particular sets of colours. The runners then circling, and very shortly the loading up process will get underway. We've got about 3 minutes or so to the scheduled off time. It looks as if at the moment Nakra Al Said is just in the centre of that circle, having a few late adjustments made. And another in the centre there is Nasrat Kir with Eddie Castro on board as the field begin to load into the stalls. Wafi Al Ayers, well, I was going to say Wafi Al Ayers in shot, but it's more his rider, Abdulaziz Al Musa, but he was all smiles, so we'll take that as a positive as the runners are heading behind the stalls here. 1,600 metres the journey ahead of them. 47,500 Saudi Riyals on offer to the winner here in this locally bred open horses contest. A 3-year-old race here, and 12 runners with those late scratchings, numbers 11, number 9, number 11, number 15 as well. So the loading up has commenced. Nabe Al Saad all alone at the moment, stall 14, but standing nicely with Sultan Al Mamoni taking the ride. Sultan, who was among the winners in the Taif season not so long back, and wouldn't be one of the more sort of frequent riders with Sultan, but clearly very capable indeed. Blindfold on horse number 2, Nasrat Kia for stalls entry. Eddie Castro will be taking the ride on this one, and here in shot is Inze, horse number 8, big white face for him. Abdul Ella Al Hussein taking the ride. Nearing post time then, horse number 6, Azal Mawi, about to go in. Sanid Al Dehani on board, and the loading up processes here found even with the lesser experienced runners as well, they tend to head in quite smoothly, perhaps a bit more smoothly than in other jurisdictions. And this is the 7-horse Mandub Al Riyadh, Alexis Marino, who was on the score sheet earlier on in the day, about to head forward now into stall number 7. Also out of line, but correcting that now is Nakra Al Said, Turkey Alofi on board that one. We're down to the final small handful of runners. Wafi Al Ayez heading into stall 4. I can see 3 out the back here, Nasrat Kia, Al Frani, and also Adat, who I put up as a tentative selection in this race, about to head forward. So shouldn't be too much longer. Final couple heading in, Al Frani and Adat. This is the 5:30, and we're just about set to go. 1,600 metres, the halfway point of the card, and they're off and racing. And Mandub Al Riyadh just edged a little right-handed on leaving the stalls. Al Frani was very slow to get going and trails the field early. Adat is away smartly and has 1.5 lengths in hand over Mandub Al Riyadh, who is now moving up into second place, with Al Sharid not too far away. And then a little bit wider out is Inze in company with Nakrad Al Said as they race towards the end of the back straight. Parked a little wider is San Remo, and they're being followed at this stage as they continue their run going down the back by Nabe Al-Saad, who's on the very wide outside, as they shortly will be turning left-handed out of the far side. And as they do so, the lead is with Adat. Adat going strongly by just over a length to Mandub Al Riyadh, who races in second position. Inze over towards the inside of Nakra Al Said, not too far off the pace with Al Sharid. Al Sharid just about in third at the moment as they're coming around the home turn. San Remo is a little bit deeper out on the track, but now driven along. And Adat going well here under Abdullah Al Fayrouz, and straightens up inside the final 300 metres, some 2 lengths clear over Mandub Al Riyadh, who's always been pursuing fairly closely but does have ground to make up. Al Sharid is back in third. Not much has really got into this race, and they've got to go some to get to Adat, who's into the final 200 metres, around about 3 lengths ahead now and is coming further away. It is Adat, chased by Mandub Al Riyadh, with back in third Al Sharid. And going close home, it's going to be a win for Adat, enhancing this fine strike rate. Adat is the winner. Mandub Al Riyadh is just hanging on for second place, ahead of Al Sharid in third. Adat it is, Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board. A fairly smooth and comfortable success, always prominent, and in a race where very little changed really, very little happened. Those first 3 home, they were always up with the pace. It's been kept simple, hasn't it, off the front, and Adat responding well all the way to the line, and she never really looked in. A great deal of bother on the sharp end. Number 5, Adat, is confirmed the winner and has completed in a time of 1 minute 40.55 seconds, so not a bad time to boot either. Mandub Al Riyadh across the line in second place, hanging on for that position ahead of Al Sharid in third. So the full result of our 6th race: it's a win for number 5, Adat, 7, Mandub Al Riyadh in second, and 3, Al Sharid back in third. Full show there upon the screen. That's Adat coming home a most comfortable winner of our 6th race.
And there is Abdullah Al-Orfi, who is chuffed to bits with that. Oh, sorry, I get that right. It's Abdullah Al-Farouz, who is chuffed to bits with that ride there here aboard Adat, who class came to the fore as we thought it would, and he's looked after her there. You mentioned off camera that he's given her a really gentle introduction. She's rolled off a nice tempo and has not been asked to do too much when in front.
Yeah, she was fit enough to do herself justice, but at the same time, there are bigger pots for her ahead. So you could see he took a little look between his legs on the home turn just to see what dangers there might be behind. Never a big fan of that, obviously, because my logic is if you look between your legs, all you see is all your rivals upside down, which can't be that hard to can't be that easy to work out. But
you're not wrong though.
Jockeys do it. And anyway, he's if he was, I guess the one thing you can't tell is if you're miles clear. But I'm never a massive fan of the look right. Although the one thing about the look between the legs, it doesn't tend to unbalance the horse. The look over the shoulder does, and I don't like to see that. Joking aside. But yeah, she was always fairly comfortable here. She hasn't won by a big margin. She's beaten a horse whose rating is about 3 stone inferior to hers on the day. He's clearly improved, it has to be said. We saw him win a maiden race, one of the weaker maiden races of the time season, to be perfectly honest. Only 5th last time out, Mandub Al Riyadh, but lightly raced, and they put him aside for Riyadh, and they're justified in doing so because he was in 2nd place pretty much throughout the contest today. Got himself on the shoulder of the leader. And got reasonably close at one point, but was never really a match for her. And at this stage, the horse in 3rd is the horse that finishes 3rd in the end, Al Sharid, who runs on well towards the finish, but is never quite able to get past Mandub Al Riyadh, having given that horse a head start. Looked like he might, like he was always going to run on for a place, but couldn't get that 2nd place that we thought he might manage pre-race.
Mandub Al Riyadh was close enough to our eventual winner as well to keep fighting for that position.
Yes.
It's not like his heart was broken and he was just falling through the back of the field.
No, and again, if she'd gone a bit faster, then he probably would have dropped away. But she's always there to be chased. She's not all out, and he's encouraged enough that he's able to go forward against her. And because her jockey's looking after her in the closing stages, again, he doesn't have his heart broken. He's always going to keep running on. But there are 2 scenarios there. Either he goes faster than he wants to if she goes faster and tries to keep tabs on her, and then he weakens late, or she opens up a gap between her and him, and then he weakens early.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's one of those 6 of one, half dozen of the other situations. Then your eventual surge can't quite reel him in. Inze, funnily enough, spent most of the race in 4th or 5th, ended up 4th. So there was a lot of horses in this that never, ever landed a blow.
Yeah, I think probably the horses were 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in that order for the last 5 furlongs of the contest. Yeah.
It was one of those interesting races where you can clearly see if you watch this from just I don't know what I'm saying, she doesn't win that impressively. But if you look at what she's done to the rest of the field, I think she's gone that quick, which isn't quick for her.
Yeah.
A lot of this field has just been caught off their feet, and no wonder they have, because they've not got the class of her. Like you said, they're 3 stone inferior, but she's done it in a way where nothing's been given a sniff, and I quite like the way she did it. She's ridden like the best horse in the race. She's not gone and destroyed them, which would have been lovely to see, but she's done it in a way that I think she's got plenty more to come, and she's been, like we said earlier on, she's been looked after.
She has, and this is a nice little prize, but it's nothing like what she'd be playing for later in the season. So you don't want to leave a bigger race behind by giving her an unnecessarily hard time on her seasonal reappearance. So yes, to be honest, it was a dull race, wasn't it? Because nothing's happened. There's been nothing massively surprising. I suppose the runner-up would have been one of your less likely types on paper, and he's run a better race, but he's not thrown out a big challenge or something appeared from nowhere or gone herring off in front. Nothing exciting has happened with those. And as you said, the horses have been in the same order for the last 4 or 5 furlongs of the race. That's just the way it goes sometimes in a race of this nature. But the key to this race is about how she's being set up for the rest of the season. And I thought this was a nice little introduction for her.
And for everybody who's intrigued about this racing and how we're going to look forward to racing towards the Saudi Cup night, it's crucial to remember that Saudi Cup is a world pool event. So what you're seeing here will come into fruition when we're looking at some of the local races. So Saudi Cup night is obviously you've got the big Neon Turf Sprint, the Neon Turf Cup, and the Dirt Sprint and the Turf Sprint. But there are some big local races as well, and I think that's where the value is going to be able to be found by watching our coverage and being able to understand who the good local horses are. And in a Whirlpool event, there might be a lot of value there to be found for people looking in that sort of direction.
Yeah, and again, if you're talking like that, then you need to be able to look through fields and find out where horses might improve. Because it's easy enough looking at the ratings and the form, and it's all very well saying, oh, we know that she's quite useful. Well, her rating tells you she's quite useful as well.
Exactly.
So it doesn't take a genius to spot a horse like her. But spotting horses who are running over the wrong trip or who need a different type of race, that's where the focus will help.
Now, let's have a look at some of our tables. So we're going to look at the jockeys, trainers and owners tables. Now, it's key to remind you that these will have changed today. So these were before we went racing today, but I think it's crucial to know where we stand in regards to who's performing well and who needs to lift up their game. So the first thing we're going to look at is the Jockeys Championship. And you can see Camille Ospina, who's already had some good form already this weekend and is clearly trying to build a lead. Adel Al-Faradi is one of the stars of the show here. I really hope we can get an interview with him sometime and actually have a chat with him because he's one of the really talented riders out here. Nath Alanazi had a double yesterday. Lou Morales, a big race Louis as well. He's always big on the Saturdays. And Alexi Moreno as well. So it's really exciting to see. You can say Nath Alanazi jumped up to third there ahead of Louis Morales. Not surprised there as Louis doesn't have so many rides on the Thursdays and the Fridays, but Louis does his business on the Saturdays. I remember him riding an unbelievable treble in Taif on one of the Saturday meetings there.
Yeah, our biggest day of the year. Louis had been fairly almost invisible for 2 or 3 weeks, and then on the biggest day of the year, he suddenly pops up and rides a treble. That's where he gets the name from. It'll be interesting to see what the total rides these guys have as well. Camilo Ospina and Adel Al-Faradi would be top of the list in terms of the number of rides taken. Nate's not that far behind either, a very popular jockey.
And I don't know whether you remember Camille Ospino talking to us and going, oh yeah, I don't have the best selection of stables to ride for, so it's very difficult for me to ride winners. And he's chucking in, and you can see the Trainers' Championship here. Ahmed Mahmoud, who's providing all those winners for Camille Ospina, which is fantastic to see. He's in front, 46 points. You see Said Mutlaq there. That's a fascinating trainer, isn't it? Considering he's only running Arabian horses. He's there in second. Abdulaziz Al Musa is there in third, 23 points. And Abdullah Al-Bada in fourth. And Bedan Al-Sabai, who I thought would be doing better, is just beginning to creep into things. And I imagine when we get deeper into Riyadh, Bedan Al-Sabai will be a name to follow. And also, Lucas Gaitan. He'll be getting himself in position now. He's going to have a big couple of days. And Jimmy Jerkins as well. There's a lovely tweet from the Jimmy Jerkins stable that said, we're flying along at the moment and we have basically no runners compared to all the other stables. Yeah. So certainly a team to watch out for, Gace Algace and Jimmy Jerkins. Let's have a look at the Owners' Championship as well. Certainly another thing we've got to keep an eye on, because you've got King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons who are flying along in front. They are the white stable. Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz is the red stables, and then behind that you've got the Al Khaladiya stable. They are only running in Arabian races, but they're running in the famous white with the black V. Then you've got Prince Sultan bin Bashal. He runs in the almost Coolmore colours. You've got the navy blue with a light blue strip on the sleeve, and then you've got Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malek Al Sabah as well, who's in there too.
Those are familiar colours to UK viewers as well.
Yes, they're the green sleeves with the white.
Green sleeves, the white with the gold braid. Yeah.
Yeah, so plenty to be excited about, and it's interesting to see when we talk about Sheikh Abdullah, the way he targets his horses and the way he selects them and sends them to various different trainers in Britain is often to then get them to run very well out here. Yes. So where we're seeing a lot of horses who are just being bought from other yards and horses in training sales, all being raised here in Saudi Arabia, which is great to see. We're also seeing owners who are now using Britain as a prep for Saudi Arabia, which I think is a really interesting angle to look at going forward. Lots
of opportunities, and if you want to, if you've got a horse who's maybe a little bit difficult to train at too, you like the option of having different surfaces to run on. If running on turf is kind to them first time up, if the kind of horse who needs a little bit of soft ground because you've got, maybe got a little bit of shin splint trouble with them as a 2-year-old, or you want to run them out of the tappeta or the poly track to get them started. You have all those options. And of course, you do have the great training grounds in Newmarket as well, particularly also, and you've got the likes of Midland up north as well, and Lambourne. You've got your choice of the best turf in the UK. best turf's obviously in Ireland. We all know
Oh,
that.
no, don't say
But the
things
best,
like that.
But the best turf in the UK, at the likes of Newmarket, Lambourne, the Mandown Gallops and stuff like that. So great place to bring horses up. And then if this is your aim down the line, then no reason why you shouldn't take advantage of the fact that you have those facilities in the UK, and then bring your horses out here for their big targets when they're 3 and 4 years old.
Yes, fascinating way of doing things, and I think will only grow and develop as we spend longer here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Gareth Topham, take us through the runners and riders for race 7.
Yeah, this is our smallest field of the day or the night. We've got 1,600 metres ahead of the field for this Arabian horse race. This is for purebred Arabians who have won either not at all or up to one race. And they're all fillies here, with number 1, Zaha Al Khania, partnered by El Salz-Eid, with number 2, Rasakad Al Khala-Dia Ayed Al Tarisi. 3 is Tabea Al Naif with Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Number 4 is Junay Al Dahab, Khalid Al Mamoni. 5 is Irlande de Violette with Camilo Ospina on board. Number 6 is Shalat Al Nakail with Abdulaziz Al Farouz. With number 7, Alizia with Berto Ramos. And 8, Modisha, the Mount of Mohammed Al Habib. A full field then, 8 runners for our 7th race.
Very much, Gareth. The 8 runners going to post here. The smallest field of the night, but certainly a tricky puzzle, as a lot of these Arabian races are. But it does feature one of my favourite horses here in Saudi Arabia, the mighty and miniature Shalat Al Nakail, who finally, by the grace of the man above himself, got her head in front last time out in a 3-runner affair where she just knuckled down and just about scrambled home.
Yes, not the strongest maiden you're ever going to see. That 2,000 metre contest against just the 2 rivals. I say just 2 rivals.
It was one rival.
Essentially one rival. The race was down to 2 horses after furlong, with the third virtually refusing to race. So yes, she won't find too many races weaker than that. Shalat Al Nakail. You make her sound like she's the bravest thing in the world. And in fairness to her,
She does love it. She does knuckle down, doesn't she?
She does. She does try, but she's going to be harder to place after getting that verdict. She was able to find some fairly weak races towards the end of the season. But bless her, when she's outclassed, unlike a lot of these horses, she doesn't just drop the bridle. She just sticks her neck out and tries to run the best race she can. That doesn't really help her in terms of the ratings, because she never falls as far as she might be, because she's as close as she possibly can be at the finish, the way she runs her races.
And I'm convinced you and I could probably run faster than her. So she's one of the slowest Arabians you'll see out here. It's fascinating to see how she runs.
I'd be very wary of saying that statement out loud, but yeah.
Challenge accepted.
The drop back to 1,600 is a negative for her here, but we're seeing Zaha Al Harkani here.
Yeah, one of the interesting runners, having been seen quite recently, meter 59, finished 10th back then, probably, I say exposed, but just a horse that you're very hard to place here. Kashat Al Khala-Dia is a similar situation. Had the 2 runs.
She's been off the track for a long time.
She's been off for a while. Tabea Al Naif. This one's had more recent form. Got the rating of 72, which supposedly puts her right involved here. But I'm looking in another direction.
The thing is, she was 5th behind Fertile de Croat last time out. We saw the horses who finished 2nd and 3rd in that race run earlier on. They're both out of the frame, so that form hasn't been franked, and that's a bit of a concern.
Janea Al Dahab. 2nd last time out in meeting 55. Am I right in thinking that's a race that fell apart due to the incident, and the horse that finished behind her has gone on to win since?
That's right. She was 2nd to Al Muzan that day, and the horse that finished 5th.
Yes.
Whose name escapes me. I tipped it up yesterday. Was a winner yesterday. So that's worked out okay. Obviously, it was a pretty messy contest, but that was just the 2nd start of her career, and it was a step in the right direction. I'd say she has to be a big player in this field.
There's Shahala Al Nakail, very light, tiny filly, but she's a good old fighter. And here's Alizia. Here's one I'm quite interested in. Took advantage of a massive drop in class last time, dotted up in maiden company. I thought did it well, suggesting she's a bit better than this, and you can see why she got a rating of 75.
Yeah, she's a bit better than Shalat Al Nakail. She's been running consistently without being able to get her head in front until late in the season, and when she won that 7 furlong maiden at Taif. This trip will suit her. She's better at a mile or shorter, but she's got form at a variety of trips. But yeah, she should go okay here. The rating of 75 is a perfectly fair one. Unlike the bottom one, Modisha, I think his rating of or her rating rather of 79 is very harsh on what she's been showing recently. She's just been on the downgrade for quite a while.
I'm about to say I couldn't have her in this race. I know quite a lot of people fancy her. Our production team, who do such a marvellous job, they put her in the video form. So clearly there's some support behind her. But I'm looking in a different direction. I think it's worth mentioning Erlen de Vialet has Camille Ospina on board. We've just seen him flying at the top of the Jockeys Championship, so always one to watch out for. And he's now ridden one winner in the Arabian race yesterday and should have been on another winner of the Arabian race today.
Yeah, Erlen de Vialet was pretty much completed my shortlist with Janae Al-Dahab. She won a course and distance maiden last December. She's been below form since. Her last 2 runs in Riyadh last season were very poor. But to be honest, she was very highly tried. She was tried in cup races after her maiden success. And she ran once in Taif this season, was below her best form, but I don't think Taif was necessarily her track. That was early season there. They didn't persevere with her at the track, as if to say this doesn't suit her. And as she bounces back to the form she was showing early last season, she's got a very, very big chance here. And I'm hoping that what we see of her in the paddock will be positive for that as well.
Yeah, not many paddock negatives here. They all look quite nice. I think two, Rakasha Al-Khaladir was one that really caught my eye. A bit of a boat looking in 3, and you can say the same for 4. Some of these purebred Arabians, they can look much of a muchness, and then some of them can look absolutely gorgeous. So it's always worth having a look, because those ones that look racy and ready to go tend to back that up.
Indeed, yeah, and we're seeing Janae Al-Dahab, who's ready to go and looking pretty well in the parade ring, and following her around with Shalat Al-Nakhail. So Erlen de Vialet not in sequence there, so I'm not entirely sure what the issue is.
Yeah, we'll just wait and see if we can get any information of Erlen de Vialet, horse at number 5 on your race card, see if that horse does make an appearance. It is appearing in the mini-map in front of me, so I'm thinking this horse is still running. So we'll be interested to see where they've ended up, and if they are going. But I think on the little beautiful mini map we've got in front of us that this horse is going to take the cut.
No, I can actually see her in the.
Oh, she's got the orange. Yeah, she's got the orange and the white star, hasn't she? So she'd be quite easy to spot. Janae Al-Dahab, we should give a colour mention to that. That's horse number 4. Hopefully, we'll get to see the stables lad leading her around, and we can give you the colours that she will be running in, because on some of your race cards, those colours may not be available. As we can see, Mohammed Al-Dahab, Mohammed Al-Habib, who was one of the jockeys we don't see much of here, but it's certainly one to watch in these Arabian races. There tend to be jockeys who specialise in this sort of division.
Indeed, and he's on Modisha, who on the ratings should be hard to beat here. But this is a filly who was rated, I think, about 88 last year, and she's dropped to 79. But although she'd run okay in her last couple of runs in Taif, her most recent effort a couple of weeks ago here, she finished 13th in a 0-85 handicap. So that's probably a stronger race than this, but really you'd have liked her to be a lot more competitive than that.
Jockeys are getting jocked up on. There's Erlen de Vialet as well. He's there, which is good to see. And I'm pretty sure we'll see horse number 4 is going to be running in the blue with the grey sleeves and the grey sash down the middle. So those who don't know the colours of horse number 4 is just coming to your screen now. It's got blue stars on the sleeve as well. So blue with blue stars on the sleeve. The sleeves are mainly grey and has a grey sash down the middle. So sometimes, again, those colours aren't available in the race cards.
Indeed, I'm sorry, I was just missing Erlen de Vialet in the first place. I was looking behind for her, but
check the mini-map.
She looks absolutely fine. And as I said, I think on last season's form, she's the one to beat, and there are reasons to excuse a couple of poor runs last season after she was just pitched out of her grade. I mean, you keep disappointing fillies like that, you know, that they're eventually going to lose their confidence. So I think the break since early in the Taif season will have done her the world of good, and I think she should be hard to beat. Listen, looking at Modisha, you know, if all you had was paddock looks to go on, you'd have her very much top of your list, I think.
Yeah, she's walking around lovely. She looks gorgeous. She's got the blue blinkers on, but that's not a negative for me, especially in this type of race. Jockey-wise, Janae Al-Dahab is ridden by Khalid Al-Mamoni.
Yes.
He's one of the jockeys I really, really like out here, but he's had quite a quiet week this week. Hasn't been amongst the winner, and I'm hoping that he can get the head in front here as we're going to have a look at Modisha in action. This is Medisha finishing 5th back in September the 22nd. You can just see the grey. She's got yellow blinkers on this time, and she's just going to plug on at the one pace.
She's running on the stable second colours on this occasion, and I just think she looked reluctant on in this race. You know, she got herself behind. She's beginning to run on and pass horses, but she doesn't. She's got her head slightly to one side. I didn't think she looked particularly keen to run through. And as you can see, you know, she just
crossing the line, not hitting the line hard.
She didn't really seem to put it all in on that occasion, and that's the worry with her, because her back form is as good as anything in this race. And when I say as good as anything, I mean better than anything. But it's been a while between drinks. She's only got the one win to her name to date, and given she was rated in the high 80s, again, it shouldn't be hard to find races for a filly like her. But just been disappointing of late, and you could take some promise from that penultimate run and say, well, she might come on for it, but she ran worse last time out, and that's the big worry for me.
We've seen horses drop in class in these Arabian races and absolutely sprout wings, because the class drops are very severe here, aren't they? You can certainly see that when you get out of poor maidens into races like this, then into open company, there is a big leap. So you can understand why the production team are keen on her, considering she's dropping so dramatically in class.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it is a big old difference, and obviously, you know, most of these would only dream about running a Not 85 company. That's
Alexia's got
getting
very warm. Very, very warm. That would be a concern for me, because she was warm on my short list.
I don't recall her getting that warm when she won last time out. We were working together that day at Taif, but what you want to do with horse when this happens, rather than just make a judgment that that's a terrible sign, and then always when you see something like that, note it and then note the result.
Yeah.
And what you'll often find is it's very easy to make broad judgments that sweating up badly is always a bad thing, or kicking out in the parade ring is always a bad thing. Any kind of misbehaviour, you think bad thing, lessens their chance of winning. What you often find is that certain modes of behaviour for certain horses are a sign that they're in very good form. And I've noticed it. I've tried to sort of go around the country for a couple of years as a younger man, making paddock notes and trying to make sense of them. And what you find is where you're making those sort of snap judgments that seem to be, you know, A leads to B, seems to be fairly obvious, you end up getting it wrong quite a lot. And where you find an edge is where you basically say, right, I spotted X, and what happened was Y. Therefore, when I see X, then Y might be the result.
Yes.
And you often find that it's counterintuitive. What you're seeing, I mean, I remember making notes when horses are being saddled up. They're very hard to saddle, and they're kicking the saddling boxes a lot. That's a terrible sign. And noticing these horses are actually winning races. And the fact that they were misbehaving was just because they were so fit.
Yeah.
And often, you know, when horses are really fit, that's when they're on the edge mentally. And of course, sometimes that behaviour comes before they boil over, and when they boil over, they don't give the running. If you can keep them just on the edge, that's the best time to catch them. So making those notes can educate you about horse behaviour.
Well, look at the Cartier Horse of the Year, who is 8th Impact.
I'd rather not.
You hate that award. But no, the Cartier Horse of the Year, 8th Impact. Prime example of a horse who was such a troublemaker in his younger days. He started off from the all-weather, very low grade, but was still an absolute cheeky monkey in the parade ring. Before the Arc, right, before the biggest race of his career, he was basically unsaddleable.
Yeah.
He was bucking and bronking in the box, and then took him out. There were so many people in that Paris Longchamp enclosure. He just got totally wound up.
Yeah.
And you could see all the cameras, and I remember being in the office that day, watching this thing and thinking, oh no, this is the Arc favourite, this is the big French hope, and he's absolutely throwing it away before the start. Gets down to the start and just, and he's just gone. And that was what he wanted, that was what he did. If he wasn't doing that, that would have been a concern for Connections.
Exactly, yeah, because they knew that's his characteristic. And sometimes you train it out of them and think you've done a really good job, and suddenly your horse is a sheep, and you think, lovely, but then they start running like a sheep as well, and that's not a good thing.
Jimmy Jerkins said only yesterday about the horse, the winner that he had yesterday, could barely get it to the start.
Yes.
And that's a behaviour that you don't want to see, because that is a negative behaviour.
Yeah, that's almost Pavlovian, isn't it? Because he's had a bad incident in the stalls, and when he sees the stalls again, it just triggers that panic.
So let's just go through selections as they begin the loading process. I'm going to go for number 4 here. I'm going to hope that the form that we saw yesterday works out. So that would be my selection, horse number 4, Jcsa Al Dahab. Who do you like here?
It was a toss-up between Jcsa Al Dahab and Irlande de Violette. I'm going to go for Irlande de Violette to come back to her course and distance maiden winning form.
So I like number 4, Rory likes number 5, Gareth Topham. Who do you like?
to stall 7. Some good points well made there as the field continued to load up. We're not going to be too far away from a start, as we were saying earlier. This is our smallest field of the night, just the 8 of them. They're all fillies, and it's not going to be too much longer as Jcsa Al Dahab heading in under Khalid Al Mamoni. And spot those silks blue with the grey or white sash with the sleeves and cap as well, with the stars on. And in goes Elon de Violette into the next door box, and we're just about set to go at the 1600 metres, and off they head with breaking well Tabea Al Naif with the white headgear. It looks a steady tempo early, with up towards the outside a couple of the greys. Modishah now coming through to take over, and races on in advance of Elon de Violette and also Tabea Al Naif, with up towards the outside Jcsa Al Dahab, that one just in front of Alesia. And back in behind Alesia in the pink is Shalat Al Nakail, and at the back end of the field Rasakat Al Kaladir and Zahar Al Harkanya, as they shortly will be turning left-handed. And it's a pretty peaceful 53.6 kilometres an hour or thereabouts as they race towards the exit to the back straight. And up front it is Modishah, took up the running at an early stage and is around about half the length to the good over Elon de Violette in second place. Greys 1 and 2. Jcsa Al Dahab is in third. Tabea Al Naif back in fourth as Alesia comes under a ride in fifth, and a little break back to the others, headed off by Zahar Al Harkanya, who begins to make up a spot of ground to the inside of the other two. But they're swinging back towards the home run, and it is Modishah now being pressed by Elon de Violette, who's come there tanking. And off the final corner, Elon de Violette has struck the front under Camilo Ospina, who appears to have a fair bit of horse underneath him. Second position is Modishah, and then towards the outside Jcsa Al Dahab, with finishing off quite well Tabea Al Naif in behind them, and Alesia not entirely done without widest. Racing into the closing stages, Elon de Violette is out in front, but is all out to remain there. Alesia is staying on well down the outside, was a little bit outpaced at halfway, but is coming home strongest of all. And Alesia with Berto Ramos is going to ride the winner here. Alesia wins going away. It's very tight in the end for second place. We'll leave that to the judge. The Jcsa Al Dahab joining back in down the outside. They've just got a little bit tired, haven't they, there, the front runners into the closing stages. But it is up front at the line. Alesia scoring Wigberto Ramos on board. Now 2 from 12 in the career and stayed on strongest of all. Jcsa Al Dahab coming back at the tiring Elon de Violette and Tabea Al Naif. They were the ones fighting out the places. But Alesia, she wasn't travelling the best off the home turn, but she has seen it out stoutly all the way to the line and scores in a time of 1:52.97 seconds, beating horse number 4, Jcsa Al Dahab, into second place. Elon de Violette was back in third, having looked the likely winner about a furlong and a half from home. There's the slow motion finish over the line. It's Alesia who comes home in front. This 5-year-old doing it nicely. There's the full result on the screen. First, number 7, Alesia. Second, number 4, Jcsa Al Dahab. And third was number 5, Elon de Violette, in a thrilling conclusion to our 7th race.
Khayal Wigberto Ramos. Well done, Wigberto. Good race.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been riding a lot of horses from Taif. When they get to Riyadh, they like this track. This track is most different of Taif. Today, She gave me a good kick from the 400 and keep going, never stop. Thank you.
Wigberto Ramos is just unsaddling here. Alethea, who got very warm early and has since stayed quite warm and is still a bit jig-joggy in the winner's enclosure. Just seeing Wiggy taking off the saddle. I imagine he'll weigh in first, and once he does weigh in, we'll go and grab a chat with him. In fact, we'll grab a chat with him now. We'll grab a chat with him now as he does the wiggle. Just let him get weighed in. And I'm going to get another wiggle anyway, that's for sure. There's no way I'm going to go here without a wiggle. Weighed in fine, all smiles all round. Wigberto, come on. Come on, don't forget about them. Forget about the wiggle. Talk about this horse. She got very warm early, but really came alive late on here.
Yeah, like I said in the previous interview, I've been riding horses, they change in this track. This track is most different of the our type. I've been trying this filly in type, but she never give me this kick. And today, she was close. Then when I asked her, she just give me a good kick and get the race done.
Is it because the track here is faster than it is at Taif?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's faster, but the horses also can come from behind strongly. In Taif, the horses come from behind, but you don't see that stamina. But here, it's a fair track, actually. For horses come from in front, come from close to the lead, and come from behind.
And she was a bit jig-joggy, on her toes early. Was that a concern for you riding?
Yeah, right.
When you get on a horse like that and she is getting so sweaty, what do you have to do?
Today, I wasn't worried because the first time I rode this filly in type, she come like a couple months off, and she came like this, and she rode good. And then the next race, I think they go too close. She don't get on the place. But today, I told the owner she's sweating a little bit, but she always get like this when she got like 1 month and a half off. And I remember the last time they went in type, that was before the last week when they stopped racing. Yes. So they had like a month and a half. So they were good, and she liked this track. I saw the way she moves, the way she acting, and I hope she continue.
Well, it's great to see you back in the winner's enclosure, but we both have to do a wiggle now, so hit me with it. Here we go.
Yeah, it's all there.
All in the shoulders, isn't it? Well done, my man. Congratulations. Enjoy it. And great to see you back in the winner's enclosure. Now, Gareth Topham, I know you want to take us through. Oh, no, we're going to Rory. I've just heard we're not going to Gareth just yet. I've wiped out my own man in the studio. Rory Delagi, tell us how Alethea won that race.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, we're just seeing the back end of the race here. Really interested to hear that from Wigberto Ramos about how, with the different layout here and also the different surface, you can get horses who can show a turn of foot here, who wouldn't show a turn of foot in Taif. And again, it's important to point out here that, again, he makes the point, if you come from behind in Taif, it is possible, because stamina kicks in. When they go too fast there, if you sit off the pace, your stamina can play a part. Whereas horses with a turn of foot here, the layout of the track means they can sit off the pace and use that turn of foot to win the race. Whereas the deeper surface at Taif means that you don't get the same kick, particularly talking about Alethea. He's ridden this filly often in Taif, and he said although she runs well, she rarely gives him that kick when he asks her for an effort. She just plugs on at one pace. But on this occasion, as we turn into the straight, she's in 5th place. and she's got a fair bit of work to do. But when Wigberto Ramos asks for an effort from her, she moves up. We're actually a fair way from the finish here. He's stalking them, and she does give him that kick. At this stage, Modisha is leading on the rail, the grey and the light blue colours. She was the top racer in the contest, but been a wee bit disappointing of late. Different tactics tried with her today, going to the front. She couldn't go with the pace last time, and she'd been disappointing. But going from the front, she looked like she was a lot happier. But to be honest, once she gets tackled here by Irlande de Violette coming round the bend, she soon sends out distress signals. On the outside, that's Callum's choice, Janae Al-Dahab. It looks like the three of them are going to have the race between them, but you begin to see Wigberto and Alexia appear right on the outside of the field, still not in picture. Now she begins to appear. Now Wigberto asks her to quicken, and it looks like she's got a very tough task. If you're used to watching these purebred Arabian races, not many of the horses are able to quicken from where she was. You expect her to sort of keep plugging away, but she is actually able to find a turn of foot. Irlande de Violette, you could tell that Camilo Espina didn't want to be in front too early with her, and he was trying to humour her home, but she idled when she got to the front. She gave the others another chance, but it was Alexia who came over the top of them to finish with a rare rattle to get the job done. Irlande de Violette, having looked like winning the race, has ended up being repassed by one or two there in the finish, and she probably needs to hit the front as late as possible, judging by how she ran through that race.
Just a quick update on Irlande de Violette. She finished lame. Camille jumped off her and led her back in hand, so she finished lame, which would probably explain why she dropped off so quickly. Camille was happy with the run, but he said he eased off her towards the end because he you could just see he was just trying to show her. I'm not even the story of the whip. He was throwing his hand forward just to give her a little bit of something to keep her going. But yeah, she got to the front going well, looked like she was going to win, but she paddled in front, and I was wondering whether that was because she is the type to idle, but finding out that she's finished lame gives you a reason for that. Yeah,
so.
I think that gives her an excuse. And when I say she finished lame, she certainly didn't come in hopping, but you certainly saw she wasn't fluid moving, and Camilo did the right thing and jumped off straight away and said, I'm just going to lead her in by hand, and the vets were on there straight away. So I imagine she might be getting an assessment behind us, not in the parade ring. She'll be having it down by the unfanning enclosure.
Yeah,
so,
she's not. I mean, it wasn't obvious that she'd gone lame. She just seemed to flatten out in her run, and she wasn't moving brilliantly late in the day. But it wasn't a case of something's going to miss with her.
But she clearly relished this trip, though, didn't she? She seemed to be much more comfortable over this trip, which she'd won over before.
Yes, I mean, she's of course a distance winner back in the day, and to be honest, she probably would have wanted Modisha to give her a lead further into the race. Modisha, having travelled sweetly in front for a few furlongs, has sort of thrown in the towel at the home turn. She just doesn't look interested in racing at the moment.
And she's got a career win to her name, so she does have value as a mare as well. So that might be a consideration sooner rather than later. I imagine that the second career might come into an option.
Yeah, because obviously you can excuse a couple of those runs being in Taif and give her a chance at Riyadh. And of course, she had one run at Riyadh 2 weeks ago and was disappointing. Give her one more spin and see if you can get her back on track. Different tactics, smaller field, different tactics. Try something, to switch things up and see if you can sweeten her up. But it hasn't happened here, and I would, I'd be worried about her going forward. Just that she's not enjoying her racing. She's obviously perfectly sound, but for whatever reason, she's fallen out of love with the game. And Connections obviously will do everything they can to get that spark back again, to rekindle her interest in racing. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and you've got to think, right, well, the paddock's for you then.
Absolutely, and what's interesting is what Wigberto was saying afterwards, after he gave us about 7 different wiggles, which I was a huge fan of.
He was a huge fan of yours as well. Hopefully we'll get a picture of him looking up,
Get something that looks like Wigberto looks at me. Yeah. No, but what he said was really interesting about horses coming from off the pace here. He said in Taif they have to really work to get off the pace, and you have to rely on something stopping in front of you. Here, nothing was stopping in front of him, but he could still come from off the pace. We talk about fair courses. This is a very fair dirt surface, isn't it?
This is what we find. It's a lot. You don't tend to get quite. We've had a few frustrating results today, but the races have largely panned out how we've expected. And you generally see the best horses there or thereabouts in the finish, depending on how they're weighted, obviously. But yeah, the races seem to be a bit easier to read all round.
Yeah, and it's clear to see that Wiggy is in fine form, and there's the wiggle, and he's just such a massive personality here and such a key figure in Saudi Arabian racing by bringing these other Panamanian jockeys over. But as we see the runners and riders, there's only one man who can guide us through it, and it is Mr. Gareth Topham.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. We're going up in trip now, 2,000 metres for this 0 to 80 handicap event. At number 1, Al Maraib with Abdulaziz Al Musa. 2, Forgivable, Adel Al Faradi. Number 3, Maybury with Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 4, Durrell under Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 5 is Hearty, ridden by F Al Sanan. 6, Rajil Ali Al Mamoni. Number 7, Land of Eagles, Abdullah Al Lofi looks for a double. 8 is Gain Line, Mohammed Aldaham. Over the page to 9, Nordic Lights, partnered by Khalid Al Mamoni. 10, Ibn Hadban, Hamza Saad. 11, Pepperoni Pete, Rayon Al Torsh. Number 12, Sabiq Wa Mazbouk, Emma Lisa. With 13, Leo Yundina, Ahmed Al Tayar. Number 14 is Taj Al Arus with Selman Al Rashid. 15 is Hafer Al Bartin with Naif Al Anazi. 16, Dream Biz, Jimmy Carrion on board. Over the page to number 17, Al Bahar, partnered by Mohammed Al Abib. 18, Emblem Secret, Fowers won us. 19, Rich King, Camilo Ospina. And 20, Modbek, the Mount of Osama Al Sharani. We go without number 21. That still leaves 20 of them.
Yeah, just the 20 to pick through here in this 2,000 metre contest, which is race 8 on your race cards. And hopefully you're all still along here with us. It's great to have so many people watching and in the comments as well. Remember to keep commenting your selections. Just because you may have struggled recently, we can always get back on the winning thread. And this is a tough little contest. 2,000 metres, 0 to 80 handicap. You mentioned it early. This is a tough puzzle to solve.
Yeah, I find this a really, really tough contest. Mainly because I was looking for something obvious at the top of the card. We'll see a few of these in action, but I find that I struggled. I mean, you can make a case for most of them, but I struggled to be really keen on any of the top 8. And I thought, I'm going to go through the whole card and find that they're all losers. I've got to start again. That's always a worry. But actually, I think it does get a little bit more interesting down the weights. Well, you know, where should we start?
Well, I think we should start at the top and work our way down, because Al Maraib is a horse that is clearly good form, and the back form is probably the best horse in this race, but the problem is the back form was a while ago now, wasn't it? So you're just a little bit concerned with the fact that this horse has been running well in 0 to 80 handicaps without winning, but his best Saudi effort did come over the course of the distance.
Yeah, his best form is definitely at this trip. The worry for me was that he's an older horse now. He's a 7-year-old. He's not been seen since January. He does look like he's going to need this run.
He's carrying with a condition as well, isn't he? That would put me off massively personally. I'm going to step away from Al Maraib, despite the form. I think he's just not passing the eye test. But in behind him is Forgivable, who should look fitter. He's had plenty of chances to run.
Yeah, his best form here, oddly enough, has been at the 1.5 miles, even though he wasn't actually wasn't particularly a stayer when trained by Tim Easterby. Below form in his last 2 starts at Taif, and I just thought he was showing the effects of a hard season there. Now, whether the switch to Riyadh gets him back to form or whether he just needs a break, I don't know, but he needs to bounce back to his best.
Yeah, he'd be an interesting one considering his best win was over 2,400 metres. Here's Maybury for the all-conquering Jimmy Jerkinstein.
Yeah, I think he'd be doing pretty well to win with Maybury. He was disappointing here last time out. But you consider how well the stable's horses have been going, that was a concern. He had 1 run in Taif, and he ran okay, didn't run particularly well. And then I thought, well, he'll run better when he goes back to Riyadh. They actually disappointing finishing 14th here 2 weeks ago. So he needs to step up massively on that.
Yeah, we can see Hearty here, number 5, who's a brave front runner, but I can't have him here.
Yeah, he's another one.
Sorry.
Yeah, she's been running well. You know, her last few runs in Taif were solid, 4th, 2nd, 4th, all towards the back end of the season. Then she switches here to Riyadh with a fitness edge over most of her rivals, and she ran a stinker over 1,800 metres. Now, I have said before, I think the 1,800 is a slightly odd trip, and some horses will just not give the running at it for some reason. But in fairness, her last 2 runs in Taif were over 7 furlongs. She was disappointing over 1,800, up further in trip to 2,000.
Yeah,
doesn't seem to be the answer.
And her running style completely goes against maintaining a stamina. You just saw her jig jogging around there. She's wasting all that vital energy that she needs. Here's Land of Eagles. I know you like this one.
Yeah, Land of Eagles I thought was interesting enough. He's lightly raced. He's only had the 3 runs here. Obviously, he was a winner in the UK. Second in the non-winners of 4 over this trip at Taif, 2 starts back. maybe just crying out for the line. He wasn't going anywhere late in the day there, and he was another one. He ran respectably in that 1800 metre race, finishing 7th last week. He needs to step up a little bit. I know you're concerned that he might not quite have the stamina for this trip at a track like Riyadh.
Yeah, 'cause he did the race where he was beaten second. He didn't get home on that day, and that's my slight concern. Where he ran really well for a very long way, used his speed, but just didn't quite get home. If you see one of the biggest heads you'll ever see, this is possibly Ibn Haban, or it could be Nordic
No,
Lights.
I think it's Gainline, isn't it?
No, that's Nordic Lights.
No, but that's a different horse.
Oh, is it?
They're both big white-faced horses.
I'm totally confused there. Ibn
Anyway,
Haban is horse
we
number
move
10
on to Ibn
is
Haban.
shot now.
Yeah.
There's 3 wins from 29 starts.
Not disgraced when he was 6th to Mahalik over 1200 2 weeks ago. He did win a maiden over this trip at times, so we know he stays. His win came in a 0 to 75 apprentice handicap. I think there are others who are slightly stronger here, but he's running well enough to consider.
Yeah, Pepperoni Pete, horse number 11, another one. He's had plenty of runs so far, but could be in a little bit of trouble here. Sabik Wa Masbouk is horse number 12. Now, this horse is a little bit different colours than what you might see in your race car. This is a very luminous green compared to the dark green that you may have on your car.
Yeah, he's another one I've got concerns about on the trip. His only solid effort last term came in 0 to 75, apprentice handicap over 7 furlongs, and he's not been seen since February, so I don't really fancy his chances of seeing this out thoroughly today.
Yeah, there's Leo Dina as well. 3 wins from 30 starts. First start this season. Looks remotely fit. Looks better than some of these in the parade ring.
Ended last year's Riyadh season out of form, but did win a course and distance open here in January. But it's very disappointing since that. But comes back fresh, and that might just be the key with Leo Dina, who is a course and distance winner, which is clearly a help in a race like this.
Taj Al Aruz won last time out, but that was a 0 to 65 apprentice contest. This is a much stiffer task.
It is on paper, but I think the issue here is that so many of the ones at the top of the weights are unconvincing. I thought that Taj Al Aruz was a shortlist material, winning over the 1800 metres was a good performance. Now, he'd been running poorly prior to that. The question is whether he's right back to form, or whether that was him taking advantage of a moderate race. I still wanted him in my shortlist, to be honest.
Hafa Albertin looked like he was carrying a little bit of condition. Dream Biz finally got the win in meeting 44 and didn't run too badly. Last time out in meeting 54.
Yeah, I thought Dream Biz, she ran at least as well when 4th in a 0 to 80 last time out, having won that 2,000 metre maiden fillies race in her penultimate start. She seems to be ready to kick on. I think she'll be competitive again.
Yeah, Al Baha, the dashing grey colt here, the 5 years old, was last seen finishing 12th. That was in meeting 59.
Lovely.
Comes here,
looks like a
looker.
rocking horse, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he runs like a rocking horse as well, sadly.
Emblem Secret, though, horse number 18. This is a horse that seems to be trending in the right direction. I know you don't like that term, but the 2 fifth-place effort.
You're allowed it once an afternoon.
That's it. So I've used it early here. Fawaz Wanas on board. Very good young jockey.
Yeah, and this was a creditable enough effort last time. 5th to Los Andes in a mile open last week. Was beaten 12 3/4 lengths here, stepping up in trip. Just a little bit more to do.
Camille Ospina will ride a Rich King for Nawad Fawaz. These colours, this trainer, always wants to watch. They did quite well in Taif. This horse, not particularly, but the connections for me prick my ears.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I've got Will Bounce Back soon. I'm not sure if it's going to be in this race. Fair 4th, meeting 27 in Taif. Disappointing in 2 runs since over shorter trips. Best form for him came over the 2,400 metres. I won a 0 to 75 handicap over the trip, and I think back at that trip, we're at the 2,000 today. I think when he's stepping back up to a 1.5 miles, he will bounce back to form. Maybe this is enough of a test for him to do that now, but I had him down as maybe 1 or 2 runs down the line, he'll be bouncing back.
Al Marib, we're going to see very shortly. He's cantering down to start. We can see him right now. This is him finishing 3rd on January the 14th. And this was a while ago last season. This isn't a bad performance, and a repeat of this would be enough to see him really challenge to win here. But we've just not seen this level since.
No, and I think the issue is that he doesn't look like he's going to be ready for this run. I think he's going to need a runner, maybe 2, to be absolutely ready to go. Haven't been off the track since January. Yeah, this is track and trip are absolutely ideal. and he's got a bit of a class edge if he's fit. I just wonder whether he's fully fit. That's my concern.
Yeah, we're going to look at Taj Al-Aruz here, horse number 14. He's got very warm going down to the start, but he got very warm on this occasion when he won on
Yeah,
this
well,
apprentice
you can
jockey
actually
race.
see that. No, it's not often you can see that on the long shot on a replay, but he's very, very warm on his neck and he's sweating up quite badly, Taj Al-Aruz. This is quite an impressive performance. I know it's in a lower grade race, the 0 to 65 handicap. It's over the 1,800 metres here, and you know, when you look at how far back the bulk of the field are, I think this is quite a nice performance from Taj Al-Aruz. He does take a step up in class, but you just look at this replay and think, well, he needs to step up in class because he's different class to most of those in behind him. He's beaten the second by a fair distance. That horse is even further clear of the third. I'm edging towards Taj Al-Aruz as a selection here.
Gain line, we haven't mentioned that horse number 8. Sneaking in here, 77, 2 wins in the career, has been busy. We saw him plenty in time.
And the time season out of form and needs to bounce back here is what I've written. He did have a couple of decent efforts in time, but again, he was reasonably busy in the last month or so of the season, and his last 2 runs were poor, 11th and 10th, so he needs to leave that behind. As I said, we're beginning to see a few horses who might have been sick of the sight of Taif, who showed disappointing form at the end, who might be capable of bouncing back, but it's clutching at straws to suggest that it's likely to happen.
Yeah, well, it's a toughie here, isn't it here? Because you look at a horse like Maybury, Jimmy Jerkins is flying along, but it's really hard to support after that.
Well, that's
last time. It's like how
the stable was flying when he was disappointing last time out. That's the thing. When you're looking at one that's not run for the yard before, or was running when the yard was fairly quiet, then you can make a case for them. But he should have run better last time out, Maybury.
Julie in the comments is clearly supporting Maybury as well. She's told the stable to let's go JAJ, and that's what they're hopefully going to do. That's what they've been doing all week so far, and since we've been in Riyadh, they've just been flying in the woods.
Yeah. Again, when we look at the trainer stable, we don't see Jimmy Jerkins on there because he didn't get started until sort of halfway through the type season, and he took it very, very slowly there to get a handle on what he had. But he will gradually be getting stronger and stronger as the season goes on.
And it'll be great to see that he's got some irons in the fire that he's still not played yet. So that's exciting to see, isn't it? Surely, that you've got a few more up his sleeve that we can see on the race course sooner rather than later.
That is good to know, and hopefully be getting more horses as well once he's got a handle on what he has. And he always makes good points. He said, when you do have a flurry of winners, you tend to have a quiet spell straight afterwards. By definition, those horses are then forced to run in more difficult races.
Yeah.
They find their level, or unfortunately, when you're dealing with handicappers, they often find that they're slightly above their level until they get a chance to drop back. So you tend to have that period of victory, and then you have a fallow period until your horse is given the same sort of chance again, and then they can go on and win races.
Exactly, interesting to see. So who do you like here as we get behind the stalls? We won't throw over to Gareth just yet, but in a race that looks quite tricky, we may get into it and try and find why we're making the selections that we're doing, because it's not easy.
No, well, you stitched me up once today, and in fairness, I would have been talked out of it anyway. And I want to put it on record here before the horse wins that you put me off Land of Eagles by saying he absolutely didn't really stay when second over the strip 2 starts ago. And if he didn't stay at Taif, he's not going to win here. I am going to go with Taj Al-Aruz, who's getting warm, but as we've seen in the last race, and his win, it's not always a bad sign.
Yeah, so you're going to go for Taj Al-Aruz. I am totally and utterly lost here, but I'm going to give Forgivable a chance. Purely because he's got race fitness on his side. Those last 2 runs were tough, and they were harder races than what he's probably in now. So Forgivable coming out still 15. It won't be ideal, but they've got a long way until they get to home. So hopefully he can find himself in a good position there. So I'm going for Forgivable. Rory is going for Taj Al-Aruz. So that's horse number 2 and horse number 14 for our selection. Best of luck to everyone at home, and I'm sure Julie will be shouting at the TV if Maybury is there or thereabouts. Gareth Topham, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Sabik Wat Mazbouk and Taj Al-Aruz just currently in the middle of that circle, and it looks as if Modbeck is going to join them for a few last-minute adjustments. As we see from above there, horse number 10, Ibn Hadbarn, in the same ownership as Nordic Lights. The red cap for Ibn Hadbarn, Nordic Lights the black cap. And as far as Durrell and Dream Biz are concerned, Durrell in the red and black check cap and Dream Biz in a black cap. So just a few horses there that appeared in terms of their silks, the same on the race card, just to help everyone tell them apart. So the loading up begins. Big field here, 20 of them in the absence of 21 Run Teddy Run. And as the guys were saying, this is probably one of the hardest races, if not the hardest, to try and dissect on today's programme, as Pepperoni Pete heads forward under Rayan Al-Tosh, who looks for a second winner here today and slots into stall number 5. Still plenty of them out of line. This is Nordic Lights. I suppose another way of telling Nordic Lights and Ibn Hadban apart is the white face that Nordic Lights possesses. Now we've got one that's been dismounted down at the start. I think that's Al Bahar, as heading forward there, Nordic Lights into stall 4. This a handicap event, so they're drawn all over the place here as the field continue to head on in. A couple of them circling. This is 12, Sabik Wamazbuk. Great name, isn't it? And about to slot forward into stall 2, slightly lighter green silks than what were published in the race programme. And heading forward now, so up in distance, up in prize money as well here. 60,000 Saudi Riyals on offer to the winner as Land of Eagles goes forward. Abdullah Alofi on board, looking for a second winner here today. I'd give Land of Eagles a chance. And this horse coming out of stall 13. But as Callum was alluding to a few minutes ago, you know, they've got the full length of the back straight. We saw some of those fantastic shots a few moments ago from the drone. So they've got the full length of the chute and the back straight ahead of them before any turn comes up. So even those drawn widest, they've got enough time to try and tack across, gain a prominent role, or just tuck in behind and then try and pick their way through and be ridden for luck. We'll see how it unfolds as Hafra Al-Batin heads in. 18 now, that's Emblem Secret, Fawaz Wanas on board. That one drawn quite wide. And still a couple out of line. Taj Al Arus, who Rory was keen on. 19, Rich King slotting in, and 5, Hearty, the filly, or one of them, about to head in as well. And from stall 3, Maybury has come through the front of the stalls. So Maybury has come through the front and is going to have to be taken back around here out of harm's way. And we'll see if Maybury is loaded again shortly. There is Hearty, who's waiting patiently out the back. She didn't really get her chance to head in as a result of that incident. And now with Al-Mudiani on board Maybury, all seems okay, and Maybury about to head back behind the starting stalls. Or maybe off the track, we'll see. The running rail has been removed there. So Maybury now back behind the starting stalls, and this is Hearty, as Maybury once again is taken over to his position, and I think is slotting forward, and Hearty will be the last to complete the lineup of 20 for this handicap event. Set to go then. 2,000 metres in front of them, they're off and running. And Maybury has broken pretty well, and also showing up handily in the early stages, the white-faced Nordic Lights, and looking across from wider, Al Muraib is not too far away, and also Hearty, the green cap, the grey horse, now crossing over to show in front overall. Not too far off the speed in these early stages, Dream Biz, and over towards the inside as they cover early ground is Sabik Wamazuk, but up ahead it is Hearty. Hearty bringing them onto the course proper, just in front of Sabik Wamazbuk, who's now in second, and they're being followed towards the outside in third position by Ibn Hadban, who's not too far off them either. Durrell, another who's on the speed, and they're being chased through in a blue-coloured jacket by Forgivable. Then a little bit wider out on the track as they continue their run going down the side. Leo Yundina in the yellow headgear and noseband. Rich King is with that one as they now make their progress on on towards the end of the back straight. Taj Al Arous is well down the field at this point, and also gain line with a few more in front than behind as they bear left-handed. And it is Harty who shows in front to Sabiq Wamazbouk, who races in at second place. Forgivable is just up in behind them, with Maybury also improving as they're making the run left-handed back towards home. A couple of lengths off those to Nordic Lights and Ibn Hadban as they're now racing on into the home run with just about 300 metres of their journey remaining. Harty striking for home here from in second place, Sabiq Wamazbouk, and up in between them Maybury now beginning a run. Forgivable is on the move as well, away to the left-hand side as they now make the run down the home straight. Nordic Lights is following those. It is Maybury, the red jacket, over on the far side, who leads here in the hands of Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Giving chase down the centre of the track is Forgivable as they now race close home, and Forgivable begins to get on terms with Maybury. Ibn Hadban is also running home well down the wide outside and is timing the challenge to perfection. Ibn Hadban getting there from Maybury and Forgivable, and close in behind for fourth and fifth. Ibn Hadban, Hamza Saad staying on fastest and latest really down the wide outside and getting up to win in the final few bounds. Horse number 10, Ibn Hadban, just overwhelming them in the final few metres of the journey. Forgivable also making a challenge there down the centre of the track, went with the winner but couldn't quite withstand that late challenge. And a salute of the crowd from Hamza Saad, who no doubt is absolutely delighted with that. It's a good prize, and this was a fine ride. Maybury hanging on for the second spot. That was a bold bid from Maybury, particularly given what happened at the start as well. But it's number 10, Ibn Hadban, the winner, in a time of 2:09.23 seconds, beating 3 Maybury into second, 2 Forgivable back in third. There's the full result on the screen for our 8th race. It's a win for Ibn Hadban. Well done to Hamza Saad. A cracking ride.
And we see Ibn Hadban and Hamza Saad take victory in our 8th contest of the day, and have done it in good style. A tricky little race, but a tight finish between Ibn Hadban, Maybury and Forgivable. But Rory, I think the horse you have to take out of this is Maybury continuing to boost the form for the Jimmy Jerkin string. This horse did everything wrong and still finished 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I'm not sure how much I'd read into the fact that he burst out the stalls pre-race, because he was caught immediately. He didn't get loose. And he wasn't running on his nerves in the race, I don't think. So but it's still a big step up in what he'd been doing recently. You know, his form figures coming with this 7:11, 6:14. That run last time out particularly disappointing, given how well Jimmy Jerkin's horses have been going first time out here at Riyadh. So you had question marks as to whether he would knuckle down and get the job done. And although he's been beaten today, you know, he has run a very good race, and you can't make excuses. I mean, as I said, I'm not sure exactly how to quantify what the incident in the stalls did. Sometimes it ends up bothering the other horses more than it bothers the horse who ends up getting loose. As long as they don't bolt and they're not panicking, if they're sort of walking around and keeping warm, particularly if they're taking the mickey, yeah, if you know what I mean, horses who sort of get loose or don't load or whatever they're doing, if they're moving around and keeping themselves happy while everything else is stuck on the stalls, they're actually gaining an advantage. But obviously a horse that breaks out of the stalls because it's in a bit of a panic, again, you're dealing with them running on adrenaline through the race, so they're not going to run to their very best. But he's run to the line here. It's a good performance.
Just look at this here. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all about to join up here. It's getting really tight, but you can just see both same ownership, Nordic Lights and Ibn Hadban, just sweeping past Dream Biz, I think. Oh no, it might be Durrell. No, it is. It is Dream Biz who's sweeping down the inside there, who's just getting past. But yeah, you see Ibn Hadban and Nordic Lights both getting involved. And then Forgivable just in front, the blue colours with the white disc. And then you can see Maybury, who's just about to pass the horse on the inside and is just sweeping past the inside of Hearty as well, who's run a good race for a long way. But this is far too far for Hearty. 2,000 metres is not where this horse will do best, especially considering her running style.
Yeah, she'll do okay. Hearty dropping back. As I said, her really good runs at Taif came over 7 furlongs. She does stay further than 7, but this 2,000 looked a little bit too far. She looked on good terms with herself for a long way before stamina ebbed away in the straight. You can see this is the blatant non-staying performance from her. She's got absolutely nothing left to offer in the last 200 metres. I'd expect her to be dropping back to 7 furlongs next time out.
That gain line on the outside there, just running quite a big race, staying on late too. Just, yeah, right on the outside of the field in the visor and the white noseband. Gain line just rattles home late and runs quite a nice race. And then on the inside of him is Rajil, who as well just plugging on at the one pace. But the front three were always pretty prominent throughout, and they proved it today. Forgivable, I got very excited for a moment when Ibn Hadban comes up on the outside, even wider than Nordic Lights. You just see poking little white head through. You always know you're in trouble at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've gone slightly too hard on this race, to be perfectly honest, because, again, the fact that Hearty is setting it up, Hearty is used to racing in a mile and 7 furlongs, and has gone sort of a mile pace through this race, and those who were very close to the pace have just struggled late on, whereas a few of them got in trouble early on because the pace was faster than they would have expected, and they just couldn't go with it and were beaten a long way out. So the horses to look for here are the horses who were on the front end who haven't quite got home.
Yeah.
Hearty being one of those who you would certainly give another chance to, and I've lost the second page.
It's Sabek Wa Masbouk, who was the other horse that tried to make the early run and came from stall 2 and was involved there for a long, long way before being passed in the straight alongside Hearty.
That's one you'd mark up a little bit for the performance. I think the horses who ended up finishing 4th and 5th, maybe picking up the pieces a little bit there. These two who finished, what's that, 6th and 7th, 7th and 8th, they're better than the bare result, particularly Hearty. I think Hearty's the one I'd want to take out of the race and put in the notebook, because you can forget these horses fairly. The whole point about keeping a notebook is when you look back at a result, you're not always immediately reminded of the race, but having a little note about it brings it all back very easily. So you've got to give yourselves these little aid memoirs, and of course you've got to watch the races in the first place. That's a key thing. I know it sounds like a daft thing to say, but a lot of us are too busy to watch all the races that are going, and actually having the visual clues in your memory bank is an enormously helpful thing to do, rather than simply looking through data, because that's a tough thing to do, sifting data constantly.
We've seen quite a few finishes here where you're turning into the straight and challenging for the lead. I think that was Forgivable here, and even Maybury. And we've been passed by something halfway down the straight. this course takes some getting. The final 200 metres are tough here, and I think it's clear to see that sometimes jockeys are going too soon, and the race is almost taking place right at the top of the straight, and they're falling into the laps of those coming in behind. I think we've seen that one too many occasions here to now say it's not fluke. Yes,
and I think you also have the issue in races for sort of middle of the road horses that often they've got a run that will sustain them over a furlong and a half, and it's difficult. We talked to jockeys at Taif, and they said, yeah, you got to commit at the 400 metre pole. You've got to have your race won off the bend. You've got to make your move then. Whereas here, jockeys seem to, if they can, they want to ask for maximum effort slightly later than that, because it is just a stiffer finish. It's a longer straight as well, and if you're asking, as I said, with a lot of these horses, Forgivable's run on pretty well here, but you can see that his rider Adel Alfaredi didn't want to ask for a massive effort off the bend, because if you go forwards and get to the front, but you've only got that turn of foot for a furlong, then you're immediately a target for those in behind. Yeah. You've got to ask for an effort at the point where you think your horse is going to hit the line reasonably hard, or if he's going to start fading, it's going to be in the shadow of the post, so you're maximising your chance of getting there. If you go that little bit too soon, your horse will take you there easily enough. But once you start paddling, it's difficult to get home. We've seen it on a few occasions today, horses who've got themselves in good positions and have been travelling okay, but it's just asking for that extra effort that leaves them vulnerable.
Would you suggest that maybe that the big thing for the horses here would be the slingshot off the turn? I've seen a lot of horses use this bend to their advantage and have come off the turn going really well and almost forcing those on their inside to have to commit early, because the one thing you don't want to be is past and then trying to make up ground again.
We saw it was it Zamar yesterday, who'd run 2 weeks previously and was leading on the inside, and a horse tried to nudge up in his inner, and his jockey then was forced to go for home earlier than ideal. I think that's a fair point to make.
Now we move swiftly on to race 9, and Gareth Topham is our man in the sky, and he can take us through the runners and riders. And Gareth, I can't believe I'm saying it, we've got another very tricky handicap to get through.
Yeah, indeed. The runners and riders on screen. 0 to 85 handicap this time, 1,600 metres. Number 1, Murbik, Naif Al Anazi. 2 is Spirit of Nguru, Hamza Saad. Number 3, Single Minded, Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 4 is Bottle Rocket Man, Abdullah Alofi. 5, Al Mozga, the mount of A. Al Muteri. 6, Gabra, Camilo Espina. 7, Star Horse, Jimmy Carrion. 8, Azelio, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 9 is Soros, the mount of Alexis Marino. Number 10, Liberation Point, Youssef Al Hussein. 11 is Entihad with Feras Al Sunaitan. Number 12 is Abu Al Azem with Yasser Al Bakawi. 13 is Sanjira with Fahed Al Faradi taking the ride. 15, given that 14 is a non-runner, 15 Matching Socks, Abdullah Al-Saidi. So they go without Al Fahab, horse number 14, but all of the others run in our 9th race.
Thank you very much, Gareth. And although this is another tough handicap contest, I think you can give a lot more chances to some of these. Some of these have more obvious form lines than we saw in our previous contest, and there's plenty to get involved in here. Is there anyone that jumps off the page straight away at you, or is there anyone that you want to specifically talk about nice and early?
No, I thought there were plenty with chances here. Yeah. Unlike the last race, I think there are a lot of those who had obvious chances you need to make excuses for. There are a lot of horses in here in more obviously good form. So yeah, this is tough for different reasons. More positives for more horses.
The first one I'm going to talk about, who's not particularly following what you say there, is Entidar, for the White Stable runner. The horse number 11, coming out of stall 7. You've just seen that horse come by there.
Yeah, no,
she's an interesting filly, isn't she?
She is a very interesting filly, because we touched on this before about a lot of the White Stable runners who are absolutely ready for debut, run up against inferior horses and or horses who are largely inferior, maybe just less forward than them, win easily, and then they're going into open races or cup races straight away. And that's what happened with Entihad. She won a 10.5 length. She won a 7 furlong win by 10.5 lengths back in July. She was straight into a Jcsa award race next time out. And I remember talking to you about it, you think, oh, she was really impressive, she'd be right up to this. It's just a massively different experience, and she wasn't able to dominate, she disappointed, and she seemed to lose confidence. Her 2 runs after that were even worse. But the obvious thing to say there, oh, she just won a bad maiden, didn't she? You go back to that maiden.
Look at that maiden, it's cracking, isn't it?
Yeah, there were four subsequent winners from that.
Saab
maiden.
Mayes, Gloria Flashes, both in there. So
so they've shown decent form. The horses who are running at 2 marks in the sort of mid-70s, being beaten 10, 15 lengths behind her. So she's run to a good enough level. It's just that she was too good too early, and then she wasn't able to develop. For whatever reason, she didn't go forward from the first run. She's been given a break. Well, she hasn't really been given a break. She was given a break until the first run, and she disappointed again on her first run here. But given how well the form is working out, you have to think she must bounce back in some stage.
Yeah, she'd be a dangerous one, wouldn't she? One another dangerous one is Bottle Rocket Man. This horse comes here off the back of a second in meeting 56. We'll see footage of that, and he certainly got to be one for the shortlist.
Yeah, I think he's very interesting, Bottle Rocket Man. He lost his form in time after a goodish start. He just seemed to resent racing there. But they're right back in the group when beaten a neck by Estoppel in a not to 85 handicap over the 2,000 metres here last time out. He was a winner of a course in distance open back in March, so the drop to 1,600 is not a problem for Bottle Rocket Man, and he is very close to the top of my shortlist.
And we're seeing Gabba right now, but we're just about to see Star Horse. Now, we saw a horse who beat Mahalik win our previous contest, and now we're seeing another horse who beat Mahalik here in the shape of Star Horse, who beat my favourite racehorse here in meeting 40 in the Dying Strides.
Yes, I mean, that was a race that Star Horse didn't so much win as Mahalik lost. That was his most frustrating defeat, where Star Horse is coming down to very late. That was a good enough run, but you only have to watch it back to realise that it fell into his lap. The runs either side of that are more indicative of where he is. He didn't run badly last time, won 7th, and it was a better race than the one that he won. But it does make him look a little bit vulnerable here.
Soros, we just saw horse number 9 running in the colours of Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. Alex Moreno in the saddle. They seem to be flying at the moment. They've had a winner already today. They had a close third in that very good maiden, and this has got a nice chance. I thought he ran a belter last time.
I really wanted to see this horse in the parade. It's a little bit dark out there in the parade, isn't it? Yeah, he's a really hard one to weigh up because he's only had the one run here when he was a pretty fair 5th to Amici, beaten 5 3/4 lengths in a 6 furlong open contest here 2 weeks ago. He is a winner over this trip as a 2-year-old in the States. He's a stakes winner in the US over this trip. He didn't have an awful lot of racing in the US, and I think his mark of 81 could end up being reasonably lenient if you take the view that he will come on for the run and also for the step up and trip. And I thought he was, again, he's the real dark horse in this race. He's the hardest one to weigh up. He's the most difficult one to give a handicap mark to, and he's also very much on my shortlist.
Yes, another one who's on my shortlist would be Liberation Point, who I thought ran a pretty good race last time out, putting a very poor run behind him on penultimate start. I think he could repeat the performance of the last time where he came second. He'd be bang up there, wouldn't he?
He would, yeah. He was a winner of a course in distance in December in a not to 80 handicap. He'd been a little bit in and out since, had a quiet season. He had 2 runs in time, only came to time towards the end of the season, possibly wasn't fully wound up. Disappointed in his first start here 2 weeks ago. Turned out at the very next meeting and ran a much better race to be beaten half a length by Los Andes in a course in distance open. So track, trip, conditions, fitness, all on his side, Liberation Point. It's maybe not the easiest to win with in the world, but he can't have any excuses here, now that he's got himself back to form.
That last race for me, my only concern would be this looks like a tougher ask on paper.
I think so, yeah.
It looks like a better race, just all the way through.
Looking at the list of horses who were in behind Los Andes that day, I thought this probably was a slightly weaker contest, but he's very, that was a slightly weaker contest. But the thing about Liberation Point, we know that he's capable of winning at this level, and we know that his mark is fair enough. It's just a case of, right, you've got back in the groove, you've got your eye back in, are you going to build on it? And that's the question, I think.
But let's talk about Spirit of Nguru. We can see him on screen right now. He ran against a lot of these and beat quite a few of them the last time he was out and being seen. He finished ahead of Single Minded. I think he also finished ahead, or was he just behind Bottle Rocket? He finished ahead of Merbeck, that was it. He finished ahead of Merbeck
right.
and Single Minded. He didn't run against Bottle Rocket there.
Spirit of Nguru was half a length in front of Merbeck when finishing 4th to Wonder Elzam in a course and distance Jcsa award race last time out. That was at least as strong as this. That was a good contest. So he was fourth, and that was the promising one. Murbeck was just behind him in fifth. They got very similar profiles, same handicap mark as well.
He flashed home on that occasion. He passed Murbeck towards the line on that
Yeah.
race. We'll see the replay as well.
And
which is good.
single-minded was sixth that day, just in behind them, but with a little bit more to find. He's an interesting one, single-minded as well, because he was running poorly in Taif, and although sixth doesn't look terrific on paper, it was certainly a step in the right direction. So if he can do it again, then he's an interesting one. We saw Bottle Rocket Man there looking very well.
This is him in action. Bottle Rocket Man finishing second on this occasion, and it's the horse in the green on the far left of screen, Estopel, who comes and pips him on the line.
Yeah, this is Estopel gets a really good run down the middle of the track. Bottle Rocket Man came there to win his race. But as you're saying, if you get to the front too early here,
He's falling into the Riyadh slump, hasn't he?
in Taif, you're still vulnerable as well if you get to the front too early. But the horses who are coming at you at Taif are normally coming at you gradually. They're building into that, whereas horses can quicken up a little bit better here. But I thought it was a good run from Bottle Rocket Man, and much more like it.
Here's Soros. He just shows such blazing speed. This was over the 1,200 metres. I thought this was a really good race. There's a lot of hard, good sprinters in this contest. You've got plenty of previous winners in there. It's the Jimmy Jerkins horse that won, who is fresh up in Riyadh. But you've got the likes of Groom is finishing in behind as well. There was, I think it's Beehive as well. There's the black
that's right.
and blue.
Yeah, a lot of horses
yeah,
we've seen plenty of running solid races.
Pagan as well, isn't it? Just behind there as well. He can let the form down a lot today. But I thought Soros ran a big race here. But the concern is to step up to a mile.
Well, as I said, he stayed a mile. He stayed a mile as a youngster. So I've not seen the footage of those races. And if anything, you say I think he's faded there because they knew that he needed
They've been eased, they've been eased off.
So it's like, right, use him up, get him fit, do something that will really stretch him a little bit, but do it over a trip that isn't going to get to the bottom of him. And today is the day we see the real Soros.
His Spirit of Nguru, Murbeck, and the grey horse in behind is single-minded as well. So we've got three to keep an eye out here. Single-minded, like you said, runs a season's best effort here. Murbeck, I thought, ran a nice race, but it's Spirit of Nguru who comes flashing home late, just seems to enjoy every step of this and gets up and just passes Murbeck on the line.
Yeah, we're doing it very gradually, to be perfectly honest. They end up finishing fourth, fifth, and sixth, don't they? This is Spirit of Nguru does best of the three, and obviously benefited from the having something to run at late in the day. I think they've all got some sort of chance, but none of them. I wouldn't have marked any of them up massively for the run. I think they all ended up finishing where they should have, all things considered, and they're probably where the handicapper wants them at the moment. So either one of them might win if everything falls right and there's nothing lurking further down the weights. But I thought you'd probably get solid runs from them without any of them actually winning the race.
How do you envisage this race going? I think Entedar's got to be a clear pace angle here for sure.
I'd have thought so, but I wouldn't be. Given that she seems to have lost her confidence, I wouldn't be certain that she's going to blaze a trail.
If she doesn't, is it Soros with the speed? Or?
No, I'm not sure Soros wants to show that speed at this trip. I think they might ride him slightly. They might rate him slightly differently in a contest like this. And they're looking to see Soros seeing his race out. So I think the way he was ridden last night, that was the only race we've seen of him here. And to me, my reading of that was they know he's not a 6 furlong horse, but they want to get a run into him, make sure he's fit for something they want to go for. And now they step up and trip and they'll ride him slightly differently.
Is that a massive run on Saudi debut to do what he did there on first start in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, because as you said, those are solid sprinters.
And they were hard fit.
Yeah.
They've been running in Typhon, running well in Typhon. A lot of them weren't like poor level sprinters.
The right horses were finishing in the right sort of positions. And although he's ended up fading late in the day, I thought he was competitive for a long way.
Let's go through selections. Abu Al-Azem is another one who I think might run a decent race. However, he was so disappointing last time, I can't have him here. Who do you like in this one, Rory? Who are you going for?
Right, it's either 4 or 9, Bottle Rocket Man or Soros. Who do I go for, Callum? They've both got plenty in their favour. I've made the point that I think Soros will actually benefit from the step up and trip for all, it didn't look like that in his run. So I'm going to stick by that and make Soros my selection.
Soros for Rory. Well, I could have happily gone for either of those, so I'll take you on with Bottle Rocket Man. I thought that run last time out was good. I think if he beats Estapel, he's not in this race, to be perfectly honest, if he beats Estapel. So I'm going to go for Bottle Rocket Man, and Rory's going to go for Soros. Let us know who you like at home, and now it's time to hand over to Gareth Topham. Keep an eye out though on Entadar. I think that horse, she might bounce back here. So Entadar.
At some stage she must. It'll be massively disappointing.
Yes, sorry, we're just getting told by producers they're only allowed one tip each. But Entadar, so keep an eye out on Entadar, may run a big race. Gareth Topham, sorry, over to you.
So the loading up process then getting underway. And yeah, I think Soros would be my idea of a big player here as well. Alexis Marino taking the ride. Alexis looking for a second winner here today, and is on board a lightly raced horse. Will be coming out of stall 11. Handicap event here, 0-85. Abu Alazem in shot there in the blue coloured jacket with the white braid. And there's number 15, that's Matching Socks, Abdullah Al-Saidi taking the ride. This one has the hood on for stalls entry, but walking in quite nicely. Stall 6 for Matching Socks. As our 9th race is not too far away. There was Soros just going through shot, and here now in the picture is Murbik with Alanazi on board as we count down to the final 4 or 5 to head into the stalls. So 67,500 Saudi Riyals going to the winner this time, and the last few heading in with this race now imminent. Best of luck here. Stall 11 for Soros, who will be the last one in, and then we'll be set to go. Lined up 1,600 metres, and fairly long hold. Starter pushes the button and they're off and racing. Star Horse just ducked a little bit right-handed on leaving the starting stalls. Didn't do Abu Alazem any great favours as they settle themselves down in the early stages, and Entahad races off fast here into a 3 or 4 length lead already from Murbik in second. Soros is quite nicely positioned, and Matching Socks not too far away. Then up towards the outside races the recovering Star Horse, who's in advance of Gabra, and over towards the inside the grey Single Minded is racing with Bottle Rocket Man as they head towards the end of the back straight. Well down the field in the early stages is a Zelio, but now just looking to make up a place or two, with Spirit of Unguru a little bit wider out on the course. Well back is Al Mosga, and also towards the back end of the field Sandura. So it's 58 kilometres an hour pace at the moment being set by Entihad, but Entihad has gone quickly. Can she keep going as they race with 300 metres left to travel? Second place on the outside, and travelling up kindly Soros, who's had a beautiful run into the race. Off the home turn, Matching Socks going with Soros as they now gang up on the long-time leader Entihad, who starts to wilt, and Soros takes it up from Matching Socks to the far side as they race into the closing stages. Star Horse is staying on well, a little bit wider out on the track as they now race down towards the winning line. Azelia also trying to come home, but racing into the closing stages, it is Soros out in front. Had a lovely toe into the race, was well positioned throughout by Alexis Marino, who will get a double on the card. This was a good ride. Soros it is, nice performance, beats Matching Socks into second place, close for the minors in behind. Star Horse definitely one of those involved. Soros then has gone on to win and has seen it out really well to the line. It looked to be a pretty well-run race with Entahad going off as if her tail was on fire. She's faded in the concluding stages, and Soros has been produced with about a furlong and a half to go, and in the end has scored tidily in the air. Alexis Marino on board gets a double on the card, and the winning time 1:41.01 seconds. Soros then passing the post, clear of Matching Socks in second, and Star Horse did indeed grab third. And we'll keep an eye on Star Horse on the replay. Just watch back the start for this horse because just swerved a little bit right-handed, but quickly made up the ground and has run, I would say, quite a big race. But Soros is home in front, a comfortable winner. Double on the card for Alexis Marina.
Alex, tell me about the race. Well, مبروك to Abu Salman. Stable Abu Hisham. The last time he ran well, 1,200. I saw him finish 50. Today, you know, I just sitting behind the pace until the pacemaker done. So I just, after I let him go, he wasn't a good performance today. So, مبروك to everyone. Thank you, buddy. Sabe ya? انت صور بس صور بس
A kiss for the cameras from Alexi Moreno, who has done the damage again here on Soros, who we've put down and we gave a very big mention to early on. Rory, you selected it as well, and I think he's a really, really nice horse, this 6-year-old Chestnut Gelding, who has built on that really promising first run in Saudi Arabia and has only got on to win here. 0-85 company. Cup races next for this one, I imagine.
You'd have thought so, and this was a good performance. Winning time of 1:41.01. He has benefited from the step up and trip, not ridden in quite the same way. We had an interesting discussion about how he'd be ridden because he sort of blazed the trail last time. But I think when you've got a horse you think is a miler and you want to give him a spin, you give them one over a shorter trip and you give them a bit of a blowout so that clear the old lungs, as it were. And he stepped up on that and he stayed the trip well. Which is no surprise given he stayed that trip. And he's a son of Commissioner, of course, he's the sire of last year's Saudi Cup winner, Commissioner King. So a good little pedigree to have here. And he was an interesting horse on paper, making quite a late Saudi debut at the age of 6, but he showed plenty of promise on that first run. And his US form, although difficult to sort of dig into, suggested that he was well above average. Hence, he was carrying a decent handicap mark of 81 into this contest. He's obviously had a problem or two in his time because he hasn't had that much racing for one of his age. But he looks good here. He looks like he's a horse who's capable of going on to better things. Of course, once you win at this sort of level, by definition, you tend to think, you want to bigger and better things. But you're funneling as you get up there, and not everything can fulfill the potential they're shown. With Entihad being the perfect example of a horse who looked really good on debut, winning a maiden, you thought that can take a big jump in class, and of course she did, and she hasn't really gone on for whatever reason, because for every horse who's able to take the step up in class, something else has to suffer. So it'd be interesting to see whether Soros is able to run in a better league than this next time out and win, but certainly he's going in the right direction. and it's just 2 starts here. And he's been, I would say, quite a shrewd purchase for the stable. And he's won in nice style. He's not absolutely blitzed his rivals, but he's a very deserving winner. He's travelled strongly through the contest. He's gone sweetly for his rider. And when Alexis, I won't say Alexis, you can call him Alex, you can call him Alexis, you definitely can't call him Alexis. He's done everything that Alex has asked him for and won in nice style. So it'd be interesting to hear what kind of plans they have for him. But he looks on very good terms with himself.
What's the start here? Star Horse is going to get it all wrong. He's going to come out and jump right to the right.
Yeah, well, that's been a massive help for the winner, actually, because Soros was drawn on his inside. So Star Horse in stall 12 has jumped off to his right, not done himself any favours, not done the horses on his outside, including Spirit of Guru.
That's Abu Alazam, who actually came here on the back of a half-decent run. But
yeah,
his
so
chance has gone at the start.
They haven't really been helped. And of course, it was Star Horse who was trying to throw down the latest challenge as well. So he's lost himself a couple of lengths on the winner at that point. And as I said, also made sure that Soros had a clear run to get forward, which obviously Alex Moreno wanted to do. So that was a bit of a blessing at the start. But he's run a cosy enough winner to think he wouldn't have. He just didn't need any bad luck at the start. Was the key, and he's ended up getting a bit of good fortune.
Yeah, there's Abu Alazam and Spirit of Nguri, who both ran poor races. You can give excuses for Abu Alazam, no doubt at all, but Spirit of Nguri, that was an absolute stinker.
Well, he's on in stall 15. There was that concertina effect at the start. He ended up being last past the post on the first circuit, and really his race is run at that stage.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I'm inclined to put a line through runs like that where a horse is just never competitive from the start because of an incident, and you can see that
big old gap there.
He's in a very poor position, and he's just not really wanted to get involved. But again, we talked about horses chasing those in front. If the front runners just get too much of a gap on you, your competitive spirit doesn't always kick in, and that's what's happened with the Spirit of Guru here. I'm not saying that he's guaranteed to run a cracker next time out, but I think you can pretty much put a line through this and concentrate on the balance of his form when you're looking at him next time out.
One horse we can't give any excuse for is Bottle Rocket Man, who was drawn 3 and never really got involved. Hey, we move on. We play. You can't win them all.
And, he's a funny one, Bottle Rocket Man. He's got tons of ability.
Yeah,
but
sometimes he just spits a dummy out. And
he did that today, and I thought he was humoured into the race as well by Abdullah Al-Lofi. He tried to sort of bring him round the inside, humour him,
all the way,
but he didn't really want to know. And unlike one or two others in the race, he didn't have an excuse. So.
But I think we need to make a big point about Soros here. Like, this was the second run in Saudi Arabia. The first run was promising. You'd be worried about the bounce factor. That didn't happen, and he's done a really, really good job here. And I've been quite taken aback by the way he's just adapted to everything. I know he's running the States.
Yes, I don't know exactly when his last run. It's not always that easy. I mean, if you've got all the websites in front of you, but we've got to work through 200 horses here for this meeting. So I used one side, and it didn't give me his last US form. I know that he was a dual winner in the he's a 3-time winner actually in the States. But I don't know when his last run was. I don't know how long he's been in Saudi for. So it may well be that he's acclimatized because he's been here for a fair while. Or it may be that I don't think he would have run fairly recently if he's come from the States. You tend to need a fair bit of a break between those two. But yeah, I was in the dark as to when he'd last run and what his preparation had been like for this. But physically, he does seem to be thriving. He looked the very picture of health in the paddock. Horses like him, sort of light chestnut, don't always look that well, don't always take the eye, but he did. He looked in really good health. So I think they want to kick on with him while he's in that sort of shape.
And another win for Commissioner as well, who is the sire of Commissioner King, who won the Saudi Derby last year, and it turned up to Taif and absolutely blitzed it at Taif. It was a frighteningly good performance, and I think he's going to be aimed at the Saudi Cup. But to more pressing concerns, Gareth Topham take us through the runners and riders for our next.
Cheers, Callum. We're racing over 2,000 metres for this up-and-coming contest for horses who have won between 1 and 3 races. Number 1 is Hilal, the mount of Eddie Castro. 2 is Gurkhali Warrior with Ayad Al-Tarisi. Number 3, Taffbeat at Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 4, Dublin Pharaoh, Naif Al-Anazi. And number 5, Master Skills with Berto Ramos. 6, Ajar, the mount of Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. Number 7, Najid with A. Al-Rashid. Number 8, New Treasure, Ahmed Al-Shrar on board. Number 9 is Bismillah Ali, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 10, Drawing Clocks with Fawaz Wanas. 11, Boynton, Osama Al Sharani. Number 12, Musia Jumbo, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 13 is Mr. Trinket, partnered by Abdullah Al Lofi. 14, Bohea, Rayan Al Tosh. 15 is Talladega, Camilo Ospina. 16, Wajab is next on the list, and there's Jimmy Carrion taking the ride on Wajab Wanham, partnered by Alexis Marino, is having a great day, seeking a third winner.
Thank you very much, Gareth. As we've seen the runners and riders for this next contest, we go over 2,000 metres. It's non-winners of 4, and the first horse we're looking at is Halal, maybe named after the football team, in a similar colours to the football team for sure.
Like you know anything about Saudi football.
Oh, here we go. Al Ahly are the team for me.
You've shown your true colours, mate.
I just didn't want to hear about Mitrovic scoring during the broadcast.
Hilal, he was in the Taif Cup 2 starts back, so you can put a line through that disappointing run. But in fairness, his 8th in a not so 80 handicap here last week behind Bismillah Alea. You need to build on that if he's going to win this today.
Yeah, we're seeing Gokale Warrior. We'll have a look at Tathbeat as well, who's just coming by. But Master Skills is probably the first one to put on the short list here. Not a bad runner here.
Mile main winner back in June at Taif, 4th in a non-winners of 4 over 1,800 metres on his return to Riyadh last time out. Finishing a neck behind Mr. Trinket. He's been placed over this trip in Taif as well. Short list.
Just a question there on that run behind Mr. Trinket. He actually finished ahead of Mr. Trinket. It got turned around in the steward's room because he caused some interference down the straight on the rail. So they bumped into each other and really ruined each other's races. And they both ran on really well, I think. So that form of that race, which we'll see, you can see Master Skills in here. He's a very good-looking individual, taking it all into his stride and looks race fit as well, which is good to see. Got that poverty line that we spoke about earlier.
Yeah, he looks in good shape, and does Ajah look in good shape? Would you say?
Ajah needs further than this anyway.
Yeah,
Ajah couldn't get 2,000 metres in a bus. This horse needs 3,000 metres to be honest. So win.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're being very harsh.
The win was a. Do you remember the
she
race
won,
it won? She won.
Yeah, it was the Ash Shafa Cup.
Yeah, the Al Shafa Cup, where she came from. It was a miracle that she could win from there, and she did. But it's because the horse in front stopped, and she was the only one in the field that kept really going. So I think 2,000 metres will be a bit on the sharp side there. Here's new treasure.
She was only 10th in the Okas Cup over 2,000 metres last time up. But he was 3rd in the 2,000 championship last year, the equivalent of the 2,000 guineas. So he is the class act here, but as you said, I take the point that he might just need the mile and a half these days.
We just missed new treasure here, who's certainly going to be one for the shortlist for sure.
Yes, again, from the Jergens barn and sporting those famous red stable colours. A course and distance open winner a year ago, and been running in cup races since. So this drop in class looks really important for new treasure. He's well bred. He's bred by Jim Bolger, essentially. Both the sire and dam were trained by Jim, or bred by Jim, or both. And although that was just a fair effort last time out, he's been in some really tough races since winning that Open here a year ago. So I expect him to bounce back to form. And again, he's going on what is a growing shortlist.
Yeah, he ran with plenty of cup races. Bismillah Alay as well in another interesting runner here. Romped away with a mile contest last time out. Used his stamina to his advantage there. So the step up to 2,000 metres isn't a red flag for me.
No, has actually won as far as a mile and a half, so stamina is not a problem after that win last time out. The big worry is the fact that, listen, he was rated 63 and also rated 73 for that contest. And although up £10 in the weights, he's obviously out of handicap company now. Even a rating of 83 gives him a little bit to find here. The fact that he's in form and he's proven over further means that he might pull out a little bit more, but I think he's going to struggle to win.
There's just so many good horses in this to take a look at, so we'll just work our way through them. I think it's a long time since Drawing Clocks is winning Meeting 38, can't have him today. Monsieur Jumbo, though, that's a horse who was so consistent in Taif, ran so many good races, and was rewarded with a win back in Meeting 45.
Yeah, he's still an interesting one, Monsieur Jumbo. His good run came to an end last time out, but we were there, and that was at the end of the Taif season. Suddenly, the front runners were getting loose on the track, and he actually ran perfectly well when he was 7th that day. He was ridden in the same style as he had been when winning his previous start. They just didn't come back to him. Whereas in his previous races, over a mile and a quarter and a mile and a half, he could sort of sit midfield and wait for them to paddle up front and then come sweeping past them. And he just found that the front runners didn't come back on his final start. He will probably, judging by his run style, I think he'd probably be suited by racing in Riyadh. And he's one to bear in mind. Now, you don't know until you see them run at the track whether they'll like it. It may well be that he just loved Taif as a rule. But given his run style, I'd have thought he'd like this track. Whether he stays as far at Riyadh as he did at Taif, he stayed a mile and a half at Taif, whereas back in the UK he didn't. He started off running over 6 and 7 furlongs in his earlier days, but clearly stays 10 furlongs well. I'd expect a good run here, but I'd have thought this is probably his trip at this track.
Yeah, they're heading down to post now. Just a couple of them getting ponied down, including horse number 7, Najd, and Master Skills are also getting ponied down. Mr. Trinket and 1M run in the same colours. Alex Moreno has picked 1M. Has he made the right choice?
Never easy to say. Never easy to say whether he's actually had the choice, but was well behind Mr. Trinket last time. Only 13th in that race that Mr. Trinket ran so well in. But he had won a mile and a quarter, not to 80 handicap. Right at the end of the Taif season before that. So he's back to that sort of form, you give him a chance. But unfortunately, when I see a horse run well at Taif, then immediately run poorly at Riyadh, I'm making a judgment that he actually might be more of a Taif horse. That was unfortunate, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm sorry if there are any children watching. We can only apologise for what you just saw on screen there. It is after the watershed, so hopefully it was okay.
The bad man.
The bad man was on the screen. Mr. Trinket, for me, I prefer him to 1M here. Moheya, very similar to the White Stable run we saw in a previous race. Looked quite good early on and then really disappointed next time out.
Yeah, impressive winner of a 1 mile maiden in August, but had run disappointingly here. And the previous year, again, run okay on his first run at Riyadh last season, disappointing on his second start, bounced back with a win, and then immediately ran poorly in a non-winners of 4 last time out. There was a big step up in class from Moheya last time out, and that probably excuses that. But it's the same scenario today. He's eligible for much weaker races for this.
Here's the incident between Mr. Trinket and Master Skills. You just saw Master Skills coming across there, the jockey having another look round. He knows he's messed up, but Master Skills runs the well. But watch the way Mr. Trinket picks up here and really powers away and lets down. I thought this was a really eye-catching performance, and the stewards promoted him up to 3rd as well for this effort, which was good to see, because he's also not got a clear path to victory there.
He's had to be eased again. You could argue that he was really the moral winner of that race. The only thing I would say against that is sometimes when a horse gets stopped in its run, it gives them an opportunity to fill their lungs. And although they give up ground doing that, the same as switching. If you have a horse coming with a run and it has to sort of pull out and switch, just that movement of pulling them out off heels and switching them wide enables them to take a breath that they wouldn't get normally.
This is Bismillah Alea, who is just coming away and romping clear with this contest. Steps back up in trip today, uses stamina in his reserves to win here, but I'd be slightly concerned about this horse's chance in this sort of company. I think this is a tough little race.
Yeah, this is a much different, different kind of race altogether for Bismillah Alea. Whether you would back him in a handicap of a £10 higher mark on the back of that run, I don't know. You'd certainly struggle to be with him in a race of this nature. This is a very strong contest for horses well above the grade he was running in last time out.
You just see Kaylee Warrior in shot there as well. And great to see Julie still involved in the track. She's going for New Treasure. No surprise there. She said he looked magnificent in the parade ring. I think we both agreed on that. And New Treasure now looks very dangerous here. 94 rated, and I think value for that 94 rating too.
I'd agree with that, and arguably slightly better than that. Whereas you could argue, certainly this trip, that Ajad doesn't necessarily.
Disgrace he's rated 102.
But not a horse I want to rule out of this. I just think the differential between those two on paper is maybe slightly misleading. We saw a Gurkhali Warrior there. Just wanted to say about him. His last win came in a 10.5 furlong turf handicap here last March, and I think he just gives the impression he's marking time until he can get back on turf. He's not had, most of his runs, again, because the opportunities are generally on dirt. He tends to run on the dirt, but he does look like a natural grass performer, and he'd be interesting switch back to that surface, given that that seems to be his best form. He's not been running badly. He's just, been ticking over, if you like.
Naj is another one whose best form has been on turf as well. He's best watched here, but I'll be interested to see how he's campaigned. He's only run once on the turf and won, and he seemed to really, really relish it. It was a big step up from any of the form he'd shown on dirt before. So I think Naj will be interesting to see where you go. Another one by Commissioner, who we've just seen have a win in our previous race.
A sire who's maybe not exactly world famous, but doing good things in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and seems to stamp his stock quite well. He saw like Commissioner King was just blew you away when you saw him in the parade ring, and not so much Soros, but you can understand Soros still had a bit of size about him as well. He didn't look light, so clearly Commissioner King, they come out heavy with him. Yeah, which is not necessarily, you don't want them too heavy, obviously. You can go too far the other way, but for this sort of surface, having a big strong horse on your side is a good thing. Let's go through selections here. Rory, who do you like here and why?
I like. I'm just in front of you as well. Can I? Do
you want to go behind me? I can make my selection first.
No, I'm not.
Do you mean you're in front of me in the selection battle?
I'm going to go with New Treasure because
that makes a lot of sense.
This drop in class, I think, is absolutely key to him, and with the yard and flying form, he gets the pick from me. But I thought he might be your pick as well, and you're behind, so you need to do something different.
No, that's fine. I was tempted with Monsieur Jumbo. I just don't think they're going far enough. I'm going to go for Mr. Trinket. I thought that was a race-winning effort last time out. The draw from 13 is a slight concern, but I've said it before and I've said it again, they've got plenty of time to get across. But this is a cracking contest, and there's so many you can give chances to. But I'm going to stick with Mr. Trinket here, who I just think, unlucky last time, hopefully can get revenge and win here. So Gareth Topham, are you with us or are you against us?
I'm with you, Callum. I quite like the prospects of Mr. Trinket as well. Very, very consistent horse, and as you say, having been snatched up a little bit last time, ran on quite well in the closing stages in the circumstances, was definitely entitled to have finished a bit closer than he did. So we'll give him another chance here today, Mr. Trinket. As you can see, they are right down at the far end of the chute, and very shortly they will be heading behind. Half Beat has just had a few late adjustments made there in the centre of the circle, and the loading up process about to get underway here for this latest contest, the 10th of the day. And as I say, the loading up process underway. Halal and also Boynton, a couple of the first ones to head into the stalls. So this race worth 125,000 Saudi Riyals in win and place prize money, so good prize to be won. There's New Treasure, connections among the winners already today. And this is Dublin Pharaoh, Naif Al-Anazi, heading forward now into stall number 4, drawn in race card order this time. Number 2, Gakali Warrior heading in along with 10 drawing clocks. And first half dozen or so have slotted in, but a big field. There in shot is Talladega, whose colours weren't in the race card, but blue with a black sash, black and white half sleeves for Talladega, horse number 15. And Jimmy Carry-On riding Wajab, number 16. That was also a bit of a blank space on the race programme. So good jockey booking there for the 16 horse. We see 13 go in. This is Mr. Trinket, who put a tentatively very consistent horse. Just look at this horse's form figures, and he's Mr. Reliability, isn't he? And Mr. Consistent, Mr. Trinket. He heads in. Wanham in the same ownership heading in as well. The red cap for Wanham, the green cap for Mr. Trinket. And here's number 7, Najid, heading forward as well, which have been successful today. And we're not too far away from a start now, as the final few are about to head in. They include Talladega, Taff Beat, and also Master Skills. There is Taff Beat in shot. It's got a little bit warm beforehand, but so that's entirely forgivable. And we're nearly there now. This is 5, Master Skills, about to slot forward. Walks in nicely with Berto Ramos on board, and we're just about all in line now for this 2,000 metre contest, and away they go. They're off and racing, breaking out well, pushed forward Dublin Pharaoh. with Master Skills for company and also New Treasure as they settle themselves down, and it is New Treasure who's moved on into the lead and drifts across towards the inside running rails. Without much wider on the track, Talladega pushing forward, and Talladega it is now on the wide outside who's come through to take it up from New Treasure, and as you can see they're racing very wide apart and in turn are both well clear of the third place runner, which is just about Master Skills. Then up towards the outside, Boynton is not too far off the pace in that purple coloured jacket, and Mahia is racing with those. Then Dublin Ferro, who's down along the inside. They're being followed by Bismillah Alea with, as they head towards the end of the back straight, Nargid in midfield, and then towards the outside of Nargid, as they continue their progress going down the back of Kali Warrior, and then out wider on the course, Wajab. Towards the back end of the field at this point is Monsieur Jumbo, and also towards the rear end as they make this left-handed run, Hilal with a bit of work to do. But up front, it is New Treasure together with Talladega. They are the first pairing, and they always have been. They're much closer together, though, now, and they are 5 lengths ahead on the home turn of Master Skills in third place. As they continue this left-handed sweep back towards the straight, Talladega on the outside of New Treasure. They are 6 lengths ahead of Master Skills back in third as they're now racing back for the straight. Bismillah Alea is towards the outside and tries hard to stay on, and Taff Beat down along their inner is also beginning to get a wriggle on now. They head into the final furlong of the journey, and up front Talladega just with its nose in front from along the inside New Treasure, all the while coming at them in third Taff Beat. Taff Beat is eating up the ground here down the outer. Taff Beat is beginning to get on terms with Talladega. Taff Beat pokes the nose in front going into the final 50 yards. Taff Beat, a well-timed run and wins it. Taff Beat is home ahead of Talladega in second. They just tied up a little bit, didn't they, the front runners there going close home. New Treasure along the inside was tiring also. It is Taff Beat who's come home in front in the hands of Khalid Al-Mamoni and running down at the leading two in the closing stages. Talladega and New Treasure, I think they've done well to last as long as they did. They did have a good break on the main body of the field, didn't they? But they've come back to Taff Beat in the closing stages. Taff Beat winning in a time of 2:08.09 seconds. Talladega is home in second place. And the race was on for third. New Treasure just about hanging on to that from in fourth. Bismillah Alea down the outside. Not too sure how much they'd have lasted up ahead, but it is Taff Beat who's come home in front. The full result on the screen for race 10. First, number 3, Taff Beat. Second, 15, Talladega. Third, number 8, New Treasure, in a race which changed fairly dramatically there in the closing stages, with Taff Beat coming home strongest.
Tath beat, the word is on the street, and now my producer is happy. Now my producer is happy. All the puns here, there are plenty of puns in this race with names, but it was Tath Beat who came out on top with Khalid Al-Mimoni on board, and I've been talking this jockey up all week, and he has delivered here in a race where, Rory, I can't lie to you, I think it fell apart in front. They went fast early on.
Yeah, and once you get involved in that kind of battle, New Treasure was always sort of easing across to the rail to get an early lead. We didn't really know what to expect of Talladega, winner in the US, tried in Grade 2 company there, was an interesting newcomer, rated 96 in this sort of contest, but difficult to know how a horse with his sort of profile was going to adapt straight away. But he did. From stall 15 he came out and he came out running, and he kept at New Treasure all the way through the race. They were neck and neck for 6 furlongs or so, really. But neither of them let the other get a breather at any stage. If either of them had been clear on the lead on their own, you could see the jockey would have tried to ease a little bit around the turn and just try to get a breath, help them finish the race out. But because they were at each other hammer and tongs, that was never going to happen, and they were setting things up for something to come from off the pace among them. I thought it was going to be Mr. Jumbo for a long way. I thought he travelled very well. But I think he maybe made the wrong move coming into the straight, and he got trapped in a...
He wasn't the only one that made the wrong move. I think Mr. Trinket ended up in the car park, and it was just probably the best option was to go towards the rail rather than round them on the outside. But when you're braking from stall 13, you're always going to be posted wide unless you put the brakes on early.
Yes, or get out in front, as the
Talladega did. He did it from
Talladega. He's run a really good race.
First time up in Saudi Arabia as well, very much like Soros. That's a positive, I think.
Yeah, younger horse though. He's only a 3-year-old Talladega. It didn't work for him when they tried him in stronger company, but he clearly showed plenty of ability in winning a couple of races in the States. Son of Into Mischief. And this was a very good opening run. As I said, we knew that New Treasure had the ability to win a race of this nature because we saw him do it last year. And we'll see from the overhead shots.
He got a great kick, didn't he?
He gets away really well, and then he's clear of horses and just moving gradually towards the rail. But look out wide.
That's American dirt speed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's real US gate speed. You're right. Yeah. He's flown out of the stalls.
Look at his stride as well. You can see how much he's kicking out with his hind legs.
Yeah.
He's going at some pace. It's almost quite impressive that he stayed there for second.
It was not almost. Yeah. It's very impressive that he's done that, because he would have wanted to be doing this on his own, and unfortunately, because the pair of them have got the same battle plan, but they wouldn't have known this necessarily beforehand. What do if you're one of these two jockeys? You've managed to get a jump on the rest of the field. You don't really want to take back, because you're gonna fall into the lap of the rest of the field if you take back at this stage, and also you're then giving the other jockey the opportunity of them being able to take back himself afterwards. So you have to get involved in a little bit of a war. You have to move up and take your position, and just hope you've got a little bit left for the finish. The pair of them are going to touch a class in this field, but once they get locked into a duel, I guess if I was riding New Treasure here, I would just hope that the US import was just blazing early speed and was going to drop out from this stage.
But he did look. He finds again.
He sticks like glue. The New Treasure gets 3/4 of a length in front, and then once he gets there, Talladega comes right back at him again. So they just get in a ding-dong battle. As you can see, they've actually increased their lead over the rest of the field at this stage. And it's a case of who's going to get a good run through.
It's Tasby, isn't it? He gets right to the rail. Kelly Warrior is trying to get there, but just hasn't got the ability to get past. Master Skills is right up there. The low draws have really taken advantage of these two blazing the early trail. The rest of them just haven't been able to get involved.
Yeah, they've got reasonably good track position. A few of them have got out of the ground. You see, as you said, you look back through the field, you see a few of these running on from poor positions, like Mr. Jumbo. In fairness, I think, did he give up on the end on Mr. Trinket?
Yeah. They came wide. He was actually up there with one end. Both of them ended up so wide on the turn. And
the more I look at this, the more I think it's a wonderful performance from the second. The winner's got the lovely position. He's got a good ride, but this race has ended up setting up really nicely for Tath Beat. And I don't want to knock the performance, but you can see exactly where it's come from. you know, if you were riding him in this race and you saw what was happening in front of you, you'd have been delighted to be able to sit in behind and wait for them to cut each other's throats. But the run from the runner-up Talladega is absolutely huge in the circumstances. And he was still trying to battle back at the line. That's what
and the
really
run from
liked
New
about
Treasure
it.
isn't bad either. At the end of the day, he's not falling out the back of the telly. He's stuck on for third. The yard did in flying form. They've had a first, second, and a third today. So
Yeah.
you can understand that I wouldn't be too put off by New Treasure. I know dropping in class, but I think the way the race panned out wasn't ideal for his chances.
Aja doing good late work.
Well,
I think probably without getting a call on the race at all, is run on.
Well, there's drawing clocks as well, trying to do great work. Mahia is just slow. I'm not quite sure what the plan is with Mahia anymore. But yeah, drawing Aja was this race. It was difficult for Aja and Musha Jumbo because if you look at the way the race has panned out, they've not gone fast enough for it to completely fall apart.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And they've not gone slow enough for them to be able to
The
remain
horses,
involved.
the horses who've gone hard in front were always still going to be able to hang in there to some degree
class went to the
because they
front,
had that kind of class. And again, we've seen this before. The race breaks up a little bit. They get a gap over those in behind. Now, what happened with the winner was Khalid Al Mamoni didn't panic when those got a break, and he knew they were going as hard as they possibly could. And he basically sat in this position and made sure that he was in pole position of those chasing the leaders. If he tried to close the gap earlier, he'd have been using his finishing kick up and he'd have been vulnerable in the finish. He's ridden the perfect race there.
We've seen another horse come from off the pace or off the speed and pick up runners late on, and I think it's going to be something that you really have to pay attention to here in Riyadh. Sometimes the speed that we saw in Taif is just not going to hold up here. Let's go straight to race 11, our penultimate contest on the card, and the race which I am most looking forward to seeing, Gareth Topham. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you about Kafla Hom?
Yeah, very much so, Callum. Yeah, Kafla Hom looked very, very good last time out. Camilo Espina taking the ride, and that's horse number 7. But number 1 is Mutla, the ride of Alexis Marino. 2 is Alda Fla with Wigberto Ramos. 3 is Bakhtar, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 4, Simo with Jimmy Carrion. 5, Hassan Ahmed Al Tayar. 6, Rams Al Wasil with Hamza Saad. Then the aforementioned Kafla Hom, horse number 7, Camilo Ospina. Sahar is number 9. We go without number 8. Number 9, Sahar, Fahed Al Faradi. Number 10, Sakar, Abdulaziz Al Musa. 11, Gala Saad, Ali Al Mutib. And 12 is Dask with Eddie Castro in the saddle.
Oh, I tell you what, Rory, I am really looking forward to this contest, and there's just so many we can talk about, and so many with different profiles coming in. A lot of horses who we've seen recently running in Riyadh, stepping up in trip, horses that we've seen in Taif, but we've got to start with only one horse, and that's got to be number 7, Kafla Hom.
Yeah, this is a race I'm really looking forward to because, yeah, as you said, there's one horse that we're both really interested in because we saw his debut, we liked him an awful lot. But what's interesting about this race isn't just here's Kafla Hom to show off and destroy his field. Here he is meeting a lot of promising horses who've already shown a decent level of ability. So this will be enough of a test for him to force him to improve on what he did on debut. And again, he needs to prove that he can do what a number of others from the yard haven't done and build on that wide margin debut success.
He's just come into shot here. You can just see him walking around, and again, he's a big, strapping, strong individual. His dam was very talented. He's related to a few nice horses too, so the pedigree matched the performance last time, and hopefully he can build on that today, but it's not going to have it all his own way. We're just seeing horse number 11, Gala Saad, coming through shot. That's a typical profile for a lot of horses in this race. Ran in Riyadh over 1,200 metres and steps up today, and as well, horse number 12 coming into shot as well. That's Dayfak, who is another horse who did exactly the same thing, second over 1,200 metres and now steps up in trip today on a quick turnaround. But look at some of these horses. Some of these 2-year-olds are absolutely stunning, Rory.
Yeah, these are horses who wouldn't have been ready to run mid-season in Taif, even if that was what Connections would have wanted to do. And we're seeing horses who are capable of challenging for big honours in the spring here, having to make their debut at the start of the Saudi season and then build up. They've got to give themselves enough chance to get experience under their belt before then, and that's why we're seeing such promising horses turned out within a week or 2 weeks of a previous run. For some of those, that will be fine. For some of them, it'll come too soon.
Yeah, or a bit too much.
But yeah, there's an awful lot of promise in this race. But as I said, Kafla Hom absolutely blew us away when we saw him. And what I enjoyed about him was He just won. He was in hand as well. Normally, a lot of the white stable runners win by wide margins on debut, and they just blitz the rivals for speed, and they're sort of gearing down in the straight, and the times will be not exceptional. But you think by the margin they've won by, there must be something exceptional. And some of them go on, and some of them don't go on. But he was slightly different in that he just seemed to win with something in hand. He wasn't asked to do everything he could towards the finish. He finished, in hand under Camilo Espina, 15 1/4 lengths the margin that day. What I really liked was speaking to Camilo afterwards. We had him at the set at the end of the day and asked him what this horse might do in the future. And he always tries to downplay things. He doesn't suggest that everything he rides is a star. He's quite measured in his comments, but he couldn't help a little smile creeping across his face, talking about this horse as a potential Saudi Derby possible, and a horse who's going to do an awful lot better stepping up to a mile and beyond as well down the line. Well, this is the second run over 7 furlongs at a more galloping track, and he should take a step forward again. We're seeing Bakhtar here in our pictures. He was an interesting one. He was a lot better in the better result, went 5th in the Time Sprint Cup last time out, trying to match strides with some horse whose name I can't remember.
Well, don't worry, I remember the name very well. He went up against Al Multahead.
Was the horse in question. He was an impressive winner in his previous race, and he tried to match strides with Al Multahead. I just think he might be a 6 furlong horse. That's the concern. But he's got a lot of speed, and he can put speed to this race. Yes. This is going to be a good test. Whoever wins this race is going to have to be a good horse. We hope that's going to be Kaffler but he's not going to be able to cruise through it like he did on debut. That's the key.
Yeah, we see Prince Sal bin Salman Abdulaziz has a couple of runners in this. We've already seen horse 12 walking through, but we're going to talk about horse 1, Mutla, who is an interesting runner, ran in meeting 25 on debut and then stepped into a non-winners of 2 contest last time out in meeting 60. That was last week. Ran a very good race to finish second there behind Yartafel of the White Stable. Now, I think they rate Kaffler higher than Yartafel, so this horse is going to need to step up again, but it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. As you can see, this is a Jcsa award contest, which means it's worth quite a bit of money, 130,000 Saudi Riyal in total, with 65,000 going to the winner, as we see Al Daflar heading out to the start. One of the more exposed runners, one of the more experienced runners here.
Yeah, gets a rating of 88, won a 6 furlong maiden, has been reasonably consistent since. I thought it was a tad disappointing when third here a couple of weeks ago. That was a surprisingly weakly contested Open, and she was beaten 5 1/4 lengths into third. She needs to step up on that if she's going to be competitive here.
Horse number 6 is the only debutant here at Rams Al Wasil. Now, I always think you've got to take into account these debutants because they're clearly highly regarded. Even if they don't win here, they tend to do very well next time out. Hamza Saad in the saddle. He's already had a winner today. So, can you give this Cable Bay colt any chances here?
Yeah, it's another one who's listed as black. We haven't said that was very unusual earlier in the day. We're seeing Kaffler winning now. We'll get back to the other one in a second. This is him
he's
absolutely running. And actually, see, he's actually gearing
look
down.
Look how loose the rein is.
Gearing down a furlong from home here. Whereas normally these horses are asked to stretch and show what they can do on debut. They want to have an idea of the pecking order, but I think they knew this horse was something special. And I don't think they were that bad in behind either. But no. I loved the way he looked. I thought he looked like he would progress as well physically, and that's sometimes they do stand out in the paddock, but some of them look like they're really ready. Here we see
this is Smo, early on in the season with Smo's performance here. Hasn't been seen since meeting 23. This was a good effort, but you'd be concerned about the long layoff and why he wasn't in one of the higher grade Taif contests towards the end of the season.
In fairness, I got the impression that he was set aside for Riyadh after that. They found out they got a half decent horse. He's not hitting the line hard, but he's also being given a fairly easy time in front. So you could say that he was better than that. It's difficult to put a figure on him, though. This might be too tough for him, but I don't think there's necessarily been any issues with him to have been absent since then.
Here's the car, cantering down the post. He was taking a bit of a keen hold, and he got into an absolute ding-dong battle here in a 2-runner race, and ended up coming out second best. But he was beaten by a White Stable runner, and certainly wasn't disappointing on this performance, considering it was debut.
Yeah, well, it's a funny one because it essentially was a match from the start. Yeah. And the winner's probably quite decent, but it's difficult to know how much you can trust the form of a 4-runner race that ended up being a 2-runner race in the end. Only being a length and a half. They were 18 lengths clear of the next horse on the day. So it's a decent enough performance, but this will be a different test.
And this is Galasad, a horse who, oh, yeah, sorry, I've got that totally wrong. That's
Hassan.
Hassan, isn't it? I'm just looking at the colours and they're both from the same stable.
This is an
Hassan,
interesting
yeah.
one. Hassan's right out of when we joined the pitch. He's actually in last place. But you see the red stable runner looks like he's going to win this race easily at this stage, but he tires inside the final 200 metres and he ends up being run down by, well, he holds on, but the second and the third end up getting remarkably close to him. The one that finishes strongest of all is Hassan.
One in second's Jcsa, isn't it?
That's right, they're both in here. But I think the really eye-catching run is from the third, which is Hassan. The winner maybe did too much. They're always difficult races to look at those, because when the winner tires the gas, probably because they went too hard earlier on, it therefore tends to overemphasize the way something is finishing from off the pace. But it was still very eye-catching. I think the key to Hassan is he was running over a trip that was too short for him anyway, over 1,200 metres. He looks like he wants this sort of trip at least, or maybe a mile, so he will step up from that. But obviously the runner-up that day, Jcsa, is also one to bear in mind. How strong the form is the question mark. I think although the winner, Talim, is probably quite smart, I think he probably ran his race a little bit upside down that day, so it's difficult for him to put a figure on.
Let's do selections here. I think it's very easy. I'm going for number 7, Kaflahom. I imagine you're with me here.
Well, if you want to beat me, you can't keep picking the same horses as me.
Look, sometimes you've just got to pick the best horse in the race, and I think Kaflahom is a very exciting horse, and I would want to be against him.
For me as well.
Kaflahom for the two of us. Let us know who you're with at home. Thank you so much for continuing to watch the coverage from Saudi Arabia here, and thank you for staying till race 11, because you might see a potential Saudi Derby horse. Gareth Topham, it's over to you.
Yeah, and there is Kaflahom's rider, Camillo Ospina, in shot, and there is Sahar with Fahed Al Faradi on board. Runners then are about to head into the stalls for this JCSA award race, a 2-year-old contest, and a valuable one at that. And yeah, Kaflahom, a potential star on show. Always nice when you go to the races to potentially see a horse that you're going to be hearing an awful lot more about in the future, a name to remember. And it might just be that for those in attendance tonight, Kaflahom is going to be a name that we're hearing plenty more about in the weeks ahead, as the final few are about to slot into line. Mutla heading in, and also out of line is the aforementioned Kaflahom, who was so impressive, winning by a wide margin on debut. Just rearing a little bit there and shying away from the stalls, and something clearly caught his eye or spooked him slightly there. And Kaflahom, Camillo Ospina, about to have another go, heading into stall number 7. We'll complete the lineup now. Walks in nice and gently. We're just about ready to go. And they're off and racing. Just anticipating the start there was Aldaflar, and in the end was quite slow in getting going. Kaflahom in midfield early. One of the first ones to show is Smo. That one is up towards the outside of Bakhtar. They are the first two, with Mutla switching wider out of them, racing in third. They are 3 lengths ahead. It looks a strong gallop here. Fourth is held by Sakar, although that one now moving across towards the inside rails. Kaflahom keeping that one company, without a bit wider Sahar, and deeper still to Daisk in the yellow cap. Further down the field as they make this left-handed run to Aldaflar as well down the field, and they're making the swing back towards the entrance to the home straight, and as they do so, it is Bakhtar and Smo. They are the leading pair. Bakhtar going well from Smo in second. They are 2 lengths ahead of Mukhar in third. Being pushed along towards the outside is Kaflahom, is beginning to close in a little bit, and Sakar over towards the inside. They're down the straight here with just over a furlong to run. Bakhtar in front to Smo. Smo though now beginning to get on terms, and now Kaflahom, the turbo kicks in. Kaflahom really finding his stride, and he powers on into the lead, moves away very quickly by 3, 4, 5 lengths, and with every stride is coming further and further away. It took him a while to get going, but when he did, he was electric. Kaflahom makes it 2 out of 2, and once again he's won by a wide margin. Kaflahom is first. He beats Sakar, who might well have got the second spot over towards the inside, but all eyes on Kaflahom, who has come home in front by a long way. He had a good handful of horses in front of him turning into the home straight, but he soon swept them to one side. And in the final few strides, rider Camilo Ospina was able to take a little look under his right arm to see the distance between himself and his toiling rivals. It's Kaflahom the winner in 1:26.99 seconds. They appear to go pretty hard in the early stages of the race. We'll see what the guys in the studio make of that in just a few moments. But again, Kaflahom has won by a long way. 7.5 lengths the winning distance back to Sakar in second. And Hassan was later on the scene, as was the case on his debut. We heard Rory talking about that one beforehand. Another one staying on strongly in the closing stages. But the thick end of 2 seconds behind the winner, Kaflahom, who maintains his unbeaten record, and perhaps the horse in shot is going to be a Saudi Derby candidate in the weeks to come.
Sabina, congrats Camilo, 2-star, 2-win, but today is different.
Yes, you know, the first thing always thankful with the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharan, McNary. He's doing very great job with this horse. You know, he brought very good, but he stayed behind. You know, today he don't have the speed for the first time. But thanks God, after 800 meters, I push in IST and my horse, thanks God, he's coming, yeah. Yes, but I was scared a little bit in the 800 meters because the horse no pushing, no coming, you know. Yeah, but the last 300, when I Steve, mashallah, he come very good. Thanks God. Yeah, I hope the same the mother, or better than mother.
Yeah, we've seen a very smart horse here, and it's a great to get the opportunity to get up close to him. You can see the amount of press that are on show as well. So many people just wanting to see Kaflahom. We highlighted him at the top of the show, and he's just proved exactly why, because it didn't all go well, and he had to work hard to get his head in front. But once he got there, he just kept extending and extending away. And one of the things you see when you get close to him is the fact that he's got such size and scope. And hopefully we can grab a word with Camillo straight afterwards, because that was some performance. And what's so exciting is that there's got so much left in the tank. There was an incident at the stalls. He didn't do it easily, but my goodness, he was on top, just sneaking round here to grab Camillo. Firstly, how did it feel to ride a potential rocket ship like that?
Yeah, you know, thanks God, good horse, you know. But he brought a little bit lazy, you know. I was scared because when I push in, I tried to follow the horses in front. He's lazy horse. But then after 800 meters, I push in IST and he's coming step and 100 meters.
Now, at the
He ran very.
now, towards the future, this horse has Saudi Derby written all over it.
I wait for the Prince Mitab. This is very important.
Well, best of luck with him in the future, and best of luck with the rest of the ride for the rest of the week.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. You know, I remember the mother because I want the mother is similar to the mother. You know, he's going to be champion, inshallah, I hope.
The mother was a champion.
Yes.
Hopefully he can be a champion.
Yeah, inshallah, we'll see. Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
well
you very much.
done.
Thank you.
Really, I think we've seen something special. And hopefully, just hopefully, this horse can go forward and be a horse we get to see on Saudi Cup night.
Right, we're seeing the replay of the race again, and you can't see, he actually got away okay, Capelham, came out a little bit to his side, but as you heard Camila say, the big problem he had was that when he asked him to go forward in the first 100 metres or so, the horse is lazy. He mentioned this to us on debut as well, that he's one of those horses that only does what he's asked to do, and I think Camilo just thought that he might have not asked enough of a question come out of the stalls. It isn't really Camilo's style to get gung-ho and try to push horses forward early, but this horse clearly needs a bit of driving. He does shake him up there, give him a reminder to tell him to get after the leaders, and while he looked in a little bit of trouble after 2 or 3 furlongs, he begins to really eat up the ground now, and you can see that he's closing on the leaders. We know that Bakhtar is really a 6 furlong horse who's set the pace, and he's going to drop out of it. Moving up on the inside at the same time as Sakar, looking very dangerous on the inside. But at this stage, he's swept to the front on the outside of the field, Capelham. And while it looked like he might just get there off the home turn, he's very, very strong in the last 300 metres. He pulls further and further away. And for him to win this race by 7.5 lengths, having been in a really bad position after 2 furlongs, is a really impressive performance. Just needs to be kept up to his work late on. Being rude about him, he's a horse who might just need headgear at some stage, because he does need a little bit of stoking up to do his work, and perhaps wearing some kind of headgear would help him down the line. But I don't think Connections would be in any rush to do that at the moment. They just know that he probably needs a little bit firmer handling than most horses from this stable would need, because his natural tendency is just to race behind the bridle, and he needs a little bit of a reminder that he's there to do his work. Once he knows what he's there to do, he looks very good doing it.
He was frighteningly good. You know how much I go on about Motterhead and how exciting a horse I think he is. I think I would be crazy to suggest that Capelham is not as exciting, if not more exciting. And just the way he finished that race, we were discussing at the beginning, and he breaks quite poorly, looks a little bit all at sea, but Camillo goes for him early before the bend.
Yeah.
And then we get that beautiful drone shot, and you can just see him begin to pick up. And he's only a baby. He's still learning. Camillo was very keen to tell everyone to get out the way in the winner's enclosure, because there was a lot of people that wanted to get close to him, because everyone wants a picture by probably the number 1 horse in the Saudi Derby right now. But Camillo was like, everybody get back, because he was just so wide-eyed afterwards.
What do you make of his action as well? Now he dishes in front here, and I wonder whether he's a type who might just do himself a
You can see it really,
Yeah.
really clearly there, can't you?
And that's and I've seen some good horses who've got odd actions like that. It doesn't stop them going forward, but what it can do is that they're liable to strike into themselves and do themselves a little bit of an injury in training. That would be your worry with him. But otherwise, he's physically very imposing, and when he's set about his work, he really eats up the ground. And this wasn't a bad race at all. We said this. What was most exciting about this race wasn't that we were expecting him to win by 10, 15 lengths again, was that he was going to have to be a better performer to beat this class of horse. And we knew that he wouldn't be able to sort of saunter to the front and dominate as he did in maiden company last time out. And that's exactly what we got. We had a little bit of a scare in the early stages. We told our producer this horse was a good thing, and we'd be talking about it at the end of the night, and after 2 furlongs, he's like tearing his hair out, whatever is left of it. But he's looked the superstar that he needed to be to win this race from the position he was in after 2 furlongs. And he was being passed by horses who were behind him even at that stage when Camilo wanted to have him reasonably handy. But yeah, my only concern about this fella going forward, his laziness is not really an issue. I think as they get older, you have to start thinking of ways of getting around that.
Isn't he? Yeah,
he's only a baby at the moment, so he's liable to wake up anyway. So that's why you don't want to mess around with head.
Here's the start.
Here's the start. He gets away okay, but he has to go away a little bit to his right.
It's the head-on that you want to see.
There's a small collision with Sahara on his outside, but that isn't the issue. Camilo was actually happy 2 strides ago, but now he thinks his colt is going to carry him forward in that position. But he doesn't. He's gradually losing positions.
He's a long way off, isn't he? He's got Sakar on the inside, and that was my concern. When Sakar was on the rail, I thought, he's not going to get the rail run.
Yeah.
And we know Sakar's clearly, he won a 4-runner race that fell up. He came second in a 4-runner race that fell apart. But Sakar he's not a bad horse. And it's like, if this horse is getting him under pressure, he's never going to catch Bakhtar, who set a relentless gallop in front.
Yeah,
he'll need to go back to trick, won't he?
Bakhtar's obviously would have no problems at 5 furlongs, to be perfectly honest. He'll need to go back to 6. But again, he's showing blinding speed to lead these, as he did last time out, and impressively winning at Taif in his maiden. But yeah, you're looking at a 6 furlong horse in front and a miler coming through late. To take it up. There's no doubt in my mind he is a miler.
Saudi Cup is over a mile as well.
It is, yes.
Saudi Derby.
Saudi Derby, yes.
So he'll have every chance in there as well, and he's such a good-looking animal. I think it's a great spot from you about his action, because that is something that is likely to cause him issues down the line, whether it's in training or in a race, but certainly worth mentioning. And Camilo was absolutely buzzing after that, and I think there's some serious excitement there. But we still have one more race to go, and it is our finale. It is race 12, and Gareth Topham can take us through the runners and riders for the final time.
Offer here as well with 150,000 Saudi Riyals for the Africa Cup. Number 1, Badr Al Laila, the mount of Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 2 is Akko Mubari, Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 3, Al Gaddaf, Abdullah Al Lofi. Number 4 is Ailan Beladi, Camilo Ospina. Number 5 is Al Mobir, Victor Gutierrez. 6 is Tomahawk, Turki Alofi. 7, Intergene, Eddie Castro. 8 is Skip, the mount of Ali Al Mamoni. Over the page to number 9, Al Jamani, the mount of Abdullah Al Fairuz. Number 10 is Mabdoc with Rayan Al Tosh. 11, Aras, Wigberto Ramos. Number 12 is Aish Nadran, the mount of Alexis Marino. Number 13, Kafir, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 14 is Tho Al Atlal, the mount of Naif Al Anazi. And we're just waiting for the jockey confirmation for horse 15, Faray. Fawas Wanas, we're hearing on board the 15 horse. A full field for our closer.
Up 1.5 kilos overweight, so that's one thing you should mention. Fawaz Wanas will be putting up 1.5 kilos overweight, but we've seen a good horse and a future Saudi Derby horse. But let's not take anything away. This is a cracking contest as well, the Africa Cup, our first big cup race we've had since we've got to Riyadh.
Yes, this is a proper contest and a hard one to find the winner of. But some real quality in the field. It's an 1,800 metre race. I haven't quite got my head around. So we don't have that distance in Taif. Obviously, those who are familiar with US racing would find that the 1800 or the mile and a furlong are a reasonably popular trip, with so much of the racing taking place between a mile and 1.3 miles. But for us, it's a little bit of a novelty, and I find the races can pan out slightly differently at this trip, so not the easiest to find the winner of, but I'm getting my excuses in early.
Yes, no, I would always be on the Intergene train here. I think his form in the 2,000 metre division is part of that real hot division, with Kutney Mark in there as well, and some other really nice horses too, and Intergene really lines up well with those, but he gets home late over 2,000 metres. I think 1,800 will be a bit too short for him and a bit too sharp. So as much as I love this horse, I'm going to have to be looking in a different direction.
You don't think the nature of the track will help him in that regard?
I think it would if we were over 2,000 metres. I just think we saw it with Monsieur Jumbo, where this horse is just unable to get involved.
His modus operandi at Taif was to move himself to the outside of the field and come with a sweeping run down the outside. In his race, he's tried to stick to the rail, and things haven't opened up for him there. So I don't think trip is necessarily the problem with him, and I think it's all about getting a clear run and being in the place you want to be.
Would you be looking towards Intergene in this contest then?
No, I'm not that keen on Intergene. I thought, listen, he's pretty reliable. There was a good race he won. Meeting 50 was a Jcsa award contest, but I thought this was a little bit tougher.
Do you think this is tougher than what he won?
Well, I mean, it's not strictly on paper, but in terms of the horses that he beat and the horses who are in here, you need some of these to run to their form. You need Elan Baladi, Al Mubir, those horses to run to their figure. But if they do, I think they're tough opponents for a horse like Intergene.
Badr Al Alia is another one who I'm pretty sure was a late non-runner the last time we saw him. He didn't turn up, but he looked very good in his last two starts.
He did.
Khalid Al Mamoni already.
Yeah, and he holds a few of these on the form of the Jcsa Al Masif Cup last time out. That was over the 2,000 metres. And we're seeing some of those now.
Yeah, this is Al Mabia, who is horse number 5 on your race card. This is last season's performance. This was the second here at Riyadh. You can see it's late in the season because you've got the turf on the inside. This isn't a bad run, but he's not going to lick on the leader here.
No, but the balance of his form is very good. This was a strong contest, and he's kept on pretty well to hold second place. Having looked like he might get swamped for that, but he won the Crown Prince Cup over the 1.5 mile trip and the Riyadh Regional Governorate Cup last term. So he's a pretty solid performer here. 1,800 probably his minimum trip, but he's a very, very classy performer.
This is Badr Al Alia, who is winning here at Taif last time out. This was a good effort in a very good race. You can't really take anything away from him. He's the class angle and the form angle going into this contest.
Well, I don't think he is the form angle. I mean, he's in terms of recent form.
Yes,
he's the one who's recently won a cup contest. He was full value for it. There are several of these. Ako Mobari was behind him that day. Arras was third on that clip, and he's run well. But he holds them, and he should run a decent race.
Yeah, the next horse we're going to have a look at is Intergene, and this is him winning. And this is my concern with him, is the way he wins here is exactly the same way he ran behind a nice horse in the shape of Kutney Mark on the previous start. He just comes flashing home with a late withering run. And although this course seems to suit a late withering run, I think you can see the horses in front of him are stopping over 2,000 metres. I don't think they're going to stop over 1,800.
But in fairness, he hit the line hard. He wasn't just plugging on there. So.
Oh no, I like him in that division.
But I'd agree with you that this is probably a tougher ask for him.
This is a horse I know very little about. This is Asak Naran, who is seen finishing third last time out. That was here, but that was the first run of the season. I imagine he'll step forward from this. It's not a bad performance at all. Yeah, and he's also got Merbik in behind, and the form that hasn't really held up with who's that finishing flashing home before? Who ran no race last? Spirit of the Guru.
Yes,
it's just flashing home as well.
Yeah, in fairness, I
didn't show any form.
But no, I know, but we said you could excuse Spirit of the Guru for that run last time out. Third in the JCS award last time behind Wonder Elzam. This is solid form, but I think lacking a little bit at the compared to one or two of these.
This is the Africa Cup, which they're running for, typical in the style of the JCSA awards that are on offer as well. The JCSA Award Plate and the Africa Cup, all the cup races are for a very similar looking trophy, which makes it all the more exciting when we get to the big days and we get the proper trophies come out to play, which are always good fun to see. I remember on our King Faisal Cup day, they had them all lined up in the parade ring. You could just see them gradually building up in size as the racing got better. So very good to see.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like a nice trophy. Some of the racing trophies I've seen recently are perhaps not in that category, but yeah, that's a good cup to be taking home. It has to be said, and I don't think we've nestled on the winner just yet, have we?
No, I think I was looking at Madback for the White Stable. He was the winner over 2,000 metres, but that was a local horses open contest. This is open to some other much more excitingly bred runners too. So I'm a little bit concerned about that.
I thought the obvious White Stable runner was Elan Baladi.
Adam Baladi.
Yes.
Well, it's first run up.
Yeah.
I'm just slightly. A lot of these have shown ability in type, and that's what, because we discussed earlier when we talked about the horses who have run in type, and they've been respectable runners, yes, but they've not quite been the top level. We're seeing really top level performances. I'm finding it really hard to look away from Badr Al Alia, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, well, Badr Al Alia is solid. I didn't mean to slag him off when I said he's not necessarily the form pick, but because on the ratings, Almobir is the one to beat, but might need an extra couple of furlongs to be at his very best. Certainly an extra furlong. Badr Al Alia, comes off the most recent impressive run. Yes.
Why does Almobir need the extra furlong, but Intergene doesn't? What would be the difference between those two runners?
I think Intergene. I'm just saying that I thought he finished off reasonably quickly last time out, and so if he's effective at 2,000 at Taif, I think he'd be okay at the 1,800. As I said, the 1,800 is just a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah.
But I think if you get a horse who can kick at the end of his races, as Intergene can, I think that's fine.
Yes, right, let's do our selection for the lucky last, and hopefully you at home are still with us for the Africa Cup. I am going to go with Badr Al Alia, horse number 1, drawn from stall 1. I just think is in the really good form, and that's going to be my selection. Rory, for the lucky last, who are you with?
Well, I'll give you a chance to beat me then, or to get level with me again. I'm going to go with Elan Baladi. He's been off since March, but he was the winner of the local Group 3 Ministry of Justice Cup. Over this course and distance in December, he's my pick.
Now, with those picks in, it's time to hand over for the final time to Mr. Gareth Topham.
Thanks, Callum. Runners about to head behind, and we're bang on post time for our final race. Once again, a race where a couple of the owners are doubly represented here. Akko Mobari and Al Gadaf, numbers 2 and 3. The red cap to be worn by the rider of Akko Mobari, the white cap by the rider of Al Gadaf. And further down the card, number 4, Elan Baladi, the green cap, and Mabdark, Rayan Al Torsh on board that one. Whereas the red cap, as we see Almobir slot forward into stall 5. And the loading up process around about halfway through for one of the feature races of the night. This is Al Jamani with the blindfold on for stall's entry. Heading forward under Abdullah Al Fayrouz, who had a winner earlier on in the card. Also slotting forward Fareh, wide out, and this is Akko Mobari heading in as well. And number 3, Al Gadaf, under Abdullah Alofi, who's also been on the score sheet. Just backing away a little bit there, Al Gadaf. Standing out the back as well, Ashek Nadran, and also Elan Baladi. So the final race of 12. Elan Baladi about to head on in. Just having a little think about it. Stall's team about to ask Elan Baladi to take his place under Camilo Ospina. A big half hour or so for the jockey. And also heading forward is Ashek Nadran. And they'll be the last two set to go then for the Africa Cup. They're lined up, 1,800 metres the distance this time. Gates crash back, and they're racing. A little fly leap from Al Gadaf as the Gates flew back, but away well is Elan Baladi in the green cap and shows up prominently, with Mabdark, the grey horse, up around the outside, and Almobir in yellow colours also racing well to the fore. Ashek Nadran is not too far away, with Thoal Ahlal out a bit wider in the blue. Over towards the inside as they hook up with the course proper, Badr Al Alia. Badr Al Alia is racing at this point ahead of Skip. with well down the field Akko Mobari, and also well down is Fare, that one up towards the wide outside. The overall back marker is Intergene, who will have to really charge home from that position. They race towards the end of the back straight at just over 60 kilometers an hour, and towards the inside Mad Dog holds a narrow call from Al Gaddaf in second place. Has made up some ground without a bit wider Almabir as they head into the turn. Ashek Nadron is just up in behind those. Al Jamani is next in, running in the green jacket. Then in the blue is Tho Al Aplal, who's trying to make some ground as well. Elan Baladi now being called upon for an effort. Bada Al Laliar is over towards the inside, but it's Almabir who's come there strongly as they race back inside their final 300 metres. Almabir and Victor Gutierrez strike the front. From in second position, Al Gaddaf, and they've cleared away from the others. Headed off in third by Ashek Nadran down the outside. Then battling away is Elan Baladi, but they have some ground to make up. And then Tho Al Aplal down the outside, and Skip is also running on, but they're well into the closing stages, and Almabir has really torn away here from the field. Almabir, the best part of 6 or 7 lengths ahead, and striding to the line strongly to record an impressive win in the Africa Cup. Almabir home and hosed, beating into second position Elan Baladi, and then Kathir putting in some good late work down the outside. So it's gone very impressively in the end to Almabir. Almabir, a 6th career success, this one in the hands of Victor Gutierrez, and once again the only horse in camera shot working his way down towards the final 100 metres of the journey. He's won in a time of 1 minute 53.71 seconds, and he's done it really well, putting the race to bed with that move on the home turn. With Elan Baladi best of the remainder, that one home in second place, and there were some late gains from Kathir down the outside, that one grabbing the third spot. They bunched up a little bit for the places, but no doubt about our final race winner at Riyadh this evening. It is Almabir who scores in the Africa Cup and takes it in terrific style.
Sometimes this game is easy, just back the best horse, and Almabir is the best horse in this race, and Victor Gutierrez has given him a masterful ride from the front, and he has kicked on and won quite impressively, a very taking winner of the Africa Cup.
Yeah, he was, you say after the race he's the best horse. When I said he was the best horse beforehand, you wouldn't have it at all, but he's won this in good style. He was a winner of two good cup races last year, the Riyadh Regional Governorate Cup, and also the mile and a half Crown Prince Cup. The only concern was whether the 1800 metres would just be on the sharp side for him. He's all class.
Yeah, he was ridden as if that his stamina was going to play into the effect in this over this trip, because he was always front ranked, and when others started to fade around him, he was clearly just thriving off it.
Yes, and that's the thing. I mean, you often say, oh, well, if your horse stays further, why don't you just send him to the front and use his stamina? Most horses who stay further than the trip aren't able to get to the front and dictate terms. That's the problem. And then we saw that with Elan Baladi to some degree. He's a horse who stays well. But of course, in distance, when he stayed on very well for second, just took a while for him to get himself out of a couple of little pockets and to get out in pursuit of the winner. But he was second best, second or third best on paper, and very much second best on the day. The winner was the best horse pre-race. He had the best form figures, and it just showed you that the idea of coming back fresh is not really an issue for the best horses at Riyadh.
Look at these boys leading in. I reckon they're fun. I reckon they're good fun. Look at these, yeah, and the camera phone as well. They're getting all the shots here. This is great to see. Wonderful scenes. And again, the great thing is the stable staff are still involved, and I think I say this all the time, and I beat the desk every time I say it. This is what we want to see. I don't mind owners leading in their horses, but don't shove the stable staff away and then just grab it as if you've trained the thing. It should be a group effort, and we should be leaving the horse with those who have the ability and the knowledge and understanding to handle should anything go wrong as well, and allow them to enjoy this moment too.
Absolutely, and these do tend to be family affairs.
Yes.
You see it whenever the presentations are being given for the big races. You notice there's a range of people there, 2 or 3 generations of the same family generally.
Yeah, and Victor Gutierrez there just chucking his stick to the side as he's about to make his dismount, and it was a very impressive ride there. I was really impressed by his confidence that he showed aboard this horse. We've seen it a couple of times today with the best horses in the race are ridden like the best horses in the race.
Yeah, and that's always nice to see if you're with a horse like this that he's in a good position earlier and travelling sweetly. And this is what was always happening with Alma Beer. And I was always looking for Elan Baladi and seeing what kind of position he was in, and sort of look back at the front, and go, oh, look who it is in front. I'm not going to be passing him anyway.
Intagene was a very similar thing, watching that horse just violently outpaced early on and tried plugging on the outside again. But
he's a really consistent horse in his class, Intagene. But he would have been eligible for sort of 0 to 85 handicaps a couple of runs ago. And this winner is a 106 rated animal. There's a big gulf in class.
Yeah, and he might actually just get dropped a couple of pounds for this performance in Tajid. So maybe he will be able to run in those 0 to 85 and actually have a chance to get back in again. And as we see from the start, you can see your adventure race winner has jumped well and just glided to the front. He's got a lovely travelling attitude about him. He's a big, strong horse, and he just sort of floats over this ground.
Yeah, he must be a pretty easy horse to deal with. He didn't get to the lead straight away. We saw a little bit of speed. Was it Mabdak
who took the early lead, and then we've got one of the Red Stable runners with the blinkers is just heading down on the inside there, which is good to see as well. We're striking up that early pace, and those low draws were always front ranked. But the other Red Stable runner is right at the back, and I think that's Algadath who is just off the speed there. Meanwhile, you're seeing it could be Akamubari who is challenging on.
Yes, but at this stage, rather than trying to pick between Akamubari and Algadath, you see that I like what Victor Gutierrez did in the early stages here. He jumped well out of the stalls, but he had another horse in front of him leading who he wouldn't necessarily have fancied to go all the way through the race. So from a very early stage, he was angling to get 2 or 3 horses wide to make sure that he was never in a pocket on the rail, to make sure that he was able to press the pace on when he wanted. And this is the key. He needs to use his stride. If he was locked in a pocket off the bend, he wouldn't necessarily have been able to accelerate as quickly as 1 or 2 of these. But once he's in full stride, he's got a bigger stride than anything else in this race, and he really uses it well. But when you've got a horse with this size, this kind of stride length, you want to make sure that they're able to use that in the race, and you don't end up having them compromised by sitting behind other horses. So Victor Gutierrez very, very keen early on to angle this horse out to make sure that he had somewhere in the sort of 3-4 path to get round that bend, to use his stride and put his rivals to the sword, which he has done. He seems to run. He's geared down in the last 100 metres. He's won this with a bit in hand, as his rating suggested he would. And again, you've got the right horses following home as well. I thought on last season's form, Elan Baladi was the horse with the best chance of finishing second in this race, and he's done just that.
And we talk about family affairs, and it truly is a family affair here. Here comes one of the dangerous duo who we've just seen lead the horse in, and I'm sure they'll be over the moon with the success here of our winner Alma Beer, who I imagine will be going towards cup races again, and rated 106, certainly a star that we've seen. Victor Gutierrez getting involved as well. He's a jockey we don't know much about. He's really just appeared here in Riyadh, and I think it's probably a jockey we're going to get to know, because if he's riding good horses like this and not taking many other rides, he's another big race Louis.
Yeah, we'll have to do your research on Victor Gutierrez now after this and see if we can get a chat with him. But clearly he's a shrewd jockey, and he's doing the job very well there.
Yeah, we also had Ricardo Ferreira earlier on in the card, another jockey who's primarily based out in France and Spain, but comes here and really makes the most of his opportunities when he gets here. Now, Rory, we talk about making the most of your opportunities. We highlighted a horse earlier, and he's went and done the business, and he is your highlight, I imagine.
He is, yeah. Kaflahom in the penultimate race looked like he might be the superstar on the show. I'm struggling to find my page here, but he was
poor from your penultimate race.
He was running over the same trip as when winning by 15 1/4 lengths on his debut at TAFE, but he was up against stronger opposition this time. Horses who have their own designs on running in Cup company down the line. He got away okay from the stalls after an incident beforehand where he spooked as he was going in, so he wasn't really on an even keel. And then Camilo wanted him to go forward. Camilo's usual cue to get horses to go forward is just to sort of lean into them and say, okay, off you go. This is not that kind of horse. He's a little bit ignorant of that kind of tactic from the jockey. So he raced lazily in the first furlong and a half, ended up losing positions before he came to the bend. So before he got to the bend, sitting in about 5th or 6th place, Camilo had to give him a reminder and say, you know what your job is here, you've got to go and win the race. He was very, very impressive as he swept through to grab these horses on the outside. He almost
Look at
inhaled
his
them the way he
difference in
was
style
going.
there. Look at how he's relishing every step of it. The others, their heads are beginning to rise. Bakhtar, we know is a lovely horse, but he wants 5 furlongs really on
Yeah,
on
he's
his
very
best form.
speedy, and he set
He's all
this
speedy.
race up. But
and just look, Camilo is really behind him. He's riding him almost like an Arabian. Look how high up his knees are pressing. They're right on the withers. He's really having to get behind this horse because he's a big baby, and he's really picked up and powered away on one well.
yes, and as Camilo said after the race, his dam Kafla was a very, very multiple sort of local Group 1 winner in her time, and clearly a mare who is very special to Camilo. If you get a chance to watch him pass the line, he gives this horse a massive, massive hug. And normally this is a very measured rider. He doesn't like to get too carried away. So, you know, it's a nice horse. Hopefully we do better. Clearly, he absolutely adores this horse. And you can tell it's partly because of his relationship with the dam and how well she did and how she helped his career. But he thinks this colt could be at least as good as her, and he's heading to big things. Obviously, the dream is something like the Saudi Derby. Which
I think the dream is still the Saudi Cup in the future.
Well, let's
long way ahead. You've got to aim high.
Keep our dreams reasonably small for the time being, because a lot can go wrong. And we've seen horses who are really, really promising first time out who don't show the same progress as he has. But he's progressed really well from first start to second start. And you know that now at least means that Saudi Derby dream remains alive. He probably needs to do something else between now and then to justify his
he
place.
needs another run.
And he needs to grow up mentally a little bit, but he was physically very impressive. And when the penny dropped with him today, what he did was awesome.
Yeah, now, I know we have 32 cameras around this racecourse, but I wish you could have had a camera in this room while that race was going off, because we went through the full range of emotions during the race. From the start of the car, look, and the white stable horses, they're getting in behind, they don't know what they're doing. Then it was like, oh, he is picking up a little bit. Oh no, we're really struggling again. Oh, we're getting quite around the bend. And then our producers in our ear go, beaten, he's going to be so last. He's never going to win. But he does, and he ends up pulling away and running away really nicely. Now, we do continue racing tomorrow, 12 more races to bring you. I'm really intrigued to see how Fou de Pine gets on. Fou de Pine. We'll see how he gets on. The main reason is Jcsa is flying. And I think we're looking at stables to follow. Jimmy Durkin,
Lucas
Gaitan.
Yep.
Lucas Gaitan is flying. I apologise. Lucas Gaitan is flying. And we know him and Jimmy Durkin are both doing really big things. So hopefully we're going to see a good run from Fou de Pine. Gaitan has another runner in there as well, so it'll be interesting to see how that horse matches up.
He's not had too many runners here, but they're all winning, aren't they? So that's it's really good to see.
They're all winning, so we'll be live from 3:05 Saudi time. It'll be 12:05 UK time, and I cannot wait to see you here. Thank you for joining us today, and we cannot wait to see you tomorrow.